Good morning, everybody. We got some loot to sort. Good morning, Zacto. How's it going? I had even more loot that I forgot about. This one's just for the local decorations. Imagine carrying around a painting in your hand and forgetting about it. It's alright, I haven't woke up yet. That right there, that is a Restless Sleeper IRL. Happens to the best of us. And the rest of us. Brea, good morning. How's it going? We picked up one light bar when we were at the fire department here in town, and that is going to go to our fire truck here, which is our primary fire truck. It has an engine quality of 100, but when we found it, it was a wreck, so its light bar has been slowly in the process of getting repaired. It's currently at 40, so this is going to bring it on up to 60. At Mechanics Level 10, we're getting 20% integrity for each one of these light bars we find. Glorious. Alright. There's a bin for the kitchen. Better late than never. Now all that trash I've been bringing outside as a proper home. We have way too many flags back at my main base. So these will probably stay here. Yeah, I can't see it there. Put them around this side where there's no vines. She needs some milk. All right. She's going to bring this one closer. This one is full of a whole lot of stuff that's going to be staying here. Or at least that needs to be. No, that's interesting. So, we had... I'm guessing it's still the correct thing. I don't think if you guys can see this very well. This says movable object, and it's got a question mark next to it. This is supposed to be a grindstone that we were carrying it around yesterday. But now the weight has changed, and it doesn't have an icon no more. What if I try to place it? Okay, the game still knows what it is. I guess that's just a weird thing where the grindstone, if you pick it up and put it in a container, and then reload the game. The game seems to forget exactly what it is until you place it. We'll just call that a Schrodinger's grindstone. Has to be observed. Ooh, that's a carton of 762 right there. So I'm kind of just sticking loose ammo into the ambulance for now. That's going to get untenable after a certain point. Ambulance only has so much room. This one's a locally sourced truck, so it's a bit lower priority. Engine quality is only 83. Now that we have several different step vans that I'm possibly bringing home, this one may end up staying here, depending on where we end up. We do have a rather, I'll call it hefty, but it's a significant journey home. Brandenburg is not the closest to Fallis Lake. But I do have, okay. Wrong door. This one's entirely full of car parts at the moment. That's because I emptied most of the stuff that was in it out so that I could do masonry stuff. So of the cars on the lot, a little quick just recap of what I'm working with here. The race car is towing and scout vehicle. Ambulance is expeditionary and multi-tool. And fire truck is heavy combat. Everything else is stuff that I found locally. Now, of the stuff that I found locally, the one that I just got into, this step van right here, is easily the most valuable. Engine quality 71. Almost all the parts on it are perfect. So this one is probably going to definitely be the first one we come home with. And it is going to be our primary loot carrier at that point. So anything that I put in it is something that is going to go home with us. Most of what's in this backpack is already good. A couple of things in there I want to leave behind. Or resort, at least. I definitely don't need any more sewing supplies back at base. Leather not counted among that. I always want more leather. I'm almost pathological when it comes to collecting maps of Louisville because there's 8 of them and I can never remember exactly which ones I have. It's 9 of them, actually. I don't remember exactly how many there are. It's weird because... Actually, I think it was 9, yeah. Because there's Central Louisville, and then there's like one for each area around Central. So that's, yeah, that would be 9, yeah. Yeah. There's the .05 in here. Actually, I have no idea where there's a .05 in here. Apparently there is. Baffling. Get that charge. Everything that's in the trunk right now, it is vehicle parts largely, but they're all vehicle parts that are something that is actually valuable. I'm not taking every vehicle part that I find willy-nilly anymore, but yeah, I'm trying to triage them a little bit, because if I just try to take everything, I will fill up immediately, and I won't even know what happened. But there was one empty battery there that I'm going to go ahead and charge up. Okay. A couple of guns we found so far locally on the floor here. We're going to triage those before we take them home. At this point, I'm pretty much not taking any long guns home anymore. And I'm trying to be a little bit more scrutinizing of handguns. Just because I have about 9 crates full of nothing but guns. And at one point, I was, I didn't have very many Magnums. I didn't have very many, a couple of other things like SN38s. I'm pretty sure I've got more than enough of everything now. But, yeah, I'll do a last minute triage, especially if we're going to get a second trip in. Like, I'll go home and then we'll take a look, and that'll help us decide when I get back here. I think everything else in fire and rescue here needs to be triaged, so I'm just going to back this up straight to the entrance. Yeah, that, I've been thinking about that, Zacto. It is, good to see. It is, it's organic growth. It's not, not forced or anything. It would grow faster if I, if I paid YouTube to show my stuff more often, but, I'm enjoying the organic growth for now. What's up, KTO? How's it going? I was actually looking at that just last night. My, channel analytics. Oh, where are you? 13, about 14K view in over the 20 days, and it shows you the subscriber count increase. But this right here, this is what I'm proud of. A lot of people really love watching my stuff. 5,400 watch hours over 28 days. Glad there's some folks out there who enjoy watching random guy talk to himself like a madman while playing video games. Impressions click-through rate. That's probably that's the best way people find me, is through YouTube's, YouTube shows it somewhere in one of their feeds, homepage, recommended, whatever. And, 6% or so people hit it. Yeah, here it is, 70%. 70% of my viewership comes from browse features. This is always very important to me right here. The, when the people who watch my stuff show up around YouTube. It's showing me that, the fact that I've been taking Tuesdays and Thursdays off might not be the best thing. So, if I manage to get out of on-site work, that is probably something I might reassess. We'll see. For now, that is this number's been going up. It used to be like a 70-30 split. So, thanks for the subs, guys. Appreciate it. All right. As I was, let's get the rest of this bag emptied out, shall we? Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. It's that's something I'm less excited about. I'm not the biggest fan of shorts, but I know that YouTube loves shorts. Not people, just YouTube. YouTube loves shorts. Well, yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, I mean, if I can condense content that I actually like into something that actually qualifies as a short, then that's not the worst thing in the world. It just comes back to the principle of the thing where I feel slimy contributing to the shortening of our generation's attention span. I don't like it, but at what point do I have to accept the fact that I can't do anything against it? I might as well just join in. These are things I think about sometimes. Box of batteries. I don't need that. Ketchup. Every single one of my bases should have its own ketchup. The everything else in here is, well, aside from the batteries, I have about 20 boxes of batteries back at base. I would rather leave them at my field bases at this point. It's probably easier to do it this way. We triaged what I want to bring home with me while we're just scrolling through the bags on this side. Oops. Eight sticks of butter. Still rather baffled we found that much in one POI. It's, of course, Carpentry 5. Yeah. Well, when it comes to liking videos, I kind of take a similar approach. Like, if I already see like 1,000 people have liked it, I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't really even register as something, But if I don't see too many people having liked it, it feels like it's more of an impactful contribution. Makes perfect sense to me. No, there is a little bit of like boost that comes from liking videos, but it usually only matters in the video early on in the video's lifespan. I believe what we put into the fire truck here is actually already triaged for RTB. Yeah, this is all already sorted as RTB, so we don't even have to think about it. It goes in the goes in the step van now. Box the sparklers are smaller now. I don't remember them being bigger than that. Okay. And then, of course, Carpentry 5. Just for the sake of a complete collection. I can now mark it unwanted. Oh yeah, so, KTO, I was meaning to, show you. I have, developed a tool. It's a little bit more of what I was doing before with captions, and, making it easier to search my videos for when I said things. I have here a PowerShell script that I put together that takes a caption file for a YouTube video, in TTML format, I believe. Or wait, no, this is SV3. This is SV3 format. It takes SV3 format captions and it cleans them up pretty well, actually. And it takes only about a minute, 2 minutes on my CPU to process. It's not very efficient. I mean, it's PowerShell, so it's single-threaded and whatnot. But it gets me to a point where, what does it look like? Here it is. This is what the captions end up looking like. It actually kind of separates it into paragraphs. So this is from Nora Part 40 here. The only thing it doesn't do, of course, is this is what all the this is what the naughty no-no words come out to. So when I say they all fucking suck now, what the auto caption shows is they all underscore suck now. But if I hit Control F now. It's there. We can find it. There were 5, goddammit, in this stream. So yeah. Now all I got to do is actually. Now the reason I had to do it like this is because if before I clean it up into this, what it looks like before that is this. This is what it looks like because the SV3 format is what YouTube's auto captions use to make the words pop up on screen right as they're being spoken. So it's notoriously hard to search like this, right? Because every single word is kind of separated into its own little sub-tag. So trying to navigate that and then kind of go back and forth between the cleaned version and the tagged version here, because I need the tagged version for the timestamps. So. No, I believe it. I believe it. An AA face. It almost sounds like what I sound like when I'm complaining about things. Just call it onomatopoeic. Alright, let's toss all of this garbage out, because I finally have a place to put it now. I don't have to throw out books. We'll just leave books on the bookshelf. Everything else, though. Goodbye. So something I didn't even really think about is that it's May now, and that means a whole new category of crops that we could be planting has come along. It's not potatoes. So I'm not, like, super extremely excited about it, but there's options. So it's been in the back of my mind. We have the whole month to worry about that, so I'm not too flustered over it or anything like that. We'll get to it when we get to it. Alrighty. I believe that's going to be everything we pulled loot-wise from local sources here. Okay, not bad. We are back to 357 for a bit because we found a windfall of 357 from the PD here and the ammo store next to it. So that's a good thing. I'm here for it. Well, I'm going to put my bandolier back on. So in order to sort that properly, we put the backpack down, we put the satchel down, then we put the bandolier on, then we put the bullets in the bandolier, and then we put the satchel back on, and then we put the backpack back on, and now everything is in the correct place. Oh, right, the carbine there is a wall decoration now, as is the sword. I haven't actually tried to do a good swords and gunnery wall decoration yet. It feels appropriate. Let's give it a shot. So the carbine would be... This is one that we've used up already. It's pretty low condition, so it is now just a wall decoration. I shall not relegate it to blowing it up for repairs. How about 315, 270? Yeah, I kind of like that. And then we'll do a sword on the other side. 83 on the y-axis. So the center is different from the sword. Yeah, that looks good. With the sword, the center is at the on the bottom of the hilt there. I kind of like that. It feels like it's missing something. Something else to tie it together. But, yeah, I like it. This wasn't even one of my M9s, just a, locally sourced one. I have way too many M9s everywhere I go, so that one can chill. Everything else is looking good. Now there's a MSR 788 we found. Let us do to that what we do to the rest of our guns. Attachments off, ammo out. Okay. I think we are sorted. Now, of course, that means we're ready to go, but it's the end of the day already, so that's okay. We are just gonna scout out the rest of the town before we head to Sack tonight. I'm down to cow's milk now because we no longer have any perishables to drink from here, and that's okay. This 3D option really sucks. I have no idea what homie's talking about there. I definitely enjoy the 3D placement system in this game. Maybe it's a little obtuse, but the gizmo that you're working with is the same as what you're going to see in any 3D editing software, for the most part. We don't quite have enough loose anything to work with that. I think this battery should be done. Yep, finally. I apologize for that noise. I absolutely despise it, but it is a part of the game as it currently stands. $166 out of 208, so we've easily got another garbage bag left in Mr. Hong's here. We've also got the driver's seat, assuming we're going to tow it, so we have a couple garbage bags worth of loot that we can still fit in our primary vehicle there. Not to speak anything of what we can shove into the secondary vehicles, so we're still we still have plenty of room for loot. That is the long and short of that. So I would say I'm pretty warmed up here. I think we're about ready to head out. Make sure I didn't leave anything laying around in any of my other vehicles here. I have a tendency to do that. So the mail van here is going to be a ammo storage vehicle. We've got 125 encumbrance of nothing but cartons of ammo in it. Did I do anything with... Yes, I did. Okay, yeah, I need to just put that somewhere real quick. This is mostly hair dye. Otherwise, the front seat is now empty. Let's get this in the lineup. So both of these step vans do need to come home. But the fire trucks, I have no strong, hard purpose for. And therefore, they're most likely going to stay here at this base. The mail van needs some repairs. It needs an engine repair, needs a new front right window. The brakes are fine. The suspension fine. Tires fine. It really just needs a new window and then a trunk repair, most importantly, because the step vans are valuable for their trunks. Engine repair is just so that its own impulse is better. I wish I could do that. If I could sacrifice light bars, my calculus for vehicles would be very different. Now, of course, we actually do have an entire, what is it? This is a laundry bag up here with engine parts in it. This should be enough to get our step van's engine back up and running here. But then we'll need to just be on the lookout for a steel sheet while we're in the field, because I do not have any spare steel sheets at the moment. So we got 15 parts, and it's at 72 right now. I think that's enough, but I'm not awake enough for mental math yet. Yeah, that was enough. We still have a few left over. I think these tires are just... they're performance, but they're under significantly below the best quality or condition. Oops. I think the ambulance actually is probably the one that could have been left in the, whatchamacallit, in the garage most readily, because it doesn't really need to go anywhere. It's the expedition vehicle. It goes to a location and then it chills there now. That table is... I've never liked the placement of it. Let's move that. If anybody wasn't here when we actually got into the garage, we never found the key to this thing. We never got the key to this garage, so we would have had to break down the garage door. But we decided I didn't want to do that, so what I did is actually I made a hole in the roof, and I used a sheet rope to get in. Because I would rather do that than break down the garage door. Now, the blue generator is definitely coming with us. Let me go ahead and just take that. That should be able to fit into Mr. Huang's over there. That means Mr. Huang's is basically full. I'm okay with that, actually. Yes, okay. Only like 2.2 left in it. That's perfect. So actually, Mr. Hongs doesn't need to be in the lineup here. It's basically ready to go home. Okay. So that's everything sorted. I was going to deploy and scout a little bit, but now that I'm fatigued, I'm just going to chill for a little bit until it's time to sleep. After my first sleep, I'll, oh, you know what? There's some tire pumping I can do. Yeah, I'm gonna go do some tire pumping because some of those vehicles in our lot actually need some air in the tires. So we'll chill here. I'll have her read trapping, because why not? We haven't started reading it yet. It's a book that we can read. That's good enough for me. Oops. Y'all making me proud there talking about no pay floss. 10 out of 10. That's how you do it. Actually, what am I doing? I don't need to read this right now. We got some tires to pump. Let's get that done. Yeah, I think Mr. Huang should be good on tires. That's what I thought. You know what? I think I actually was planning on pumping the tires in this thing a while ago, and then I never did because, well, it's not like it's... pumping tires is like the most important thing to do before you go towing, but we haven't needed to tow it far from base yet, just to bring it back to base. 99.9 in this thing, by the way. Only thing holding it back is the driver's or the passenger seat. Oh, I remember now. Near the end of last stream, I was going to try to yeet a few things. And then I saw that there were still a bunch of zombies on the main town road. So there's not going to be any sneaking into the main town road tonight. We need to come prepared for a fight if we're going to go down there. So that's no problem. As long as we got good weather tomorrow, we're doing that. If we don't have good weather tomorrow, I'm probably going anyway. Okay, so if we don't have good weather tomorrow, we are going anyway, but then I'm going to be grabbing something from the parking lot of PS Delilah. There's a couple of sports cars there. Hopefully some of them have good performance parts, because we've been on the search for that for a while now. I know that there is a white sports car, one of the sedans, I don't remember which, not an Elite. It was near the police department, I think, possibly a little bit after it. And it did not have a full set, but it had a couple of pieces of performance brakes and sus. Play PZ on the Nitro 5. No, I don't know what that is. Nitro 5. Oh, Nitro 5. You're talking about a laptop, right? My bad. You guys are you guys going way past me there. I think these guys have got good tires now. It's been a little while since I've looked at the ambulance. It should be all good, minus just regular wear and tear. Yeah. Ambulance is great. Top it up while we're here. Yeah, the mail van does have pretty good performance. You know what? Let's go ahead and swap out that front left. We might have something better on the lot here. I remember there being something over here that's pretty good. Yeah, that's got to be better than 70 right there. And I need my vehicular kit here. It's actually really heavy, so I don't carry it around 100% of the time now. I can't do that while I'm carrying a rifle. Yeah, we got an 83 there now. Pretty things that can be there now to be happy. See, this mail van here has had one hell of a trip. Wait, no, this is not that mail van. I have another mail van that had a hell of a trip. That's all the way down in fucking Irvington. We're done with that side of the map. We're never going back there. So that mail van that I'm thinking of can remain where it is with the Angus cows, who are also set for life. Okay. Everything here at base is wonderfully sorted now. I'm just going to read for the next 40 minutes or so here, and then we are deploying tomorrow morning, rain or shine. Alrighty. Instant nightmare. Instant nightmare, so that means I didn't get any sleep at all. Less than an hour. So I'm just going to read for like 1 hour. That's more like it. I don't usually sleep until 10 a.m., but when I do, it's after a nightmare. Looks like the weather's great today. We are off to do some work. Let's go for it. Oh, I am taking the sports car today because I don't have massive loot to pick up right now. Right now we've got some killing to do, and then we've got some killing to do, and then some sports car parts to harvest. So I'm taking my field kit here, and then I'm taking some spare 357 ammo, like a lot of spare 357 ammo. We're cracking that carton preemptively here. Spare sword. Here's a question. How many... loose boxes of 762? I got 3. And then how many JS14 magazines? None. Okay, so we've got 1 magazine, and it's empty right now, so we can reload it 3 times. It is 762, right? I actually don't remember. What the hell is the JS14? $50 Zeds around a parked car, the siren light bar start to melt. Okay, so is that... Now, I've seen that happen if I leave the area. I don't think I've ever seen that while I was in the area, but does it matter? Does it matter if the player is there? Brendan Annaberg. How's it going, Renzer? It is 5:56. I was wrong. That's okay. I was enjoying the JS14 the other day. Of course, that was also the moment I realized that we're not going to be doing the reloading into the magazine thing. Now, here's the thing. Let's try the JS14 with a 4x scope. We've been doing it with a red dot. I remember getting some pretty good results with a 4x. That was on Nora, though. Nora was aiming level 9 or 10 when we tried this thing. But I will hold on to the red dot sight just in case it happens to be better. So we can swap back if the situation calls for it. Now here's the problem with this setup though. We will never be below overloaded unless I take some stuff off. So I'm actually going to go ahead and leave my heavy tools. So that's the jack, tire, iron, e-tool in the car trunk as well as the military backpack. So that ensures that I won't be overloaded. Well, so if I can manage, I'm going to try to stop by the gas station. We do have a half tank in this thing. Actually, let me just get ahead of that now. None of my other vehicles need gas right now. I'm going to put that in there, and we'll still head in the direction of the gas station. But we'll also have a gas can on standby. That is that's the life right there. Eat, sleep, Zomboid. A Zed started beating on the car, so you actually saw a Zed beat the car. That's no good. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen personally. Like I said, I've seen the light bar get damaged, but it always, in my experience, has always happened after I leave the area. So I would be interested to see exactly what can cause them to do that. Now, I learned something very interesting. I think this was back on Annie, when we were working through North Louisville. What I did is I had found an ambulance with a throwaway, just a throwaway ambulance, nothing good about it, but I used its light bar, and it didn't have any doors or windows on it. Like, it was just a husk, only the bare necessities. And that never got damaged, but then I put a door and window on it, And I came back after gathering some zombies, and the door had been broken. Like, the door literally was 100% broken, and then the light bar was broken. So, clearly, whatever is going on with zombies attacking vehicles. I had already looked at those. Those are used cars. Sorry. Whatever's going on with that, it seems to definitely... Like, they have to break through the door first. We went too far in this direction. Yeah, I'm in the same time zone as Zacto there. VTSS says it's 9 p.m. Yeah, so that is yeah, we got people all over the globe here. Shout out to my homies on the other side of the crust, as it were. Okay, this is the route I wanted to go down. Fire department, nice and cleaned out. I don't know if I ever checked the sedan here. I think this is yet another Dash Elite Survivor. Or, not Survivor, but Preserved. So, that means above average, but still thoroughly mid on everything here. In a world where there's perfect parts on some of the vehicles, I don't have any time for above average, but thoroughly mid stuff. And up here is where we start running into more Zed. Okay, I'm awake. I am awake. For anybody joining, welcome. We are now finally getting into Brandenburg's town center here. We got a lot of loot extracted already, but we left the job unfinished yesterday. Today we're going to be using a JS14 with a 4x scope on it. I got wonderful results with this weapon. Maybe I should actually reload a gun if I'm going to be using it. I got fantastic results with the 4x scope on this thing back on a previous character as a 42 point, what was that, 15? But she was aiming level 9 and then 10 when we used it. This character is currently aiming level 6? Yes. Okay. We have incoming. Rather severe. Oh, I still like it. I still like this thing a lot. Until it jams, of course. It will. Falling back just a little bit. I do not want to accidentally shoot my own sports car, even though we're here to replace some of its parts. I don't have time to reload this thing right now, so going to the L92. I should be very wary of this. I have cleared behind the police department, but that leaves me with a very narrow escape route. It's not the best plan. Whoa, there's more up there than I thought. falling back out of this. Yeah, the fence is not a good idea. They're definitely taking offense to that. Okay, we're gonna need to recover access to the car. I parked it up way too close. I underestimated how many were still left in this area. Here's how I'm gonna do that. It's a little bit of a risky maneuver, but we're doing it. We're going to use that fence to our advantage. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going into the forest, going around behind the police department, keeping my distance from the trees because they're my enemies too. And we're just basically we're giving them the runaround here. So the vast majority of them should now be somewhere in that forest for the most part. It should not be quite as difficult to retake our car now if we focus on quieter kills. Just depends on, well, yeah, it depends on distribution down here. I'm going to focus on quietly gaining access to my car again. We do generally have a clean angle of approach from the bottom of the screen now. Good old fence slapping indeed. This was my first attempt at, what was that? It's about room temperature outside right now, and we are sweating after about, well, that was a good solid run, so that's fine. It's honestly okay if I'm sweating after a run like that, because we were doing that was a lot of running. I'm paying real close attention to my insulation levels as the temperature starts going up. We're wearing a leather jacket, but, as I love pointing out, if you look at my insulation levels, our chest and head and neck are pretty light, and that is because we are, to be entirely honest, I think the hat right now is actually the thing that is insulating me more than anything else. If I literally just take the hat off, we will have we should have a significantly lighter impact. Where is it? Scrolled past it twice. There it is. But yeah, as you can see now, they are moving away from my car. Definitely parked too far forward. That's okay. Happens to the best of us. Smarter thing would have been to start a little farther back and then study their movements after shooting. I also probably, I'm going to guess that the JS-14 is louder than other guns I've been using. It shoots 556, so that's probably a more densely packed cartridge. Okay, so just now, are you saying that the Zeds should not be able to access the driver's seat? Or does it... It's just the driver's seat, right? The whole driver's side. Okay, the whole side of the vehicle. Now that's interesting. This is why we bring the grindstone with us. And there, okay, so we are still getting hot. What are my other layers right now? So the crop top, 0 insulation. The jacket, 0 insulation to the chest. The jacket has a weakness, though. The jacket does have a hole. It has holes in the chest, upper and lower torso. It does not have a hole in the neck, though. So the jacket is actually... It's providing protection to the neck, but it's also insulating the neck. The formal shirt, I need to get rid of that. I like it, it's pretty, but I need to get rid of it. It's insulating me. I would like to replace it with a set of medical scrubs. And I think there's a dentist office up there, but I don't know if that... Nah, they're probably not going to have scrubs. There's a possibility we could see scrubs on a zombie, but that would require the zombie to, like, come out of there. Oh, this t-shirt, music. Do I even have strips on that? I do. That is a layer that actually has more insulation than it needs to. I'm going to go ahead and just take that off. Because it is now basically room temperature outside. 68 Fahrenheit. It's pretty, pretty right there in the middle. My chest protection, now that I've taken that off, is down to 30. Yeah, let's try right here. Very smelly here, though. That actually could be part of why I'm overheating. My immune response might be kicking in. I know a lot of folks that watch me are adamant that you shouldn't bother putting on the mask until you get to the first stage of queasy. That's good for maintaining your filters. That's not as good if you're trying to keep your immune response down. My biggest enemy in the game right now is insulation. And, whatchamacallit, brain. Immune response works directly against any attempts to minimize your insulation. So I'm going to have to be aware of anybody going around the PD here. I wonder if I could play the fiddler on the roof here. No, they would find their way in. Yeah, they would find their way into the PD. Based on their placement, there would be a lot of them right now liable to start slapping the fence. Yeah, look at that. The fences might as well be a shooting gallery. Focus first on anybody trying to go around it. The ones who are actually slapping it will move up and hit with the carbine. If we can, I mean, honestly. Now that there's one in the way here. Hello. That was a reaction shot. Now we've got a corpse on my road. Ammo check. We're due for another box here. I'm gonna run back real quick and just swap the ammo that I'm carrying in my bag with the 357. As much as I enjoy the JS14 right now, it needs to have spare magazines. I can't be doing this reloading magazines on the spot thing. It doesn't work out right now. You know what? If he doesn't want to come down here, that's cool with me. Okay, I should, and that's where I made my mistake, right? Stopping the shooting. Now they go around the fence. So you're going around that car. Can't fool me. Now the car actually will intercept my bullets if I try to shoot around it too much. Low to the right. That's what I'm talking about here. Alright, let's see how long I can get away with this. Shooting gallery. That is a lot of them. The problem right now is I can't see them very well on the other side of those vines. So, yeah, I like the shooting gallery, but it's not going to be efficient bullet use. I mean, it might take long enough to kill them that the fence actually might be put at risk. I remember somebody saying that, like, 50 zombies was what it had to be. Yes, that JS14 is with the laser sight and a 4x. Last time we tried it with the red dots, and it was pretty good, but the red dot it basically made its range about the same as the carbine. And if I want medium range shots like what I'm doing right now, the carbine is... I'd rather use the carbine. More reliable for the reload. The JS14's current appeal is long distance shots. Oh crap, that was, okay. Opening two boxes of 357 now. Basically, every time we stop shooting for a second, the ones who are stuck slapping the fence all the way in the back there decide to stop, but they still follow the noise, and so they start going around the fence. And the same actually applies to some of these guys coming from the right. Some of them were stuck slapping doors. But sometimes, if we stop for a second, that gets them unstuck and they go around. Sometimes. That guy that we're hearing right now, I think he's been there for a while. But that is why they are just kind of continuously coming around the corner there. You are one of the doctors, aren't you? Or one of the dentists, perhaps. I'm still on the lookout for scrubs right now. I know I have some back at base, and we are planning a trip back to base, but it'd be cool if I could get some before then. That's laundry. He got stuck in the window. 25 now in vanilla, so that's, Hitio, that's 25 zombies have got to be flapping a fence nearby each other to damage it. Or to destroy it, I guess. I still have not seen a, one of these bigger fences. You get scrubs from the nurse. Yes, good call, good call. I don't even know if I've spawned the interior. I probably have. But there's definitely going to be some nurse up there. Yeah, look at all this. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to line of sight these guys. We're just going to briefly fall back. Maybe I'll loot this this building here. It actually gives me an opportunity to take the mask off without even getting any ugly. So just spending a couple seconds in here, outside of their line of sight, I'm willing to bet that that's enough to get them to start going around the vents. Possibly. There might be too many of them now. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. They're there. Mask back on. $25 in the span of 3 tiles. Okay. And vanilla, I don't see that happening in anywhere short of Louisville. Oh, fuck off. 4 bullets. I hate shooting at ragdolls, but it's really hard to shoot at anybody else when they're lined up like this. Somebody to the right, medium. Got her. Possibly one more over there. Yeah, I still hear somebody to the right. There you are. That is the 5th bullet into that fucking ragdoll. Gotcha. Hey, got a little bit of rain. That's actually a really good thing. I don't remember exactly when the last raining was. And we do have some basil, which is kind of sensitive. So that's good. Well, yeah, Mr. High Pop, of course you do. I would believe it. Now that I don't believe. I think you're lying to me. I don't believe you. It's not possible. I've never ever in a million years seen a wooden fence break. And if I don't see it, that means it's not real, right? But yeah, we, as much as I love the 357, we are already really eating into some of our supply. So I'm going to go ahead and put this away, just the rifle, and then we'll replace it to my back weapon as the JS-14. I'm going to put the red dot back on the JS-14 because I'm going to be using it closer range while we got rain falling. This looks like it's going to be a little heavier. Reset the clock on Jen not listening to the radio and regretting it. I mean, it's already 1900. We're not going to be awake too much longer anyway. We've had a productive day here. Killed nice, quite a few zombies here. That would be my Discord. Sorry about that. What's going on, folks? My mom is at a museum and sharing photos. Nice. I need to make sure I never accidentally move that laser sight. We just want to swap the sights the scope over. There we go. Curious to see how many more are grouped up back here. Okay. I feel like some of them dispersed and then some of them are still close to the fence there. Hello. Yeah, I only see that one guy. There's probably more. Alright, since it's 2000 hours, I predict we'll be getting fatigued any minute now. I'm going to go ahead and pack back up, and we're going to start surveying the sports cars in the parking lot of the PS Del Isla down the road here. And we'll see if we have anything with some good parts. If so, I'll just bring them home with me at this point. I predicted that I would be able to fight my way there. I slightly underestimated how many Zeds were still in this corner. We do have a couple of breaks and sus on this one here that I mentioned before. But it's only 2 of each, I believe. Ooh, a mead up here. I did forget about the mead. Kill everybody up here quiet like. Especially before my fatigue hits. I don't think I've seen a purple Corvette in a very, very long time. So I feel morally obligated to not rip that apart at the very least. But if it has good parts, I will at least swap them. I'm just not going to completely scrap it. Old tires, performance brakes, regular sus. Okay. What are you all doing up? I get it. I get it. You like the car. I do too. Now is not the time for that. Now is the time for the ground. Hey! Longplay level 8, boys. We got a book to read now. I knew I was close. Alright, we got a bunch of nice guns back here. This sword is basically done anyway. Good morning, Mario. Alright, yeah, there's the fatigue. I saw that coming. Hello. Aha! I did have a fresh sword. Alright, so I need to be ready for the car alarm. Okay, we're good. An annotated map and a police car. You'll find me here, I love you. If you can make it before you turn, there's something here to help. We'll be back together somehow. Wish to God you'd never been stationed here. So we're looking at, this is Louisville most like, base of whatever that blue building is over by 4 houses. Oh no, that's March Ridge. Holy shit. We actually may have a reason to go back to March Ridge. Perfect. Premium ham radio. A lot of this stuff I'm probably just going to leave in here. Mr. Brad, how's it going? Alright, that's the parcels emptied. Let me get the parcels out of here. Those just muddy up the place. Alright, what kind of engine quality we got on this? I don't expect anything stellar. 61. That's below average, so nothing particularly likely to come home with us. But I probably will come back, grab it to get a few parts off of it. For now, I think this Mercia Lang is what I'm most likely to grab, bring home with me. Yep, 2 performance tires, and a whole bunch of other perfect stuff. Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Currently at the top of Brandenburg here. I might not be able to make it back to base in time for bed, and if so, I will probably sleep at the fire department here, which is still confirmed safe. There we go. So once again, I would love to have that white car right there because it's got a couple of perfect performance parts that I need, but there's zombies. I can't no easily grabbing it. Let me do this. I'm going to drop off this car at the fire department, and then I'm going to go get that white car. Just yeet it real quick so that we got both of them in the lot. Whole point of having the race car is so that it can easily tow vehicles to a better place. And I don't exploit that mentality often enough because I'm just not used to being able to so easily tow whatever I want. I've had the race car for a while now, but I'm still not accustomed to it. It feels good being able to one-shot zombies even at stage 1 fatigue. Now that we're Longblade 8, we can definitely do that. This is definitely a storm we've got here. It is no mere rain. Yeah, still got a crit to actually one-shot them. No crit, no one-shot. Hermione, that's what this one is. Alright, so we'll only be a few minutes late for bed. Hello. It's too late to stop me now. Ekron Post Office, 2nd floor. Okay. I'm already done with Ekron, but hey Command, how's it going? As a recap for anybody joining, we're currently in Brandenburg. The immediate goal is we're stealing a couple of sports cars that I've confirmed have some semi-decent parts on them, and we'll be using them to do some long-awaited upgrades to our race car here. Second of two race cars. The other one is a blue one with a slightly better engine quality. It's already got a good set of parts. This one just needed some. So we brought it out here to Brandenburg with us, among other things. Now, it might look like there's a lot of Zeds here, and the truth is there were, but we've slept a few times in the fire department here. I think we're good. Most important thing is we are upstairs behind a couple of doors. Or, well, behind one door. One door is good enough for me. And bed with a pillow. Okay, it doesn't have to be a superstorm or anything. So what I'm going to do real quick is update my notepad. Last watered crops, May 9th. Last check generators, oh boy, that's April 19th. So we're coming up on, yeah, that's at least 3 weeks. It's alright. Just gotta be aware of it. It is only well, it's powering a fridge and a freezer. So, yeah, it's going to be getting close to empty now. Have to keep that in mind. Alright, lots of good parts. Gotta not let myself get too bogged down in stealing everything. Our targets are performance tires, performance brakes, performance sus. This thing's got a good set of tires and sus. Brakes are regular, so those are lower priority. Hey, I forgot this thing had tires too. Okay, so we got performance tires completed. 4 perfect ones. Now we just need 2 more performance brakes, and we've got 100% quality performance everythings. Now, we're missing just a couple of parts. This one here has got some mid parts in it. I forget what the tires are. They're old? No, regular. Okay, never mind. Sus regular, brake regular. Okay, so everything in here is 100% mid. That being said, I may steal its windshield and hood. What about this one? This one probably had 100. Yeah. I know that our windshield and hood on the Spiffo car there. One misclick. I was off by 3 pixels. God damn it. Well, so much for that perfect windshield. Fuck my life. We're just gonna have to say that she accidentally split it while pulling the hood out. Fuck my life. That's alright. The windshield in this one is 80. It's the hood that really needed it. Yep. That's what happens. You're off by a couple pixels on the click. You trust your body to do the right thing, and it does the wrong thing. That's alright. And the thing is, I don't even know. Did I hit F3? I might have F3. I'm reflexively programmed to hit F3 the moment after I click something, so I might have even fast forwarded it. Whatever. The performance is the muffler's performance. That's a good thing. We're taking that. We also have this radio. I picked that up for one of our light bar trucks. The light bar trucks, for some reason, I think like the D6, maybe even the Bull Driver, for some reason I can't fathom they can't take other types of ham radio, only a premium tech. And I always found that odd. So I really would like to go find 2 more performance brakes, if at all possible, before I do the full swap, right? Because we got perfect performance tires there, and then, like, almost perfect set of suspensions. But there's 2 brakes that would be left over. What is the brakes on it currently? They're all regulars, so yeah, no, that I want something new. If I'm going to take parts off, I want to be able to put good things back on. We're about set for our second bedtime here. I'm sure there's a couple of other sports cars here. I don't even know if I will need to, but I'm going to battery connect this thing. I love having battery connected lights at safe houses. That way I don't need no generator. I actually found a slide hammer in... Oh, yes, that is... I'm glad we're sharing the knowledge of that, because that is an important thing. Lots of people love their sledgehammers, but they don't know the best ways of finding them, and that is definitely one of the new ones. At least it's new to me. I have no idea how long that's been a thing. I have found MM vans for several builds of the game now. Don't tell Luchador. Where's the, whatchamacallits? There was a community center. I think it might be up down this road here. That's March Ridge. We got a new annotated map for there. But we are all the way up here right now. And yeah, kinda. Okay, so I'm taking a left at the next intersection and then a right. See, I had a question mark on the community center because we got an annotated map that for some reason put a question mark on it, so I don't know what that means, but it does mean that I kind of want to look at it. Problem is, we have not cleared that area. I'm just going up there because it's got a big parking lot, and I don't recall if I ever really parsed it for sports cars. I was supposed to take a left. Oopsie. Oopsie doodles. Metalworking shop up here I need to not forget about. There's probably at least 2 or 3 packs of dub rods in there. And I need me some dub rods. Always down for those. I only have like maybe slightly into the double digits of dub rods. Like maybe 12, something like that. It's definitely not like an amazing amount of dub rods. Nothing like my previous characters. It's a lot. Wait, what? Flyer icon on the map. The overlay for the... Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I do remember parsing that step van there. Nothing substantial in the step van, and no sports cars here. I didn't check the wrecked one. I feel like the wrecked one is not going to be anything, but I'm going to look at it. Whoa. Never mind. Engine quality 25, because of course. Mason's chisel. And new respirator filters. Already worth it. Concrete powder. There's not enough uses for that. I really wish I could use concrete powder to patch cracks in the asphalt. But yeah, we'll worry about the Brandenburg Community Center later. I don't want to be getting into any fights right now. I don't have... I do not have very many swords left. Actually, the one that's on my belt is my last sword. The last sword that I made ahead of time, so... Once that's used up, it's done. So I'm going to go ahead and... We have an RTB planned. So I'm going to go ahead and execute an RTB after we get our race car here loaded up with some parts. I'm going to check the Meade Sheriff vehicle that we left in the parking lot of PS Delisle up here. I don't recall ever checking its parts. Old tires, regular brakes, regular sus. So nothing impressive here. We have a Meade County Sheriff with an engine quality of 100 back at Rosewood. I am going to go ahead and steal the Corvette because it is the prettiest looking thing in the lot right here. And it also has some performance brakes in it. As much as I like the Corvette, and I said that I'm not going to scrap it, which I'm not, but I am going to steal its brakes. It can have my the old. It can actually, yeah. The Corvette can just have the old stuff that's in the race car right now. The stuff that's in the race car right now isn't bad. It's just it can be better, and so it's going to be. USL, the logistics van. What I'm probably going to do with that is later on I'll go back and pick it up and use it to steal some stuff. I'm going to tap this guy. Just low speed impacts. I was trying to knock him down, but that's okay. Anyway, I'm going to take USL at some point, not immediately, but take it just down and pick up some of the guns that we left at that store. Wait a minute, no, not guns, furniture, maybe. I don't know. There were a couple of things that I feel like I wanted that was not, like, you know, not essential, and therefore I didn't go anywhere near picking up yet. But that's all very low priority stuff. We've got other things to do ahead of time. Just something I'm considering in the back of my mind here. Which ones? There's a lot. Oh, the gun counters. Those don't continue to show guns after you place them, do they? Oh, right, yes, okay. I remember. I know what you're talking about now. You mentioned that last time. Yes, I will take a look at that for sure. I don't know why I parked all the way over there. So we already got 2 performance brakes on the ground. Yes. Actually, that was the first place we went. We took our other race car there. And I was a little bit whelmed by what we found, but we eventually came home with our other race car is in perfect condition thanks to that place. We didn't have a lot of spare afterwards, though, so... Okay, so 2 of those performance brakes for sport go in my backpack. I think the sus is fine. Yeah. There's not going to be much better sus on the lot right now. Okay. We've got everything we need to perfect the race car now. Those out of the way. Okay. You know what? This muffler is down by like 30%. I could have swore it was in perfect condition we put on there. But we got actually a new one over here. Right, one of the suspensions are actually not perfect. Damn. And I think the Corvette had regular, didn't it? Yeah, okay, whatever. I'll deal with that. Those green numbers, boys. Look at those green numbers. Look at them go up. I am, this is what I'm truly addicted to, is green numbers. There are many things that I like in this game. Green numbers are definitely the most substantive among them. Yeah. Yeah. No suspension. Oh well. Guess it's a lost cause. Oh, not even close to 100%. I'm not even bothered by the percent. Our blue one is already closer to 100. Oh no, somebody died. R.I.P. somebody. Good enough to me. And then some glass work, definitely the windshield. Battery too from this one. This one did not have a good battery. Yank that out of there. Just turn this into a parts carrier for now. Gas tank on that one is reg. Hey, that's a premium tech radio. Don't see those every day. Hey, copy of Hotties. 10 out of 10. No need for the trunk to be locked. We use that. This thing would be pretty close to 100. But it's not exactly going to be full of performance. It's going to be a mix of literally everything. We got old tires, regular sus, and... Or no, old tires, regular brakes, and... Regular sus? I don't remember. It's fine. There you are. And we got more engine parts back at base. I'm just going to yank some from one of the vehicles here on our way out. I know somebody with that last name. Funny. Alright, we're out of here. No stone unturned. All of the primary loot that I wanted has been acquired. Yeah, you know, that really sucks when it comes to the sheer the sheer lack of places for race cars to spawn. The garages in the garages at the speedway really should have some chances, just so that, you know, there's a fallback. Didn't realize there was still anybody left here. Yeah, you know, there's a house in Louisville that's got like this really, really, really pretty fancy garage. There should be chances for race cars to spawn in there. Like, what's his face? Jay Leno or whatever the fuck his name is. I forget the guy's name. That one guy who's like a former, what is he, like a former talk show host or something, but he's a prolific owner of rare vehicles now. Alright, a little bit more loot sorting, not too awful much, but just get what we picked up while we were out there. This sword has, or we have a sword that has met its match, as it were. And I know exactly what I'm about to do with it. Remember, there's no need to bring these swords home, because all we need to make a new sword is a steel bar, and we have literal thousands of steel bars just waiting for us to do the thing back at base. Wait, what? Did I put that on the wrong tile? No, that's more or less right. I like it. I like it a lot. Swords and gunnery right there. Okay, catch you later, Zacto. Alright, ham radio. Let's see if any of our EMS vehicles needed a new ham radio. I believe our main fire truck should be good. Yes. How about the pole driver and the alt fire truck there? That one's 84. This one's 100. So the 84 condition one can just go, we'll use it as a decoration for the base. Now, I say we'll use it as a decoration, but in truth, someday it may actually be a useful thing to have a ham radio at all your bases. Although it will probably be military ham radios that are the best, because they will be, they'll have the longest range. I predict that someday we'll have bases with NPCs in them, and we might actually want to talk to those NPCs from a distance. Maybe even do things like give them orders to bring a vehicle down here and pick up some loot. Maybe. I can dream, right? Okay. Get some stuff that is staying here as food. Or at least going into the food bin until I can sort it. There it is, Longblade 5. We're finally ready to read it. And that is one of the reasons I stopped combat and did not really continue except to defend myself. Because we've got another book to read now, and it's going to be a good one. We have picked up a noose... We have picked up enough loose shotgun to pack another box. That's why I always keep all my loose ammo together, wherever I can. Of course, if there's a value tech radio in any of my vehicles, it must become a premium tech, as long as I have a premium tech laying around. Just a moral obligation on my part. We do have another premium tech laying around inside. I hate it when that happens. I hate that so much. So if you pick up or put down something on a tile where something already is, like right here where the extended 3D placement of the decorations on the wall were, it resets the y-axis of everything. And that really annoys me. Or a z-axis, rather. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Ranzera says it like it is, because of course the NPCs are going to be added back to the game, and then they're going to have absolutely 0.0 survival instinct. Which means basically NPCs that join my settlements will never leave them. My settlements are going to be built not just as fortresses, but prisons. Okay, and with that engine repair, this Corvette is overall 97.7. We could even bring that higher if we fixed that one suspension or repaired the door. But we didn't actually manage to nail any, whatchamacallits, any steel sheets while I was out. Partially because I'm going to say that, I'm going to blame that on me being distracted. But here's the cool thing about this Corvette. It is strong enough to tow home one of the other vehicles. Probably we'll use this to tow home the maybe the mail van or something. Maybe. We'll see. Yep. 100%. The devs of this game are definitely moving in the rimroll direction. I'm here for it. They'll chicken out at the last minute, but I'm still here for it. Okay, it's time to curl up with a good book here. This book is called Longplay 5, Wear Analysis of Selected Medieval Swords. He puts on the reading glasses, and we puts the nose to the book. Doing a level 5 book cover to cover. That's probably about a 24-hour activity, even with our bonuses. When did we start? That was like 18... Let's call that 1,900 hours. Did you see that? Why did I suddenly... Why did I become over-encumbered just randomly? What happened there? I don't understand that. I'm actually genuinely confused by that random Moodle appearing. There's no hunger, so it doesn't make sense that I would lose max encumbrance value. Oh wait, no. I mean, strength experience degradation. I completely forgot about that. It doesn't show us when it happens, but it happens, and now we're currently strength level 9.9999999, and the moment we get up and run around with something heavy, we'll be back to strength level 10. I forget that happens. Yeah, I know, right? That was heavy reading. Super heavy. It's pretty heavy, Doc. That's not 24 hours of reading. It's just going to be like 18 or 20 tops. Strength level 10 problems. It sure does suck up here. That's the game's way of simulating our muscle atrophy for sitting around for an entire day. Alright, Longblade 5. I have actually read the whole thing cover to cover, right at the correct amount of time, right at the correct moment. Never done that in all of Project Zomboid before, because of course I've never actually had it ahead of time. Well, I might have actually had it ahead of time, but I've never been able to use it ahead of time. There it is. Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and head home. Maybe. Hang on. Yeah, let's go ahead and check the rest of the gun store. Yeah, that's worth doing. Something that weighs 4 encumbrance here. So this bag right here is going to go on the driver's seat of Mr. Hung's laundry when we are ready to head out. So that means the Corvette is completely empty now. So we'll use the Corvette to grab any loot that we want to grab. I might not have any gas in it. No. What is the gas tank in this thing? I never even really looked. Small. That's terrible. But I don't have any other options right now. Let's take with us a gas can. And a little bit of ammo. Actually, I don't need to extract from that. We have loose ammo in trunk of race here. And those need to stay here. And if I'm going to do a lot of blade work, we'll hold on to that. did not leave any loose ammo boxes in the trunk of the sports car, so you two come with me. The respirator filters are almost empty, so when those filters currently in use are empty, we grab those, and my field tools come with me. Okay, now I'm feeling good about this. It's wild, isn't it? I never would have imagined that the strength and fitness decay is real, but I feel it. Those silly little green pop-ups every time it says +1 strength, +1 fitness. It would really cheapen the impact of level ups if we actually got the level up ding every time it happens. Pretty car. I do like it, aesthetically speaking. This would easily be my go-to if it had not been for the race cars. I do have a gas station, but I do not yet want to fill the tank all the way up, because it's only a small. I did spot a regular on one of the other vehicles out there. I don't remember parsing very hard for sports cars in the mall parking lot. I feel like we took a very brief look at things, but then we never really... Shopping center parking lot here. Look at that. We do have a pretty looking thing right here. What's your name, you pretty thing? Gas tank small. That's what her name is. Perfect performance tires. Perfect performance... Oh, sorry, not tires, brakes. I'm just going to yank those brakes really quick. This won't take long. Very odd. Yeah, I don't know. Sat in a chair for an entire week. I don't suppose that meant you were in debug mode. I know that weird things get messed up in debug mode, and I never figured out exactly why. It only happens at max level. It definitely does. I don't think it happens below max level. Or at least if it does, I don't notice it. There are a few vehicle parts that we could loot here, but I'm surprised not a single window is broken. I don't know how that happened. There were a lot of zombies here at one point, but I guess we were pretty good about luring them away from the windows. It is a habit of mine. But it also feels like this place has fallen victim to the overall nerf to Apocalypse. Zombie counts just aren't what they used to be. I noticed it most strikingly at Ekron, but I'm seeing it other places now, especially in the latest build. There are places that I feel like there should be a billion zombies in that are very, very, very lightweight now. So one of these two up here, one of these three actually, had a larger gas tank. So I'm just going to pull the gas out of the Corvette and find out who's got the best tank. It's a regular damage. That's also regular. Got gas, but it's also a little damaged. This one must have been the one that had a perfect regular. Yep, this one's regular. But at least it's perfect. Testers run out of debug. Yeah, that's hard to say. I cannot explain it. I just know that debug does very strange things sometimes that I can never explain, like the random, especially with stats. Like, I do not understand why our fitness stat has, on occasion, when doing things completely unrelated to the fitness stat, has changed. Like, I've seen my fitness stat change for reasons I never could have imagined. It had something to do with just opening the character menu, but I have no idea if that was actually relevant. Hello there. No idea where he came from. Put you on the ground, buddy. And this is where the gas cans I brought with me are going to be useful. Because all these, I've got plenty of gas in them. I was considering taking this car down to the gas station, which does still have a generator chilling there. There's going to be an unknown number of zombies, though. Not particularly interested in retaking that place for the third time in a row. Do we have somebody in chat trying to campaign for a governor of what is that, governor for Southwestern Africa? No? You heard it here, folks. I didn't mean it. Here, I thought the rain was going to ease up. Not even close. Alright, let's take a peek at that gun shop, see if I missed anything. KTO says I missed the counters by the, whatchamacallits, by the cashier. Cash register, maybe? Let's take a look. Oh, it's German. Nice. Gehen ist anzuflaschen. Bro, das schon gehört. Stehlen anzuraffen. Das gleiche Hals. Put this extraneous stuff on the passenger seat here. Yeah. I don't speak more than one language. I just know a few phrases and may or may not have memorized a couple of war songs. I was a massive wereaboo for a few years there. What do we have up here? We've got 4 of them? That's it. You can handle this. What's up, losers? Yeah, that's right. That's a gun. Okay, cash register. Ah, other side of the cash register. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yep. So it wasn't just the other side of the cash, or it just wasn't just the cash register, but it was over here too. There's an MSR-17 here. Hell yeah, I'm taking that. Those are pretty rare. Let's put together a... I'll use a garbage bag. I just use my main backpack. Ja. JS14, but it's only got a scope on it, so nothing special. Okay, no, that was a Trapper carbine, but it does not have a laser sight, so it's nothing special. Bunch of shotgun. Oh, that's exactly enough to fill up my backpack, so that's cool. And there's some left over, of course. Okay. That would be the entire gun shop. Let's just do one more pass of the whole place. Why not? I'm not too bent out of shape about sights these days, but that particular 1911 happened to have the exact combo of sights that I would use on it if I was going to use it myself. So I'll take it. Take that. Do I need it? Not necessarily. Do I want it? Kind of. We'll see. I'm not going to commit to taking anything all the way back to my main base, but definitely out of this area. It's right in front of me. You know, I don't think this is a bank with any gold bars in it, but I have a quick opportunity to check. It's got a security room. There is a security door here. And there is one of my favorite paintings of all time. And a stick of glue. I'm taking the glue, of course. I don't even think the security room is behind a security door. And I find that kind of funny. Yeah. Hey, look at that. 7 boxes of 9mm. 15 9mm mags. Okay, these security guards were loaded. Relatively speaking. I guess that means a handbag is coming out. Yeah. I do like this painting. What is it? Nomad Above the Gloom. Belongs in my base. It belongs in a museum. Break room. Any coffee? Come on now. Cereal and honey. Consolation prizes, I'll take them. More cereal. Bankers here enjoy their cereal. Don't need a dispenser, but I'll take the bottle. Alright, we're out of here. It would be safer to be inside the vehicle while transferring this. Maybe I should actually get the vehicle unlocked. And by unlocked, I mean take the window off. Thankfully, this is one of the vehicles where you can actually access the trunk from the cab, unlike the other type of mail van. I'm going to do a thing here. I don't know if this is functioning as intended, but if you are in the field and you're in need of some steel sheets and you haven't really been, you know, let's just say that you need some and you happen to be in a place like this and you have some electrical skill, you can disassemble these bad boys and you get steel sheets for it. Ah, thunder. Good to know. That means this storm is, well, that just means that it is going to be continuing for another minute. Also, monitoring banks look cool. Spooky. I think this actually can wake you up and give you nightmares. I swear it's not just because I have a full trunk that I feel morally obligated to fill it up. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that that was part of it. Now, if you're interested in decorative stuff, Brandenburg does happen to have a very large graveyard with a lot of those angel statues. They weigh as much as a fridge, but if you can remove enough stuff from your inventory so you can pick it up, and you have yourself a shovel, you can indeed pick up the massive statues. I don't know if I'll actually have room for that, but after I triage all the crap that I just picked up, We might. We'll see. Very low on the priority list. Very low on the... Definitely not a super priority or anything like that. This is why I like leaving something to mark my, mark the entrance. I shall never hit that rock again, I swear. Alright, it's late for bed, so doing that first. Hopefully we don't get woken up by a nightmare. Holding on to the chewing tobacco because I might actually have need for a little bit of treatment for the crops. And you can make a cure with tobacco. I don't even remember exactly what the cure was for, but tobacco is one of the things you can make the cure with. It can be any form of tobacco, but chewing tobacco is one of them. Do I need a weight bench? No. Was there one right in front of me at the time? Yeah. Nomad above the gloom. I find it to be quite inspiring. I don't know if there's anywhere up here I can actually put a satellite dish. It does need to be up against a wall. But you know what else you can do with the satellite dish? You can do this. You can just drop it. I love being able to do that with furniture. That has been a massive source of enjoyment for me. Never needed those shelves anyway. The ham radio is in the way for that. I Then I can put it down. There we go. Look at that. I kind of like that. It's pretty cool looking. Not like a perfect match or anything, but yeah, I like it. A couple of other decoratives here. 2 charcoal barbecues. I only needed 1. People like to mail these to each other, apparently. I don't think I have any tables left. At least nothing of super substance here. That's okay. There are some tables out in the... Or there is a table out in the garage, but it's not that important. If I feel like decorating later. For now, we've got a number of things to do. Okay, next stage of unloading is after I get my second sleep here, since it's bedtime. Hello. Hey, Richard. Doing pretty good today. We have just cleaned out most of what I want from Brandenburg. We have... It is now May 11th, and we just had a good rain, so... the crops that I have growing back in Phallus Lake are going to be doing okay, but it is also the May planting season. And there are a number of crops, rather healthy number, that have their optimal month to be planted in May. So I was considering doing some more set it and forget it for crop planting. We have 2 steel sheets to repair with. We're going to do one on the mail van, and then one on my fire truck over there, because my fire truck has now lost about 20 encumbrance worth of storage space. As an overall update for anybody joining, if you're not familiar with my grand plans are kind of straightforward. I mean, we're just exploring town by town. We've done most of what I wanted to do in places like... Ekron, Irvington, Rosewood, and March Ridge. And we're kind of moving in the opposite direction of the map now. Brandenburg was the last side, or the last thing on this side of the map that I wanted to look at. That is my torch refilled. Now, when we get back to Phallus Lake, I don't suspect that the crops that I have planted are, a lot of them are herbs. And when we harvest those herbs, we put them on a drying rack, and then they're preserved indefinitely. We don't have to worry about them going bad. That is why I have so many crops planted, because a lot of them are things that once we get on a drying rack, we don't have to worry about them ever again. We just have spices that we can add to any meal we make, and it's great. I love it. But in order to do that, we're going to need more drying racks. We've made a lot thus far. Most of them are large crop drying racks or leather drying racks. We have 1 small crop drying rack. So we definitely are going to need more. And what that's going to cost us is long sticks and twine. So, as fate would have it, we have this big old base here that we had to cut 1 billion trees to access. So there are a bunch of, look at this, a bunch of these saplings here. It's been in my long-term plans to start carving up some of those. It is only really been a question of which vehicle I'm going to start putting them in. So after we get USL and the Corvette sorted here, we will start doing a bit of carving and then figure out which vehicle we can put them in. Because now this truck right here was almost full, but then we repaired it. So now it's got like 60 encumbrance in it. So ammo and sticks sounds like not a bad compromise. But the first thing I want to do right now is consolidate the ammo that I currently have on me in terms of like boxes. Consolidate boxes into cartons. That's going with me, that's going with me, and that's going with me. That's the L92 carbine is what's currently on my back. That's the repeater I keep using. Lovely weapon. I don't know if we'll need a grindstone in the field again anytime immediately. That can go back in my fire truck for heavy combat, now that we have a little bit more room in it. A lot of guns we found locally are just going to go on the floor. And, like, for our last trip out, we will triage what I need most of, and then take it home. The guns I put in my backpack are definitely going home. Are there any cartons I can make now? Looks like 44 Magnum. Cool. Probably 45 ACP too. Yes, okay. So I'm going to put away these. And then try making a carton of that. And then making a carton of that. Now, I'm almost 100% sure that we have more cartons to assemble, but the rest of those are going to be from what's in the trunk of USL here. So what I'm going to do is just move USL and park it right next to the ambulance. Cartons, after being assembled, go into this bad boy down here. Until it's full. I mean, I can't roll that out. We're up to 147 out of 208. Yeah. I don't think it's actually going to fill, though. We have taken the town for all it's worth in terms of gun loot. Get the extraneous stuff out of here. I'm going to go ahead and put spare weaponry into, like, the glove here, maybe. At least this stuff that's guaranteed to go back. Perfect. It does not have any gas in it. Let's fix that real quick. And its engine could use a touch-up. Battery is also pretty bad. This one probably has a bad battery. We've got a semi-perfect one on the floor right up there. So we'll handle that in a minute, but first let's just unite the contents of the trunks here. They both got loose ammo boxes. See if we can make a... I'm pretty sure we got another carton of shotgun coming right up. So we can access both trunks, and look at that. Sharton of cot gun. Coming right up. And a carton of 9mm coming right up. Those are both two lovely platforms that you'll be using well into the well into level 10 aiming. Sucks to be that guy. Should have tipped better. So our ammo van over here is up to 170 out of 208. Fantastic. Let's shove a new battery in our USL van there. We've got... this one's the best looking. Yes, it most likely is. Well, actually, the battery in here is fine. It just needs to be charged. Okay. Cool. I will file that under advisement. Drinking some milk. We had a brochure here for a place that I never made it to on my previous character because we ran out of time before the update broke her save. But this is a destination that every self-respecting survivor should eventually visit. This is the Grand Ohio Mall in Louisville. It's a massive joint. When I went there on my previous character, Annie Mae, linked in the description, their respawns were still enabled at the time by default. We play all default settings here. The respawns started showing up while we were looting the place. That's how big it was. At least that's the only explanation I have for what I saw, because I saw just, you know, well-distributed groups of zombies just show up in the middle of trying to loot the second floor. And it was an area that I had cleared once already, so that sussed me out extremely. But we don't have to worry about that no more, because the era of respawns being enabled by default is over. We have a duffel bag specific for empty 9mm magazines. That duffel bag is getting close to being full. We're at 110 M9 mags. 25 full. Okay, now I just clean out my backpack. We are going to probably want to fill up the trunk of this thing later on, but it is not a priority now that we've emptied it, because this vehicle still needs work anyway. So actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just leave it running with the gas that's in it. It's less than 2 liters now. I'm just going to leave it running and let it charge its own battery. It's fine. Yeah, well, I mean, you know. I am going to continue to operate under the assumption that extinction doesn't exist. Until they make sprinters something that we have a movement-based counter to. I will refuse to engage. I believe Mr. Hung's laundry is already full in the glove, yes. Okay. In that case, we're going to focus on bringing the mail van home. And we're going to use probably the Corvette for that. Probably. I mean, there is no getting around it. We are going to need to bring 2 step vans home with us. Okay, so from a logistics standpoint, what if I... So, always keep in mind that step vans are the easiest to tow, relatively speaking. I've got a parking lot full of things that can all tow step vans, except for step vans. I have not tried towing a step van with a step van. I don't expect it to actually work. Now, it is not essential to bring the Corvette home. I like it, it's pretty, but the whole point about grabbing it was to bring it back to one of my bases. I don't think I have a pressing need for it back at my main base, at least not yet. So maybe what I'll do with the Corvette is... yeah, there's several tertiary targets in Brandenburg that would interest me, but not immediately. So what I'm probably going to do for now with the Corvette is leave it with USL here. And USL is empty, and it's got a full trunk that I could load up with loot in the future if I want to. And the Corvette is capable of towing USL, so I could come back here with a throwaway, and you do that shipment later. I think right now what I'm going to do is race car, tows, ambulance, and then fire truck, tows. We'll see. I will mull that over in the back of my head. We are, but point being, we are moving in the direction of wrapping up of the Brandenburg side of operations, at least. Got plenty of other places to visit. I think at the moment the ambulance and Mr. Hung's are the closest to being actually full of loot. So I could just stage those to one to tow the other. And this bag right here is ready to go onto the driver's seat of Mr. Hung's. Drop a couple things so I can pick that up. Still can't pick it up. Fuck, man. Oh, it's the the battery, right. I didn't actually end up needing this, so that can go there. Oops. There we go. So that should be Mr. Hung's completely full now. Yeah, it's minus like 0.7 in the trunk. Looking good over there. All right. Ambulance has exactly 30-something. Okay. I move my combat lights and maybe a couple of other things from the truck to the ambulance, then we can focus on, for the remainder of our ops here, we just fill up the truck. And then we can come home with a clean conscience. Because we'll be transporting everything that we have room for without doing an extra trip. And that feels good to me. We've got about 10 left now. This duffel bag full of empty 9mm. I gotta do something with that. You know, there's a slight problem with the ambulance's passenger seat. It's not very optimally loaded because, I don't use armor in here anymore. Armor stays in the heavy combat vehicle now. So I can now put... No, too heavy. Let's try... There now. Sledge into the trunk. Perfect. So now I can put this duffel onto the passenger seat. And that's pretty much loaded. Yep. So all we got to do now is fill up the truck as we see fit. And that is just a total of 2 trips. Ambulance tows Mr. Hung's, and race car tows fire truck. And if we want to play our cards right, we can make it. Now this is going to be a. If I don't go out and grab a bunch of extra. Oh fuck! I forgot about this thing. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be no getting around 3 trips. Because this is full of ammo, and ammo needs to go back to Phallus Lake, without exception. So what that means is ambulance tows Mr. Hung, and fire truck tows mail van? Maybe. If we're going to do it like that, then a race car could tow somebody else. It actually is a little hard to tow a step van with a fire truck. It's possible. It's just a little difficult sometimes. So I think it is a more reliable prospect to just tow it with the race car here. And we also got those combat lights there. Do I have enough room? I do. That's perfect. And these are not even combat lights. That was a misspoke. They are just regular floodlights. All we got to do is add a battery connector to them, and then they become, whatchamacallit, they become combat lights. 42.14. Yeah, 42.12 is the one before. If I could go back to an old version of B42 and just stay there for however long, right now, of all the ones I've tried, 42.12 feels like the best to me because that was just prior to multiplayer. And multiplayer slowed the single-player experience down tremendously by forcing us to take every single object that we need to use the crafting menu into our inventory first. That's something that you have to do even in single-player. And I've never liked that. I have always hated the fact that we have to do that. And it even made me a little resentful of multiplayer being added at all. But, I mean, you know, I understand the reason it was, you know, the devs had to do it. It was not even a question of that. They, multiplayer is what butters their bread. So, I understand it, but I didn't like it. .4, 4.8. What's that going to be? 5 and 3. That actually could be a perfect fit. Then I just need 0.6. Whatever. It does not have to be a perfect fit. Close enough is good enough for me. I just want the mail van to be loaded up here. At least that's what I thought. But that just means we've got room for some of the guns. What is that? That's basically a full garbage bag on the passenger seat. And if I want it hard enough, that's a full garbage bag on the driver's seat, too. Magnums and handguns are more important. Maybe one of each rifle, or one of a rifle, one of a shotgun. Those hunting knives are pre-war, so they are in much better condition. Alrighty. Kentucky Derby. No. Sounds like fun, though. Fire spread has been severely nerfed. From what I understand, people were using it, abusing it against each other in multiplayer a lot, so the devs kind of fixed it with a broad brush fix. Place my battery. We have a couple of things in the freezer, but that is not worth budgeting space for. That can fit straight in my backpack, no problem. And everything that was put in here is definitely cleared to remain. Lots of decorative stuff, but any decorative stuff that I would want to bring from here to anywhere else, first I would need to make sure that I actually know where I'm going to put it first, and then I would need to I would just use the I would use USL for that. This step van here. Okay, I think we're set to deploy. There are a couple of loot sources here that I do want to still target. I just wanted to make sure that when we get back around whatever I want to do today, we are pretty much set to start transitioning out of here. Which I think we are. Let's get going. Well, water, and then one re-up on milk. Also, I left myself without ammo, which is silly. I knew I was getting close to packing up, but we're not there yet. So I'm just going to open those up. There are still pockets of resistance that are rather severe here. So, best to be prepared. Alrighty. So we did more or less clear out the entire shopping center. I don't expect there to be too much there, but I think there's a sewing shop. And I would like to see if there are any interesting colors of dye there. Hey Lewis, how's it going? We've even had corpse decay here. That is a lovely thing. No, well, there'll still be a little bit of bad stench, most likely. Ooh, I've spotted a initial target here. Some propane. Making Hank Hill proud with this one, boys. It looks like there was never any damage in the front of the building here, so we'll use the rear here. Any uglies in the area? We've done... Oh! Oh! I came very close to forgetting about this. We have an entire... collection of loot in the... Hello. Was there more than one? Yeah, there's more than one. Okay, fair enough. There's an entire collection of loot in the taxi there. I don't think any of it is essential stuff, but yeah. I would like to grab some of it. We be advised of the dangers of leaving vehicles full of loot behind and then forgetting about them. 4 performance mufflers for heavy duty. All of them in perfect condition. That's tempting. Two performance for standard. I don't think I have any need for that now. At one point I was repairing trailers, but well, we've got a lot of trailers now, and with a race car towing other vehicles, we don't actually... trailers have kind of fallen off for me. I don't often have opportunity to make good use of trailers now because my... Look at me. I am the trailer now. If I'm going to tow something, it might as well be another vehicle, which has got a lot more room. I would probably never again need a muffler if I took home that collection of them there. Let me do this. Let me bag up those. And where am I going to put those? Right in that other taxi that I was just talking about. I had a frickin' ham radio in here. One could say that I went ham with the loot. Alright. Okay. Interesting. The taxi is basically full now, so we just need to make sure we don't forget about it again. You know what? I think the taxi actually carries more than a value line could. Stand by. So assuming we filled up all these seats, that's 26 times 4, and then plus 59 in the trunk. That's basically equal to a van, other than the van has the seats. Okay. So van does store more. There's no comparison there. So maybe I won't use the taxi because the taxi cannot be towed forward by any of my primaries. So I suppose that we found our use for the USL. Yeah. So that means we have our 3 tow jobs. There's also triage. There's a lot of triage we can do of the taxi. Let me just go ahead and take the taxi home. We're not that far away from home. I'll go ahead and take the taxi home and then triage what's in it. And then maybe we'll come back here. We'll just come back here with USL and fill it up. And then that's our 3 trips. We're out of here. That is what I'm feeling right now. I mean, we have not even hit the storage units. The reason for that is, of course, I usually hit storage units to look for rare books. We have found every book in the game except for Pottery 5. And I'm here for it. That is definitely part of that is thanks to me doing a little better at chasing down survivor homes without spawning them all early game, or missing spawns early game. My previous characters explored the map way too early, including residential areas, which got us ahead of the looted and trash mechanic, but it also torched us a little bit on our survivor home mechanic. Alrighty. For anybody joining, welcome. We're in Brandenburg, but we are pretty close to being done with Brandenburg. We're consolidating. We've already got 2 trips ready to head home with. 2 complete vehicles full of loot. Or, well, yeah, 2 step vans completely full of loot with a vehicle ready to tow them. And that is what is at the top up here. Then I forgot about this taxi, so we're going to figure out what in the taxi I actually want and what can stay here. Because the taxi, I took a broad brush approach with what is in it. There's guns in it too. Damn it. Musical instruments. I forgot all about those. Sometimes I would collect musical instruments for a conservatory. I don't have strong plans of where I would put them this time, though, because I did not build a massive base with room for them. But the possibility exists, I suppose I should say. Okay, starting with furniture, obviously. Furniture can get exfiltrated. I was thinking about putting the mirror behind the stove. Not for any particular reason, just because it works without a flag. And let's just put all of the jukebox. I can't even unpack that right now. I want to get these mufflers out of my inventory. They're more objectively useful, so they're going to go straight in USL. In fact, let me go ahead and put... Is it still running? No, we ran out of gas. That's fine. 6. That's a lot. Yeah. Right, so now let's just do a garbage bag on the drivers. Okay. Looking good. Okay, much better. So, that leaves us with decorative stuff that can stay. And what else was back here? Cleared that out. Some more car parts. Followed by to be sorted. Actually have use for that gas can there. I don't know if we'll have a spot for that, if we'll have a spot for that. Where is it? Ham radio there. Okay, taxi is empty. Good, good. We do not need another MSR 788. MSR 700, yes, I'm taking home that MSR 700 because we actually do not have anywhere near as many 700s. And I do believe we are way past capacity on 1911s at this point. Island beach painting is a double. Let's put it over here. They've changed it, and I don't know why, but it works. Do it that way. I'll do a flag in the bedroom. Except I can't. Forgot about that. Yeah, flags don't like corners anymore. I don't know why, but they don't. And this random can of gas here. Can into the USL. Everything else directly into the trunk. The triage, we're going to establish a garbage bag of. Everything except for that kind of stuff. Like, I'm still sad that we cannot, why can I not take the fuel in these lighters and, whatchamacallit, combine them? Because we can refuel them. These lighters are refillable. I don't understand that, but whatever.
So USL can go in the lineup too then. But we're also going to take USL straight out to... feels like it definitely needs some new tires. The engine power is also going to be pretty weak because it's the engine condition needs a touch up. We are going to run out of engine parts. We already have. Yeah, we're already out of engine parts here. So that's fine. We can fix it out in the fields. We have great tires. Yeah, it's not the tires. The tires could use a fill-up, but one of the tires is shit. We might have something slightly better here. Those are sports vehicle. Heavy duty is here. Yeah, that one's less shit. First aid is kind of useless. Well, first aid is kind of useless as a skill. Having a first aid as a skill is not going to help you with beta blockers or painkillers. But I mean, no, I usually carry around painkillers too. I've got painkillers, forceps, shears, suture needles, alcohol wipes. The alcohol wipes are actually probably not necessary. If you use a sterilized bandage, then I don't think you need alcohol wipes. Don't quote me on that 100% though. I am not 100% sure of that. Forgot about those. Oh, got room for them in there. Wheels are turning here. Hang on. I need my kit, of course, vehicle kit. I always take that off when I expect combat, but we didn't actually make it into combat today. And that's alright. So the tires could use a pump up, but otherwise we are looking okay-ish here. It's really just the engine that needs a top up, and then we need to finish filling it with loot. When it comes to the decorations we've already got deployed inside the base, I'm not too worried about them, because what I'm going to do is if I have room in my bags for hand carries at any point on the trips back and forth, that is what I will do to bring anything that I may want, like maybe Nomad Above the Gloom. I do have a copy of that already downstairs, but I don't know. Maybe I'll want that back at base too. In any case, that's how I'll bring it home if I end up wanting it. Meantime, everything else is looking fine in this thing. We will not need the jack and tire iron if we're just going to do engine repairs. So the goal now is to take the step van down back to where we found the taxi. Or, well, same area there. And finish filling it up. I did mention there was a sewing shop there, and I do actually want to loot it. I don't expect there to be enough interference. It's 22:20. I'm going to go ahead and sleep first. We'll do that as an overnight task. Get this taxi off the lot, or just park it in the lineup of vehicles that I'm probably not going to need anymore. Alrighty. Nothing is ever going to fix the fact that this is 60... What was that, 61? As pretty as it looks, 61 engine quality is as good as it's ever going to get. That's why I'm not going to go out of my way to get any perfect parts on it. Or even really, I mean, you know, just the best of what's in front of me. Nothing more. So we will get, I mean, and speaking of, it costs me nothing to just yank some engine parts out of other cars in the lot where we're about to go. And then priority after that is going to be the sewing shop. Are you fucking serious? Yep, I suppose you are. Well, if I'm going to do this, might as well go all the way with it. I don't think there's going to be that many, but I mean, we're about to find out. We actually had a recent, we recently wiped out everybody here, and then there was a car alarm, but I mean, there's probably plenty hanging around somewhere. Yep, there they are. I couldn't remove the battery, right? That would have stopped it probably. Too late. I'm actually perfectly fine with, because there's not going to be that many. There's not going to be that many. Famous last words, right? I'm pretty sure there's not going to be that many. I'm like 88% sure. So that was, that brought the engine up to like 2/3. And you know what? We're equipped to fight a small war here. We got blade work and guns for, could probably go through about 500 Zeds if we had to. I don't expect we'll have anywhere near as much. Where'd they go? There was at least 3 or 4 up here. Did they actually keep track of me as I left? I only see that guy now. Nothing new about the slapper there. He's still slapping. I don't even know where those 2 went. There were at least 2. Well then. Oh! Look at him! Look at him in the top right there. They just gave up. They're very low energy zombies. Gonna make me smash a window? Fine, I'll do a rear window. I'll smash your rear. That's probably the keys on the floor right there. So 10 engine parts at level 10 mechanics, that should be 30. So we'll actually be like 90, 98% then. Yep. Ten out of 10, game of the year. Okay, let me try the thing. Too late. There we go. I mean, the damage is done. They're coming our way, but it's fine. Like I said, I'm equipped to fight a war if I have to. I don't think there's a war to be fought here. Stragglers. You guys lost interest before. Not this time. This just means it's going to be a little easier to handle this place now. Because anybody who's capable of hearing me, who was hiding in the wings, has now shown themselves. Oh, on my 6. sneaky little bitch. I'm behind that fucking... around that corner there. How about no thank you. So it looks like there are still a few hanging around in Gigamart. I guess they didn't... I'll stop shooting then. I don't intend on looting Gigamart, so I'm not gonna pull them all out of there if I don't have to. Ooh, give me some filters, boy. Give me some filters. Thank you. This, whatchamacallit, yellow, or this, dark red boiler suit here. Dead giveaway for a potential, half-mask respirator. So we got two coming from the right over here. These guys would be more of a threat for what I wanted to grab tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to grab it now. I mean, we only got 2 hours left. Would like to keep my sleep schedule somewhere in the direction of good. Okay, so all that shit I was talking before about there not being anybody inside here and all those places being intact, yeah. The car alarm may have actually brought them from the other side out. I saw so many people complaining about zombies being able to attack through windows now, and I'm like, you guys realize that goes both ways, right? Just assume that windows are less of a guarantee that zombies are not going to be able to grab you, and you'll be fine. Really don't like that corner. I'm going to hit him from behind. Yeah, they didn't, they probably didn't, whatchamacallit, define the loot table for that place very well. This thing will function a lot better now that it's got some, it's got a perfect condition engine. So this door right here is on the outside of the sewing shop. This door is a little spooky. I don't like it. I hear somebody scratching right over there to the left. And you know how little I like that door? We're just going to go all the way around. There's no reason not to. I prefer to not have to put myself next to that, where there could be people coming from either direction in that hallway. Fuck that. I don't have to deal with that, so I'm not going to. Front door. I hear some mouth breathing over to the right. This is not the tailoring shop. This is a clothes shop. The tailoring shop is a little further down, I believe. Okay. So that's who we heard scratching before. Excellent. So this is where we're parked. Nobody out here waiting for us. I believe anybody who would have been out here would have probably already been pulled, or attempted to be pulled through the building by those double car alarms. We got 2 here, an unknown potential, and this is the back room of the sewing shop right here, I believe. How many days? It's in the stream title. That would be, I think we just crested 300 and we're coming up on the... Interesting. We got, that is 2 purple and like several red. Ooh, that's a bright blue cotton fabric roll. Black denim fabric rolls. I don't expect that I'll want all of those, or maybe even... We've already got some bright red ones back at base. And the number of things you can make with these are kind of limited. I've already made a few things. Yeah. Yeah, I could see, because I mean, these cotton fabric rolls here, you can do the same, all the same stuff that I did with mine after making my own from growing flax. I was not under the belief that there was going to be this much here, but I'm okay with it. Just going to shove some of this into the trunk now. Now we picked up one that had a very low amount in it. That might only be one use. Hang on. Okay, 3 uses and there's 2. That's probably not going to be enough for anything other than like a... sleeveless shirt, maybe? Yeah, we could do a sleeveless shirt. Which, I mean, that would not match the... I mean, a sleeveless shirt would be useless. That would block the thing that I'm trying to make stuff to match with. That is the, I'm trying to make the, how's it called? Scrubs match with stuff. So I don't think there's any point in bringing this home. There's not enough fabric in it to do anything. Yeah, it's not worth it. It weighs 10 encumbrance for the full thing. Even though it's, not full. So that's 2 black denims and 1 cotton fabric of each color. I may take one more of the purple ones. Because we've already got a red one back at base. That one is almost empty. Tell me there's another full purple one. Yes. And if I need more red and purple, then I know exactly where to come back. And this is what I'm here for, dye. That is more than anything what I'm here for. So we're going to be a little late for our second bedtime, and that's fine. I'm going to blame the car alarms for that. Oh, what? There is a green cotton fabric roll. Okay. Threaten me with a good time. More violets. There's a lot more of these than there's ever been before. I'm here for it, I guess. This is exactly what we... Well, this place is what I'm here to loot. I think we have a partial... Ooh, there we go. There we go. That's a blue one that is completely full. Red seems to definitely be the most... Ooh, dark blue. Red definitely is the most common color. I still wish... I'm still mad that we cannot actually make anything that has the protection of denim from the base game. Base game denim stuff actually has elevated protection. But anytime we make stuff out of denim and tailoring, nada. Might as well have just made it out of cloth. I am extremely disappointed by the lack of dye in this place. But that's how the cards fell. Cool. Alright, we are out of here. I seriously doubt I'm going to need it, but I mean, now that I actually have room, I'll at least leave it back at base instead of here. There was one other thing that caught my eye here, and it is something that is a little rarer than one might imagine. In this universe, there is no such thing as a difference between light bulbs other than color. And I spotted a particularly rare light bulb here. The open sign of the this thing here. Those look really, really pretty. They kind of look like ultraviolet lights. I'm here for it. Alright, so now that USL is full, we have got our trips. We can get out of here. There should be some scrubs back at base. Although I do almost feel obligated to check some Zeds up at the nursing home here. I want to be completely done with all of Brandenburg when we leave. Oops, I go right past it. Ah. One could say that I tunnel visioned. Alright, so we still need our second sleep, so as soon as I get this vehicle in position... Never again. Never again. Admiral, the fleet is assembled. Okay. We're getting a lot closer to being 100% at capacity. We've still got the trunk of the fire truck, and there's a couple of other things I wanted to look at, so we are looking good. Looking very good. Second sleep is a go. Alrighty. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently in Brandenburg, and we have finished a major loot preparation for leaving the area. We've got all the loot that I've picked up so far in these 3 step vans, which are completely full. And parked in front of each step van is a vehicle that is also... actually, is this one completely full? No, it's not. Let's fix that. Yeah, let's fix that real quick. But yeah, where I was going with that is each vehicle should be completely full. And then we can mosey on out of here. The only thing that is not completely full is the trunk of this fire truck here, which we are going to fill up with, or maybe fill up. We don't even have to fill it up. But there are a couple things I wanted to look at here yet, so we'll do that. Or 4.2. That works. So passenger seat of the sports car. There we go. Already limit broke it a little bit there. And then empty, or like propane tanks that are not entirely empty, but a little bit of room left. I think we can fit both those. Can we? No, not quite. Alright, quick refill of the water, and then we deploy to just check the other side of town that we have not parsed very thoroughly, and see if there's anything else we want, because otherwise when I wind down operations here, we are done in Brandenburg. Red generator here, so I do not need to worry about bringing it home. We've got much better generators at home. Now, of course, there is a military checkpoint here. We have already thoroughly removed anything of interest there. There are still billions of zombies up there, but they are now in a very awkward spot. A lot of the things that are of very mild interest to me here in Brandenburg are extremely heavy things. There's some statues and whatnot. There's the courthouse up here. You know what? Let's take a quick look at the courthouse and just see if there's anything I can yeet. I'm gonna make my own little entrance here. I don't think it does, 71. I don't think that is the case. Pillows. I have tried that before, but it does not ever say that the sleep quality changes. I'm just doing this so I don't have to go around to the other side. Yes, there is a cruiser right there. Let us see what the cruiser has to offer. I've never gotten close enough to the prison that I probably have not spawned in the interior. So that's a thing. That is definitely one of the things of all time. I don't know what to do with that information. Because prisons, every single time in this game when you run into a prison, you're going to expend more ammunition to take it over than you're going to find inside. I can almost guarantee you that. Almost. It's not a hard, 1,000% guarantee. But I'm pretty sure you would have to turn your settings way down for it to ever be a worthy activity for anything other than the memes. Yeah, she's finally making her way over. So the court probably has a few decorations in it, but I don't expect them to be of much value. Just going to peek again at the front parking lot here. And absolutely nothing. Okay. Yeah, there was a key in the ignition. Not that it really matters to me, because I've already got my trips home coordinated, so I cannot afford to take on any more vehicles now. I suppose something very useful that I could do right now would be to make sure that the gas station here in Brandenburg is secure. So on my way out, I fill up the tanks of all the vehicles that I am using and towing. I was going to take the LBMW there. Just for the memes, I was going to take it. But I don't, now I don't have room for it in the lineup. We've got much bigger vehicles to take home. What's up? I left a couple of fun furniture items in here. So I will take LBMW back to my field base here, but I probably won't take it home from there. Maybe I'll do a thing where if I ever do want to take home, or if I ever come back here with a throwaway vehicle later on, then we can maybe take the Corvette and use the Corvette to tow LBMW home. I could do that if I took the tires off of LBMW, but only if I did that. Hello. Well, we fixed the music. Oh, look at that. We've already hit Guns Unlimited too. So, actually, I can show you guys exactly what I was talking about before. One of the things that I would bring home from here if let's just say I had like a semi-truck with functionally infinite amount of space to bring stuff home. And I was also building a base that I very cared deeply about its appearance. And was confident that would not be destroyed by a save-breaking update within a couple of months. Is this stuff right here. You can pick these up if you have enough room in your inventory to pick up 40 encumbrance. A lot easier said than done once you've kitted yourself out. I would have to take off a good 60% of my heavy stuff in order to pick these bad boys up, but all you need is a shovel of some kind. The trowel that I always keep around in my field kit would be perfectly sufficient for that. Funny thing is, my field kit would make me too heavy to pick it up, so I would, yeah. I don't have room for 80 encumbrance right now, so I can't pick those up. Actually, there's no problem with me discharging here. Ha! A pot full of pansies. Okay. I've never seen that before. Or at least I've never noticed it. Seeing as Judgment Day is long upon us, I don't expect the dead here are going to be upset by me releasing damned souls nearby. I don't even know how she got there. We nailed her. Now, if you're in the Ekron Cemetery, rather large one up there, the Ekron Cemetery has a crypt, and inside the crypt there is a there are some banners, wall banners that look really nice. I like them a lot. If they do weigh a lot though, they're like 5 encumbrance each. So our movements there were quite intentional. Anybody who's still left over in there should now be a sufficient distance from the fence to not be immediate annoyance if I'm trying to go back and forth to fill up my gas tank at the gas station. We've already confirmed, well, a while ago. You know what I should have done before I started all this? I should have just fired up the old generator that we have at the gas station so that the old generator would pull anybody that's going to pull before we get there. But that is now in the past. We will now just fire it up and see what happens. I think only one of these pumps? No. These two are good. This side. Both of these are empty. One of the rare cases where the out of gas sign applies to both sides of the pump. Public service announcement that technically there's 4 pumps here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Both sides are separate reservoirs of gas. And very often when there's an out of gas sign, it actually only applies to one of the 2 sides. But in this case, that is not the case. So that gas that I grabbed really quick, we're going to shove into LBMW. And like I was saying before, this is not going to go all the way home with us. The vast majority of what's in it is just fun stuff that is not extremely important. But it doesn't hurt to fill it up with gas and leave it back at my field base. I actually have another LBMW van back at my main base. I was using it as ammo storage, now I'm using it as vehicle part storage. Sports car part storage specifically, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, sports car parts are going in the state trooper truck. God bless auditory. Recognize the sounds. That was a relatively obvious one. This is also why I didn't fast forward. Oh yeah, no, we got all 4 Longblade skill books, and we have read them, and Longblade 5 was always the hardest for me. I have 2 playlist links in the description for my previous characters. Neither of them ever found Longblade. Longblade 5, sorry. Survivor houses. So that's one of my major strategies that I execute now early game, is I don't explore residential early game. I stay far away from residential buildings early game, and then I explore them late game, because that increases the chances of them having their windows boarded up and having survivor loot inside. It's not like an extremely high increase, but it's significant. In the past, I would not like hold back. Like, I would explore everything early game, and that is probably why those 2 characters in the description, who in total probably about 1,500 hours between them, they never found a copy of Longblade 5. Oh yeah, if you're not, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people watching at this point are either familiar with B42 or somewhat familiar. If not, it's quite a different game. It's a lot of B41 mechanics that get overhauled. A couple not for the better, but if I had to give it a, on the whole, I would say it's about 70% overall better. Yes. There were probably mods for B41 that added all variants of skill books. I felt paranoid for a second there, so doesn't hurt to take a quick check. How many days have I survived? It's in the stream title. It's like a little over 300 something, I think. Okay. Coming up behind here is the... There's usually something in this parking lot. I was sussed out to see this empty. But on the other side of this is the military checkpoint. That's just like a trailer park up there, and then... Still zombies moving in the... Hey, look at that. I see a guy with scrubs. I literally am here for scrubs. I probably already have a pair back at base, but I'm going to take this guy's scrubs here. He's got a green set, I think. There's going to be an unknown number of Z in here. Let's just do a little mosey. Yeah, he's on us. He's on us. I don't know if there's going to be a way to kill his ass without getting a hole in his scrubs. I'm gonna stomp him. Medical t-shirt. Holy shit, that's even better. Medical t-shirt is actually really rare. I never expected to find one. So what that is, that goes in the t-shirt layer, and it has lower insulation than any other t-shirt. Same deal with scrubs. Scrubs goes in the shirt layer, and it is lower insulation than any other shirt. So with summer coming rapidly up ahead here, we will make great use of that. There's nothing else for me here. I do still want scrubs, though. I didn't spot any other Zeds with them. Wait, what? They spawn at Classroom Medieval. Classroom Medieval? I have no idea what that could possibly be. But, yeah. You guys happen to find some coordinates for that or something? Do tell. We've already checked the... Yeah, we checked that garage right there. No generators in that garage. if I was in the market for... I'm always in the market for coffee. And the guys back here are pretty noticeable. Have I cleared the military? Yes, that was actually one of the first things we did on this character. We cleared the checkpoint at Brandenburg here. And that's where we got our backpack, as well as an entire collection of M16s, which I proceeded to never use because I'm not going to touch them until very late game when I have high-level aiming, like we're talking like above aiming level 8, because otherwise right now pretty much everything magazine-fed has a chance to jam. And even things that aren't magazine-fed have a chance to jam. I don't like the new jamming levels. They were recently re-added, and I hate every single thing about it. That was not necessary. Guns were already feeling pretty balanced at low levels. It feels really stupid that they decided to nerf guns even further with yet another silly mechanic. But it is what it is. Got a tub of margarine there, but I was hoping for coffee. Alas. These counters are fake. There's nothing in them. So even though there's a coffee machine here, there ain't no coffee in this coffee shop, or this diner. That's alright, I ain't gonna hate for it. Okay, so, I still want a set of scrubs, and we got a medical clinic right here. I'm just gonna take a quick peek in some of the closets here. Now, we've got quite a few Zeds. And when I say quite a few, I really mean it. We have not done much clearing at all here. I'm thinking we're going to do a bomb. I think we're doing a bomb, boys. I've reached the point where I don't have enough weaponry and or ammo to effectively clear a huge amount of zombies that I want to clear. So what we need to do now is find a good spot for a bombing activity, and we're going to do it. And would you look at that? There's a good spot for a bombing activity. It's a big, wide open field here. Now, there's a few rocks on this field I got to be very wary of. The big rocks, the kind of the smasher hood kind of rocks. Let's do it right down here. Only one of these guys clocked us. I'm going to do something a little ironic here. I'm going to use my own fire extinguisher as a point of reference. More people followed me than I expected. Alright, we'll just deal with them. Need to be able to set this up. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Yeah, I don't recommend trying to level Longblade until you've got blacksmithing leveled up so that you can make your own blades. Otherwise, you're just going to break your blades. And the problem with breaking your blades is at low levels, you're going to break a lot of them. Generator a few blocks down, the house's garages. Is it one of those guaranteed spawn ones? Because generally garages are random. Alright, come on now. So, pipe bomb, we have one remote pipe bomb here, and going to link it to my remote controller. This pipe bomb is now linked to channel 23,764. I'm going to place it. I don't understand where these fucking things keep coming from. This is getting infuriating. I'm going to kill them with a bomb, not with hand weapons. Let me just displace a little bit here. Yeah, we'll just do it here. Fuck, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. There's too many rocks here. You guys are getting on my nerves. Sensitive to noise. Okay, I see a spot here. We're doing it. So this fire extinguisher is our point of reference. I'm using the extended 3D placement system to turn it into a marker here. You know what? Let's use this guy's corpse as a point of reference too. Alright. So the pipe bomb is now armed and set on this tile. Now all I do is use extended 3D placement to help mark the tile. If you're not familiar with pipe bombing, you will see why we need a point of reference that is a color that is very noticeable, like a fire extinguisher. Alright, here goes the fun. So, this is going to take some music. The game's music doesn't do it for me when it comes to bombing activities. So we've got some music. I'm feeling a little transgressed and violated by all these zombies. Now, I'm going to want to have everybody who was bothering me up north here. Time for a little Wii U. I'm also going to go ahead and lower the game's volume just a little bit, because it is a little obnoxious. There we go. So far, we got our cruise control set at 5 miles an hour. We'll bump it up a little bit once they start threatening to close in. Now, I have not been doing as many bombing activities in Brandenburg because we had a lot of weapons and a lot of ammo, but we don't have as much 357, and I don't have as much blade work, most importantly. We loop back up here a little bit so that we can retain the interest of everybody in audio range in that direction. But we keep a low speed as well for the same reason. Remember, the bomb is on this tile here where the fire extinguisher is directly above. And that is one of the many reasons we want to have it marked. Especially in a place like this where it's a little harder to, I mean, this whole field looks the same to me. But you see how 5 miles an hour actually keeps us a decent distance ahead of people who would otherwise be directly behind us. Now, when they start coming in at parallel angles, that's when I usually bump the speed up just a little bit. And especially when I'm looping back around. If I'm looping back around in a direction that I've already been, just to keep the attention of the slower ones, then there's no need to go quite as slow. It's when I'm moving away from the direction that I've been that I would prefer to go slower. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that was not good, but it was only 5 miles an hour. No worse than what I've done in real life. The only car collision I've ever been involved in has been 3 or 4 mile an hour drift into somebody's bumper during a snowstorm. Vibing. I think we're getting close to critical mass here. Yeah, so I call it critical mass when we're able to drive in a circle around the entire group. These rocks are going to make it a little difficult, but no, we're doing a lot better than I expected. It only costs us 20 bullets worth of gunpowder to make a pipe bomb, and I get the feeling that we're going to be killing a lot more than 20 zombies. Not that I can tell. I literally will never be able to know until the devs make it so that remote pipe bombs actually count towards your kill totals, which they don't. So at this point, I just have to guess how many I've killed. It's been a lot, a metric lot with pipe bombs. If you throw the bomb with your hand, then you do get credit for the kill. I prefer to do things more civilized, more refined, with a remote controller. Alright, now we bump up the speed just a little bit. We have critical mass. Now we just want to get them to the correct spot. Now the trick is to just get the slow ones to get into the group so that they're within radius of the... Remember, we got that floating, floating fire extinguisher right there. We slow down when we get to the side where we want the slow ones to start moving. We might even be able to wipe out all of them with this one bomb. It all depends on how tightly we can get them and how many of them get distracted. Some of them can get distracted and wander off. So I don't mind if there's going to be a few that get a little distracted, wander off, then we'll finish them off with hand weapons. We'll still have daylight by the time we blow it. Alright, manual control time. I'm going to make my UI a little smaller here so it's easier to right click. We got our remote controller right there at the top of my inventory. Right click, finger is on the trigger. 40%. 50%. We have critical mass. We got him, boys. We got him. We just painted the field red. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oops, wrong button. Wow, that was a perfect timing too. We just looped the soundtrack there. Glorious. So now I just want to put back my remote controller here. I would say that was worth 20 bullets of gunpowder. I did spot somebody with a hiking backpack. I'm not going to worry too much about digging through all the corpses for that. Just want my fire extinguisher back. Oh, wait a minute. I see somebody with a fanny pack here. That is not them. It's a first aid kit on this one. Thank you, doctor. I don't intend on staying out here much longer because otherwise I'll get sick. I recently learned that it is actually possible to die of corpse sickness. And we had an unfortunate individual in the chat who was talking about actually dying from it. I did not know that was possible. You learn something new every day. That is, make sure you don't stay around piles like that very long. To be honest, that does make sense to me, unfortunately. Retch yourself to death, basically. Okay, so, I think, actually, okay, so the main town square... Hey, we cleared up the... Now, here's something that's even more important than anything else I've been looking at so far. This is a metalworking shop here. Welding shop, rather. That is dub rods. What are dub rods? The dub rods are the only thing for welding, other than propane, that you're going to run out of a lot, that you cannot make yourself. And I find myself running out of welding rods far more often than I ever run out of propane. Propane is nothing to me compared to dub rods. So yeah, sort of a machine shop kind of thing. But there we are, dub rods. Taking the dub. Respirator filters too. Respirator filters are what enables you to wear a mask, half-mask respirator, and walk around areas with massive corpse piles like what we just created. Thankfully, that corpse pile is way off in the middle of a field where it can decay and feed the plants and whatnot. I'm collecting iron pipes as well, because those are also something we can't make, as silly as that might sound. I can make swords, but not iron pipes. It's an oversight from the devs. Is that it? Just two bundles of dub rods. I was kind of hoping for something like 6. But, oh well. I'll gladly take some more iron pipes, though. You can use iron pipes to make more pipe bombs like the one I just used, but I recommend broken iron pipes for that, because you can use broken iron pipes too. Broken iron pipes you get from destroying burned wrecks or other wrecked vehicles. Okay, so we took a very small amount of damage from bumping into zombies. We went from 140 to 136 integrity, max storage in our trunk. So a couple of those bumps in the trunk were actually impactful enough to damage us, unfortunately. There are some people in Steam discussions who are very, very, very bent out of shape about the amount of damage vehicles take now from zombies. And I understand, but there's also... I'm not seeing it personally, and I'm guessing that's just because I drive very carefully. But there's a lot of people who I guess don't drive very carefully and are now suffering tremendously because of it. So make of that what you will. I do my absolute best to never bump into zombies with any vehicle that I care about. This truck specifically, I use this truck because I care enough about my ambulance to never subject it to light bar operations where possible. If I'm in a pinch, I have no problem using the ambulance for it, but, Oh! I completely disregarded all these cabinets here. So that's more dub rods right there. Dub rods. Ah, yes, okay, we will come out of here with about 6, then. That's exactly what I wanted. B-E-A, beautiful. All these propane torches that are like half full or less, or basically anything that's not full, is going to get filled up from tanks on our way out. Tanks like this one right here that's completely full. I'm here for it. There's a half-mask respirator with almost perfect filters. I will take that and I'll like it. Okay, now that feels a lot more like a welding shop. I just wasn't looking in the right spot. I don't understand these propane lantern bottles, why we keep finding them in metalworking shops, because you can't use the propane in them for anything other than lanterns right now. Does not make sense to me, but whatever. With this, I think we're ready to head home. Absolutely. I'm almost 100% sure we have some scrubs somewhere at home, so I'm not going to worry quite as much about that. And that is this place emptied. Steel sheets in this one. And that's a full trunk. yeah, we're quite literally set to go. Let me just do one. I'm going to do one more garbage bag here of stuff that does not need to be directly in the trunk here. All right, we're out of here. And we're pretty much on time for bed. I feel kind of guilty. I didn't actually hit some of the survivor houses here. But the truth is, there's not a lot left in survivor houses that I actually need. Really, at this point, the only thing that's attracting me to survivor houses would be a chance at a katana, which, even if I found one, I would not use it until I got to Longblade level 10, because that's actually a feasible thing now, to get to Longblade level 10. Wait, how long is Hogwarts Legacy free for? I don't know, did they remove De Novo from it? If they didn't remove De Novo, I don't care. If they removo De Novo, then I'll pay actual money for it. I've heard it was a great game. It's a damn shame that they absolutely butchered it by spending $200,000 on something that accomplished absolutely fucking nothing, because it was pirated before it even came out. Yeah, trying to hit every house in town is admirable, but I've seen enough residential loot for the rest of my life at this point. Yeah, there's only so many pots and pans and you know, boxes of magazines and stuff like that that I already have. When you see my main base, if you haven't seen it, you'll understand it. Every single container there is overflowing with stuff. My loot tendencies are already feeling a little bit uncontrollable. Normally I wouldn't want to do a tow like this, but we're actually not that far from my base. I would be, to be entirely honest, if B42 had just gone stable and I could create a new character, I would go ahead and do Gretchen the Loot Goblin, because then because it's stable, I don't have to worry about my save breaking in a couple of months. Right now, I have to worry about my save breaking in a couple of months. So if I spend 3 or 4 days out of those couple of months just looting all the houses in a town, that's gonna feel. I'm gonna look back on that run and be like, why did I spend all that time doing that when I could have been doing something slightly more interesting? That's kind of how I'm gonna feel about it. So there's definitely an element of B42 is gonna break my save, affecting my. It's restraining my loot goblin tendencies. No, pots and pans. Well, if you slap zombies with them, they do. You can also make your own. Blacksmithing can make just about any piece of cookware in the game. Did I go right past it? Hang on. I don't think I did. I did. I went right past it a while ago. You know what? Fuck this. This is really slow. I'm just going to leave the van for a moment. We'll get our second sleep, so we're on time. Or, I mean, we'll get both of our sleeps, because I haven't gone to sleep yet. We'll get our sleeps, and I'll just come back with the race car tomorrow and grab it. And there's our 6 vehicles. It's 3 trips right there. We are completely full on all vehicles. I may do a little bit of optimization in the fire truck since we just came on with it. And I do still want a couple pairs of spare scrubs. I know I have at least 1 pair of scrubs somewhere back at base. I would like a couple more. And now that we've cleared out that medical center, possibly the senior center as well. I don't remember if the senior center was... I don't know if the senior center probably wasn't within audio reach of our the bombing activity we just did. Most of the electrical stuff is not going to be needed back at base for now. But you can use cookware as things to smelt with. If we're talking about just like, you know, trying to make use of everything you find in a house, this game lets you do a lot of fun things with that. But like I said, it is a question of we're triaging our time expenditure, as it were. We've got so many hours in the day, and I do try to want to do some interesting stuff in the process. Tell me we didn't just pick up 2 torches that weren't full. Now, a lot of these dub rods... Wow, only 3 of these dub rods were not full packs. That's... I was never expecting to come out of anywhere with a double-digit quantity of full welding rod packs. That's great. That is fantastic right there. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. God damn it. I hate it. I hate this sometimes. The game selected... I forgot that I had a propane tank that was full in my main hand. And the game selected to use that to refill my torches. So now we've got 3 misshapen bastards of propane tanks here. And I can't consolidate them. Oh, man. That's really fucking annoying because now that really threw off my dead weight. There's probably some more optimization we can do. That threw a wrench in it. Because now I can't empty any of those. I was about to empty one of them. We're really close. We got about exactly 10 left in the trunk. Let's consolidate that. Yes, KTO, that was a goddammit moment. 100%. Short on my satchel there. Huh. A couple spare mags, I guess. And that actually removed a substantial amount. Okay, maybe not enough for that. Okay, whatever works, I guess. That definitely works. I do not need to be carrying around a sharpening stone if I am done out here. So putting that away, and in its place we're putting a couple more torches and then the leftover dub rods. Okay, maybe not. Fuck, I forgot that only weighs 1. Okay. Talk about edging through your storage space here. That works. I'm not gonna push it any further. Alrighty. That, I believe, is a wrap for Brandenburg. The Great Migration begins tomorrow. That music has you uneasy. Well, no, that's just one of the many tracks this game has. I hate to spoil things, but the game doesn't. The game does not have contextual understanding of anything other than whether there are 3 zombies within a couple of tiles away from you. Then it kicks in combat music. I think bump that up to 6, and then it becomes epic combat music. Other than that, it's whether you're inside or not, or how fast you're moving. Those are the only criteria for the music. It's regrettable, because there's so much more you could do with music. And I hate to say this, but even 7 Days to Die does music better than this game. Don't get me wrong, the game's music is amazing. It's just the systems that trigger the music, the various variations of the music. The systems that trigger the various types of the music they need some work, they really do. But that has been true for all of B42. Only recently have they actually fixed on one of the tracks that was literally just looping a 6-second segment of the track for God knows how long that was a problem. That was our second bedtime, wasn't it? Yes. I have to step away briefly IRL. I won't be gone longer than a minute or two here. And when I get back, we deploy for the Great Migration. And after the Great Migration, we've got a little bit of crops to plant for May. I do not think that's going to constitute the rest of the stream. We will probably plan to redeploy somewhere after that. The preparation for redeployment might take the rest of the stream. We'll see. That's all variable. It depends on what kind of stuff comes up in the meantime. So I'll catch you guys in just a moment. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. It's time for some logistics. I only need to allocate like 3 encumbrance in my backpack for the stuff that I'm trying to freeze. I'm gonna go grab that LBMW van before I forget about it, because I know I will if I don't. Race car is the best at towing anything. Even the race car is gonna struggle a little bit to tow this thing, because this is it's one of the Franklin Value lines, but it's heavy. It's like super heavy. Might not look like it's having trouble, but I don't think we're going to be able to make it too far beyond second gear here. In fact, I don't think I've ever made it out of second gear on a race car towing a value line of any type. I can't rule it out completely, but I think it's not happening. If I had to tow a Franklin value line like a really long distance, I would probably just take the tires off. But we don't need to tow this one home, just back to our field base here. Look at how fucking weak this is. It can't even take its own impulse from a parked position if it's off-road. Better late than never on the trash cans, of course. These military radios may someday be a very important resource. I predict that NPCs will need them to communicate with you and each other. That's just a very optimal take on NPCs. We might get something far dumber than that. I hope. I'm allowed to hope, right? As long as it's not too much cope. These radios initially came from the military checkpoint here in Brandenburg. Alright, so I'm not going to think too hard about the cosmetics, because if I do, then we'll have to do another trip, and I'm not doing that. Not yet. Not for now, at least. Trunk back here is still definitely full. Now, what I feel like I got to do is I should, whichever of these vans has the best tires, I'm going to need to tow that one with the fire truck. Because of the 3 vehicles here that are capable of towing, the fire truck is definitely the weakest. So this thing has got performance, but they're in the high 80s. This one probably should have perfect everything. So really, this one should be the one towed by the fire truck. Ambulance is only 10 horsepower higher than the fire truck, but that's a notable difference. Meanwhile, this one is actually probably a little, I don't know. These two are kind of mixed, both of the male vans here. I would say the one in the middle has probably got the weakest tires. So that means that is the one that's going to get towed by the race car. And Mr. Hongs is going to get towed by the fire truck. So we're just going to do a little musical chairs real quick here. I mean, look at that. They even match the ambulance in USL. It's beautiful. I should be so lucky to have a match for all of my vehicle setups. And you can see it is struggling a little bit, but once we get out on the asphalt, we actually will be able to make it up to third gear, which is always our break point. Yeah, I'm not putting up with that. That little, the stupid tree lot there, I'm not putting up with that. I got a wet axe right here. I do not have to put up with that. These two trucks right here, if anybody wasn't here when I got them, they are a little bit lower quality everything, basically. So they're not, there's no current plans to bring them home. Okay, we got a way around now that just the race car is in the way. Race car is going to tow mail van. So that's our 3 trips. we are only going to need 2 throwaway cars to drive back. Basically, the way we do this is I drive fire truck with Mr. Hoang back first. We leave them both at our main base. I take a throwaway car back here, and then take race car plus mail van, and then take another throwaway car back here, and then ambulance and USL, and then we're done here. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the generator before we leave, too. I do still have a passing interest in having some long sticks back at base, but I'm not going to worry about that until we've done at least 2 trips. All that is currently in the freezer is stuff that is the stuff that's currently in the freezer is stuff I shouldn't be fucking worrying about. But these canned votes are going to go rotten eventually. I've seen it happen before. It's going to happen again. Same with the ramen noodles. We have actually gotten rotten noodles on, who was it? Nora. I think she started seeing rotten noodles. So, yeah, I'm doing that because I have to. Not because I want to. Nor because I should. I shouldn't. Okay, so this generator is down to 19%. That actually means that when we get back to base, our generator at base might be almost dead, if not already dead. So that's something I'll keep in mind. I'm going to go ahead and fix up the generator here, even though I don't know if I'll ever use it again. I'm just going to fix it up because that's free electrical experience. It is something I try to habituate myself to do. As long as I got the electrical books, I'm going to fix generators even if I don't have to. Rather shameful that the devs don't have it so that you can visually see that you're getting experience for that. Yeah, all that can stay local. It's right in front of me, I might as well. On our way out, I do like collecting flags from every location, so we'll take these 2 home with us. The rest can stay. Because that way, whenever I look at my base and I see all the flags around it, I am reminded of all the places I've conquered. Good old match to capture the flag. Okay, off we go. And I do not need another red generator, so the red generator can stay here indefinitely. Generators don't break as long as you fix them. Alright, so, this is going to be interesting. I may need to top up the tires on this. So there's second gear. And we're struggle bussing, but I think we're going to make it. Yeah, the most important thing is we're in second gear, max RPM, but our miles per hour is slightly going up. That's the most important thing right now. At this rate, we will make it to third, at which point we're now going faster than 30 miles an hour. If you cannot make it faster than 30 miles an hour, then there's no point in towing forward, because you'll have a lot easier job of going at least 30 miles an hour backwards. I have already gone very far out of my way to optimize this road. This road, we should not run into too much zombie resistance. I even cleared tornado-related obstructions on the damaged segment of road here. There will probably be a few zombies. I'm not worried about that. We'll have opportunities to kill them once I am on my way home. Or actually on my way back with the throwaway vehicle. May 13th, 1994. If I am going to do crop planting for May, I would like to do it by the 15th. That would be an ideal thing if I could swing it. I don't know if we could make it to fourth gear. I'm not above trying. I mean, we are steadily climbing in speed. Hey, there it is, fourth gear. It is possible. So fire trucks can definitely do it, or fire marshal trucks can definitely do it. It just takes forever to get to fourth. You generally don't want to tow faster than 60, even if you can go faster than 60. Which a race car towing a step van can actually go faster than 60. But I don't recommend it, because that's when the towing, the vehicle you're towing starts getting unstable behind you. And you're going to have to shed a bunch of speed to safely take turns anyway. Very fast tow, though. Very fast tow. The step van is the mitochondria of the logistics. Didn't want to shed speed on that, and we didn't. I'm going to have to shed speed to check my map really quick, because I forgot exactly which road is the best to take here. I think I will have to pop a Yui. No, we can take Ito. Oh shit! Woohoo! That was lucky. We could have rammed a tree there. But yeah, I could not remember if that KY163 or Ito was better. Ito is better. I couldn't even remember the name of Ito, but now I do. Eat your heart out, Indy Stone. I just took a turn at 45 miles an hour while towing. What are you towing, Step Survivor? Don't worry, I'm not going to ram anybody today. At least I don't intend to. This place. Fun stories about this place. Every time I pass it. I'm going to keep on driving. I'm not getting out. Nope. No, sorry. So we'll have to slow down for this one. Yeah, we had to lose all of our speed for that. That's all right. There's no getting around that. That is a hard T intersection. Don't turn that hard. And we have meticulously cleared Otter Creek Road here as well. This is definitely an easier route than, what was it, coming out of Ekron. I forget the name of that road. I hate that road, coming out of Ekron. Especially Ekron to Phallus Lake. I dislike strongly. No. As far as I know, I've never, and it's a community college, by the way. I'm never going to call it the community center again. Not after 42.7. But no, I do not think I've ever seen any of those there. Um, I think in the past I did not see napping or pottery. I think this time we saw everything except for those. Aiming long blade and reloading are the only ones that don't spawn in typical libraries. I should be prepared for the possibility that we're going to have a dead generator when I get back here. I am prepared. It is time. Shut up. Jump scare bastard. Go around the whatchamacallit fence like a civilized zombie. I made a hole in it just for you, buddy. Well, if you want to know where I found my Longblade book, there's a house directly across from Mashton Fatco in Irvington, where I was just going in there to steal a bed. I was just trying to steal a bed, and came out of there with Longblade 5. Yeah, these T intersections are definitely going to be shedding all of my speed, but we will be in a more powerful vehicle next time. The ambulance does have 10 more horsepower, and you can feel it. You can definitely feel it. I could also probably make my life easier if I did the tire trick. I still don't know if that's just a mental attitude thing. We see the number go up. Oh, that would be her. Dani does not have a full set of deep lore just yet. She's a fire officer, but that's about all I got at the moment. Dani the Drifter is her name. Danica Orillo. She is a whatchamacallit, American Italian, but I do not have too much deeper than that. Based on one of my characters from The Sims, but there's not a lot of deep lore for crossover there either. Nah. Well, she also likes to scrap materials for things. Both things can be true. But I'll have to come up with something at some point, because I'm always a little bit reticent to come up with deep lore for a character that, early game, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to run into something silly and die early. But, now that we got late game, it feels appropriate. I'll probably come up with a character sheet at some point. Once I do, I'll have it linked in the description. The last character sheet that I did was... I got some deep lore on her, like even her street address, since now that we do actually have street addresses in the game. Nah. Can't rule anything out, but even when you think about all the people who did have intel of the outbreak and still died anyway, that always sours my view of anybody who might have had foreknowledge, because as far as I know, everybody in the lore who had foreknowledge is all dead now. We do not have a post-mortem on the military after the pullout. But the military research facility here on the map is completely full of nothing but Zed. All the people who tried to escape it by tunneling out, they never stood a chance. Their final message was, have hope. Alright, now what is in my handbag? It is all welding related, so that can go straight to our welding depot here. We do still have power. Holy crap. How much longer, though? 12%. Talk about cutting it close. Alright, let's go get a gas can, because I don't have one up here. There's a billion outside, but there's also some that shouldn't be in there that are in there. This corner pump is currently the only one that's powered, because there's no point in powering them all if you're only going to use one. Not like I have not like there's multiple of me to go around and use multiple gas pumps at a time. Fuel it back up first. Fix it back up next using the collection of parts in this duffel here. Alright, quick peek at the crops. We're checking just for diseases first. Diseases would result in things being yellowed a little bit, or at least not looking like what's next to them. Everything was good, to be honest. I mean, I was saying this in the Steam forums yesterday. People worry way too much about crop diseases. There's cures now. I don't know if there always has been, but there are cures now. If a crop gets diseases, just cure it. Don't just like, you know, give up on the crop and plant everything with one tile's distance so the diseases can't spread. That's a waste of space. I'm already choked up on space here. Anyway, oh wow, ready to harvest? Oh shit. Oh shit, it's all ready to harvest. I do not know if this stuff has a blooming phase. And I'm going to be real with you guys, I don't care. So the sage is not ready for harvest. It is almost ready. But there are still weeks for the sage. Now the rosemary takes forever to grow. I remember rosemary being one of those things that, yeah, this rosemary is going to be here long after everything else. But it's actually great that some of this is ready to harvest already. The carrots, are they blooming? They're ready to harvest, but they're not blooming. I think we can pull seeds out of carrots. No. We can only pull seeds out of bell peppers, cucumbers, habanero, jalapeno, pumpkin, strawberry, tomato, watermelon, zucchini. So now the real question is, if I ever want to plant carrots again, do I need to have more seeds, or do I have plenty? And I have 3 bags. That's plenty. I don't care about getting more seeds, so I'm not going to wait for them to bloom. I don't even know if they have a blooming phase. I absolutely fucking despise the way this game does growth phases, where agriculture level 10 has read all material available to me, and yet I still have absolutely no reference whatsoever for whether we're at the stage where I should harvest it, or whether I should wait a little bit so that I can harvest it and get seeds. I have no idea. And the game is never going to give me any idea. That information is just not fucking there. So we're just going to have to go off intuition, I guess. I got some flags that we brought home with us. Let's deploy those. We are out of real estate, except for alternating. Let's do alternating. I'll put next to the, I think there's a football player up here. No idea who, but he looks like one, with the stripy shirt and the, whatchamacallit, big crab behind him there. And then we have a standing mic, but I don't know where I want to do my conservatory. I'm just going to leave it on somewhere on the second floor. Yeah, we'll just leave it somewhere on the second floor. Everything related to musical instruments. Hell, I'll leave it out here for now. Now this medical t-shirt we picked up, very important thing. We're going to get that fixed up with leather patches, and it's going to replace one of my layers. In the meantime, we got some sewing stuff to drop off. Strips. Actually, the headphones, the microphones, these belong out here with the conservatory stuff. Log stack to unpack, and then some food for the freezer. I believe both my freezers are currently full. Yeah. Hey there. Third time this stream. It's fine. It's in the title. It's in the title of the stream. If you wanted it in months and days and whatnot, it's 10 months, 9 days. How about we get some... Oh, just the log stacks now, yeah. Log stacks. We've already got a place for logs here. It's doing pretty good. We don't need to worry about totals. We're limit breaking how many logs can fit on a single tile because anything left down by the crafting menu doesn't care about what's on the tile. So we've got 36 logs, most of them on a single spot. Now, when it comes to the loot that I left in the truck, a lot of it is welding related. Yeah, we've got this is a garbage bag of that stuff. This is a garbage bag of iron pipes. And then we've got 2 garbage bags full of steel. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to back the truck up to the welding area and just dump those garbage bags right on the floor. It's fine. We don't have to think about it too hard. It's nice seeing my dub rods go from 15 up to something much higher than 15. I finally feel like I've got an actual lot of dub rods. I would have to really work hard to go through all these, and now I feel a lot happier about my welding prospects. We can go absolutely nuts making some more steel crates at some point. Garbage bags, like, they don't reduce encumbrance. Like, they have an encumbrance reduction factor of like 50 if they're in your hand, but that's not what's important about them. What's important about them is the ease of which you can put them into the trunk of a vehicle and pull them back out. It's basically an instant transfer. So this garbage bag filled with 13 steel sheets, it would take me a long time, relatively, even if I fast forwarded, it would take a long time to pull all those sheets out of a container and put them into another one. And that's even with having the trait nimble. So I'm calling it STSH because it is full of steel sheets, which is going with the others right here that are filled with them. We have a metric lot of steel sheets, and I'm here for it. As far as encumbrance reduction goes, garbage bags are actually terrible. But the 2 things going for garbage bags is, 1, the instant transfer I just described, but 2, the weight of the bag itself, the dry weight of the bag, is only 0.1 encumbrance. Meanwhile, the best bags in the game, like the military backpack that I'm wearing right here, the best backpacks in the game are generally the heaviest. So this military backpack has a dry weight of 2 encumbrance. So it's like 2,000 times the, the garbage bag. Dry weight is important if you're trying to carry a lot of stuff at once. Okay, that's everything except for the loose ammo, and we've already got a destination for that. Let me put down we picked up a warning sign here. Yet another one. Now we can have a double warning sign. What'll I do with all the welding stuff? Probably more containers. These boxes right here. These boxes right here are the biggest you can ever build. 104 encumbrance if you have the organized trait. And but the problem with welding is you can find a literal trillion steel sheets, which is, you know, the steel sheets is what these are made of mostly. You can find a literal billion propane bottles and torches and whatnot. What you can't find a lot of, and we've put, I don't know, several hundred hours on this character. We have 27 packs of welding rods right now, and we use up a couple of welding rods from each pack each time we build anything with welding. Like literally anything with welding. You want welding rods now, you have to have them, and you can't make them. You have to go loot them. So anytime I find welding rods out in the field, I bring them home. Because then I can have more storage crates, like this one here, with my blacksmithing storage, and these three that are all my welding storage. They're about, what is it, like 30% bigger than the wooden crates? Okay, so now we put the fire truck next to the loose ammo box van, which is right up here. If anybody's not familiar with my ammo box van collection here, all 4 of the vans here, the white and the blue ones here. So Plonkies, Unmarked, and Kentucky Herald. These 4 here are full of nothing but cartons of ammo. Just various cartons. The white one is nothing but shotgun ammo. So that's like about 270 something encumbrance of shotgun ammo. The black van here is loose boxes mostly. So what I'm doing is I'm uniting the loose boxes I just brought home in the truck with the loose boxes that are already in here, which means we can pack another carton of 357, maybe. I'm sussed on that because 367 is what I'm using right now. Yeah. Well, I'll just pack that and then leave it there. Loose boxes of 9mm, 556, 12 gauge into the black van. We'll have more of that when we unite the ambulance. Otherwise, the fire truck has, or the fire marshal truck here, has now been fully emptied. So it can stay here now. This truck is our heavy combat truck. There's a couple of things on the passenger seat that don't need to be there. Yes. I filled up the passenger seats because there was room. Okay, that looks good. Now, of course, we've got Mr. Hung's laundry. This is the vehicle we towed back with us, and it was so full that even the driver's seat here has a bag full of stuff on it. And that bag full of stuff is too heavy to pick up, so I'm going to drop my heavy weapons. Drop your weapons. Honestly, I should have my machete with me everywhere I go, but at least I got the knife on my webbing. It's the lightest. I can carry that around. I'm gonna put Hung's is a mix, or this one is a mixture of a bunch of shit. Some of it is vehicular related, so I should have left it up there. I can maintain my trend of having a fire extinguisher next to each entrance. Never made it past a week. That's fine. Take your time and learn all the fundamentals. You'll make it long past a week eventually. Only if you don't give up. So these perfect sports vehicle parts go over here in the State Trooper. Got another one of a billion gas cans. I probably need to stop making room for these. It's literally, I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed. It's like they're spilling out of the trunk of LBMW there. Yeah, we'll do something with those later. I just needed to get that bag out so that I can move the actual van itself. All the stuff that's in the van is all over the place. We got some welding, we got some everything. What I want to do first is get all of the vehicular stuff out, because we're right in front of the vehicular lot right now. Did the cars and trailers stop migrating? I think so. I don't think the trailers have migrated in a little while. what KTO is talking about, if anybody's not familiar. Sometimes they bump around on their own, but the trailers that we left here have not bumped around on their own, nor have the vehicles that don't have any wheels on them. They sometimes bump around too. Couple more sports car parts here. Oh, that's heavy duty. Don't want any cross-pollination. Heavy duty stuff is, I have so much of it that I've filled up many vehicles. Both of these, Smart Cut Taylor, both of these vans, the Smart Cut Twins, I guess I'll call them, full to the brim of nothing but heavy duty parts. I need to put a moratorium on collecting those. At least bringing them home. It feels wrong to do that, but I should. I think that's just about everything vehicular out of the back here. Yes. That is all the vehicular stuff, at least out of the trunk. Passenger included. Okay. We have a blue generator to drop off, and then everything else is loot to be distributed into the base. Actually, what I'm going to do with the blue generator, that belongs in a scouting vehicle of some sort. Fire truck is a perfect candidate. So that's just going right in there for our next expedition. I like to use the blue generator in forward vehicles so that I can get a forward base of some kind established. The blue generators are lightweight. They don't weigh as much as the others. And I'm not particularly... there's no time pressure to get anything out of these vans. Let me just see if I can get the stuff that's on the seat into the trunk. So at least all I got to worry about is the trunk itself. I'm gonna need to genocide the chickens. Not the normal ones, but their eggs need to be culled, because I don't know how. There's no roosters here. In this coop right here, there are no roosters, and yet somehow the fucking chickens keep laying fertilized eggs. So I have to prevent the eggs from hatching. So I have to take them over here and stick them in the oven. It's the most efficient thing to do. And I'm cycling through the garbage ones here. Cooked eggs will never hatch, so I don't have to worry about these popping out of my compost bins. Yep, we absolutely have a ninja rooster somewhere. Damn it. More fertilized eggs here. These ones were actually close to hatching. I don't like doing this, but I shouldn't have to. If I don't do this, we'll have infinite chickens. And if we have infinite chickens, then we lose frame rate and the game crashes. So I literally have to do this. And it is just about my bedtime here. I suppose I'll go ahead and spend the night getting things sorted out in base here. And then after tomorrow morning I will commute back with a throwaway car. Oh, look at that. Some of our potatoes are going to the next growth phase. I just saw one of them pop out to the... I don't know if that means they're harvestable yet. Yeah, even if they are, I'm not immediately concerned with that. Since they just started the growth phase, we have a little bit of time. Don't read too deeply into this. It's just a napping tool. Get your mind out of the gutter. And now, Carpentry 5. This was actually the second hardest Volume 5 book to find. But we found it, and now we have a full set of Carpentry books. Long after I just grinded through the last 2 levels without the book. That was not fun. I don't ever want to do that again. But that's what I did. Now we have a set of Carpentry books to put away with the other set of books. If anybody's not familiar, when you have all 5 books, you can pack them into a set of the books. And then those packs weigh a little bit less. They weigh 1 encumbrance less. So it makes it easier to have a library and a centralized box here. A little bit past my bedtime. That is okay. We got our bed here next to somewhere in this pile of stuffed animals. Now, as an overnight task, I could do a little bit of loot sorting. I'm not going to worry too hard about that right now, because I will eat up the entire overnight hour without a blink. What I'm actually going to do is laundry. Yeah, I'm just going to do my laundry. It's been a while. Our girl could use some clean clothes. Shield your eyes, YouTube. Can't show that on TV. That's everything? I think so, yes. Here's our pajamas. Something I like to do to get washed up is use the second barrel up here on the roof. That's to wash myself. And then my backpacks. And I'm going to go ahead and hand wash the... we picked up this shirt right here. This is a medical t-shirt. Going to be one of the important things going into summer. It is the only t-shirt in the game that has like almost no insulation, but is still a platform upon which you can put your leather strips for protection. So we got a needle, and we got some thread, and we got some leather strips, and here's our t-shirt. We're not even wearing a t-shirt right now, are we? Let me double check that. We are, actually. It's the urban camo. I was talking about my other set. I don't know. We'll find out. In the meantime, our t-shirt version of the scrubs is ready for whenever we want to start wearing it. That might be after we finish laundry here. When I finish laundry, I might go ahead and fire up the summer gear because the hot months are rapidly approaching. We're still getting a little cold at night, but yeah, that's not going to last much longer. I'm going to go ahead and, while the laundry is finishing up there, we're going to go visit our aminals up here. And I'm going to give our cow a little milk in here. See, here's the rooster. He's all the way up here. The hen house is barely even within viewing distance. And yet, somehow, the hens keep getting fertilized. Not sure. He's just one hell of a stud, I guess. It might be time to force feed the rabbits. Yeah, we picked up some rabbits, but they're baby rabbits. And because they're baby rabbits, they are... Oh, look at that. Still well fed. Well, if that one's well fed, then so is the other. So we're good. I thank my cows because they give me life. Alright, so the elbow pads and the knee pads are always the dirtiest, and they are now clean. So yeah, we're good. We don't need to keep running it. I feel like the washer always goes a little bit longer than it has to. So now stuff is going into the dryer. Rabbit foie gras. I don't know. You know what that means? I don't speak that language. That sounds like one of those languages of I'm not going to say anything mean. I'm not going to be mean. I was going to be mean, but I don't need to be mean. I would go try to source a whatchamacallit. I would go try to source a throwaway car, but I'm not going to find one. Not yet. I mean, I know where to find them. I just, it's going to take longer than I have for the overnight hour here. Yeah, that will take quite a bit of time to sort all that. No, thank you. Maybe later. For some reason, telling me to search how it's made is that's answer enough. All right, so we got some scrubs here. It's a different color. You know, I'm not that mad about it, but I still don't like it. So the scrubs are blue. Sorry, the long sleeve is blue. The short sleeve is green. This is why I wanted to hit the senior center and see if they had scrubs of various colors. But that's okay. So, what's the difference between the scrubs and the t-shirt? They both go on different layers, so you can wear them both. And they both have the lowest insulation. They both have the lowest insulation you can possibly have on that slot. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that the scrubs that we just picked up have strips on them. So that's going to be 7 strips. So that means I'm opening another stack of leather strips. Being tailoring level 10, each one of these pads is 10% bite, 20% scratch. And that's a lovely thing. I'm here for it. You stack enough of those in layers, and you'll have very high levels of protection. It is now 5 a.m. I'm going to see if the laundry's done. Nah, it's still wet, so tomorrow morning. Shield your eyes, YouTube. So right now, our ambient protection levels with our regular kit are at 70 on the forearm, 100 on the upper arm. Torso is vulnerable, but we've got that gap plugged with armor. The hands need leather strips. I don't know what I'm doing running around with regular leather gloves that don't have strip protection. That doesn't make sense. Leather pants plus long john bottoms means our leather pants, long john bottoms, and what am I doing? I don't have a leather strip on the underpants. That's a skill issue. I should have done that a long time ago. So we made our own underpants out of animal hide. So this is not the usual cheetah print underpants. These are actually one that you make through tailoring, and that's actually a platform to put a leather strip on. So we can have a... I'm not even going to try to speculate what kind of piece of clothing that is. All I know that it has an extra 10% on the underwear layer, which is something that's very hard to do. There's no other underwear in the game that I'm aware of that can support that. Regrettably, you can't do the same with the top. So I just have a top that happens to match. Nothing else special about it. So that means we need more leather strips than I thought. Because I got a couple of gaps in my current outfit. Might as well plug those before I start thinking about the new scrubs. Alright, so my gloves. Starting with those left and right hands. That brings us up to 25 and 30 on protection. Just watch as things get a little greener here. Actually, it won't be visually different. But the groin is currently 40% bite, 90% scratch. This is going to bring it to 50% bite, 100% scratch. And we should have done this a long time ago, because we've had the ability to do that for a very long time now. I've been a doofus, and I didn't do it. Okay, so this t-shirt, I think it's a Rock Band t-shirt or something, a little bit lower than in normal insulation, but we're about to bring that insulation even lower. So here's the other half of the equation, right? So here's our insulation levels. The closer to dark blue is the better for summer. But then there's another aspect to it. It is where the body heat gets vented from. The body heat, more than anything, gets vented from the upper, lower torso, the neck, and the head. If you keep those ventilated very well, then the rest of the body being highly insulated is going to be a far less big of a concern to you. So that's why these medical scrubs and medical t-shirt are extremely important to me, because those are going to get us very, very low insulation on the chest. So this is going to get bluer, while our protection levels should stay the same. Yeah, this medical t-shirt is the same as the t-shirt, and these scrubs are going to be even lower insulation than the formal shirt. So yeah, you can see that we got a little chillier on the chest. That also changed our color that you can see through the jacket. So I'm doing a little bit of wacky shit here. If anybody is not familiar with the deep lore and my protection levels here, this trade-off between protection and insulation is something you can go kind of nuts with. Right now, what I'm doing is I have a leather jacket on, but there are holes in the upper and lower torso. I've left those holes there intentionally. I can't rip the holes myself, but I found this on a zombie and it had holes in it, and it had holes in the correct place. Because if there's holes in the upper and lower torso, then the jacket is not insulating it. So this leather jacket that you would normally be insane to wear in the summer, you would sweat your face off and then lose all your body water, isn't going to cause us any problems. Because the protection levels on the arms are great. Hell, we even have protection on the neck. A perfect leather jacket would also have a hole in the neck, so that I don't have this 0.55 on the neck here. I would prefer to avoid that if I could, but whatever. It's fine. We can deal with that for now. What else did I have gaps in? I feel like we plugged everything. Now that the underpants are sorted out, the crop top, we were running around without that being patched for a while. Now, that being said, all this, right now, if I were to start running around a lot, we would start getting hot, and the next step to preventing us from overheating is to replace the hat. I don't really want to replace the hat. I really like the hat. Gives me a little bit of flair. It actually looks nice. I like it. And I have not found this hat on any of my other characters before, so it's a little bit rare, possibly. Or maybe I've just been really unlucky, I don't know. In any case, at some point, what I can actually do that will both negate the insulation on my head from the hat and get me a little bit more protection on the head is just take a bandana, ideally one of the correct color here, and turn that into a headband. So bandanas can either be a face mask or a headband. If I wear this tied on head, it is a 0 insulation head item that is also a platform for a leather strip. So we start looking like Rambo here. Let me go ahead and just get that with a leather strip on it here. Wait a minute. Okay, so here's what you got to do. Apparently, if you put it tied on your head, it does not give you the opportunity to put a leather strip on it. Same as if it's untied on your head. But if it's on your face, you can put a leather strip on it. Now, that's wacky, because now that I have a leather strip on it, watch what happens when I put it back to my head. Oh, fuck. Okay, it doesn't actually work. Okay, never mind. Never mind on that protection assertion, because I thought that putting that leather strip would make it so that gives you protection. But putting it on your face like this, the leather strip is still there. So we do have protection on the face now. This does come with a little bit of insulation, though, so it is what it is. I'm not upset about it, but I'm also not overly excited about it. I'm going to keep that in my satchel, because I still have a little bit of room in my satchel for things like that. In the meantime, the stuff we were wearing before, I'm going to keep the LBMW hat until I start overheating a lot, just because I like it. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that back on. But the formal shirt and the music t-shirt, that is now part of my fall and winter kit. So I won't be wearing it again until probably September. I'm going to put it on the bed upstairs, somewhere nice and visible. We went through the effort of coloring this shirt ourselves using the dye system, and that was pretty fun. Unfortunately, the scrubs cannot be dyed. I seriously hope they can be someday. Just scrolling through this and looking to see if I have anything that does not belong here or that needs to get moved or anything like that. I think we're good for now. This flute goes out here with the instruments. I am going to go ahead and parse through the rest of my clothing collection real quick. We got this chemin, and I really like these a lot. Unfortunately, they're very high insulation. Yeah, they are very high insulation. There is no getting around that. You could get some neck protection or face protection from them, but you're going to get some neck insulation and face insulation from them if you ever wear them. What holes do we have in here? Ooh, okay. So the Wild Raccoon's leather jacket here. We got a torso hole, we got a forearm hole, and a neck hole. It's broken, but if we repair the right forearm hole, it will be fixed. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and fix this. I don't know about this one. I'll come back to that one later, maybe. But, yeah, the Wild Raccoon's one here is, that is a potential candidate for if we actually need to start shedding even more insulation. We can do it by switching our leather jacket to the other one, because the other one has all the correct holes, right? It needs to have a whole upper, lower torso, and neck. because the leather jackets do actually have a little bit of neck insulation. So being able to shed a little bit of neck insulation may be a good thing later on. So let's go ahead and get these strips and the thread back out real quick. So the first we'll do is patch the hole in the right forearm. Being tailoring level 10, that fully restores it. So that brings it from broken to worn. Now the condition of an item basically is directly correlated to how many holes are in it. If I were to start patching all these holes, then the condition would go up to, like, I don't know, 70%, something like that. So we don't have to worry about it breaking unless it gets another hole in it. And if it does, then we just fix the hole and it's wearable again. So the overall condition doesn't really bother us right now. I think I have enough strips. Yeah, we got enough strips. So I am not going to use the add padding to all, because I do not want it to get fixed on the neck, torso, or upper or lower. So now, as you can see, our protection levels will go down on the neck when we wear this. But that's intentional, because our insulation levels will also go down on the neck. As you can see, our neck is now dark blue. We literally have no insulation on our neck now. And we can do the same with our hat. We take the hat off. And having absolutely zero insulation on the neck and head, we will have to struggle very hard to overheat now. We are now in full summer gear, basically. So that's where we're going with that. So basically, until we start overheating, I'm going to wear my regular leather jacket. And then once we start overheating, first I'll swap jackets, then I'll just ditch the hat. And at that point, I think we are set for summer. I got to put all this back now. I've got PowerShell scripts to set my windows all over the place, but can't do that in this game. Alrighty. So, next on the agenda, we've got good weather today, good driving weather. I'm going to go ahead and drive back. I don't know. I don't care, because I would never participate in something like that. I would never. If there were other players in my video game right now, I would just close it down and do something else. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of like, you know, dodging the question. I would probably do okay. I mean, but here's the thing. The first thing I would do if I had, you know, threats that could shoot at me, which that's what other players are in my mind, is threats that could shoot at me. First thing I would do is go up here, go to my armory, and put on all this, where is it? I just made it for the memes, but we've got a full set of bulletproof vest armor for the limbs, basically all the limbs, and then the chest, and then we've got a... I think we've got a military helmet somewhere downstairs. And what that is, that's just, it gets us protection from both zombies and players. The insulation is shit, I hate it, but, yeah. I don't know very many people who are going to have this just laying around. So, yeah, that, if anybody else happens to have that, cool. If you don't, you better get on that, so that you can survive the Battle Royale. Also, we've got an entire box of, M16s right here. An entire box of it. All I gotta do is load some magazines, and good luck dealing with that. But that's the thing, I don't ever want to have to deal with that. It's bullshit. Why would I ever want to have to deal with that? That's why I don't play multiplayer, ever. 357 Magnum rounds, that sticks with me. Putting those back into the fire truck. Now I need to go find a throwaway vehicle. I don't think we'll have trouble. I do know of a couple throwaway vehicles. Hell, I got one right over there, the taxi. But I recently realized that I was forgetting about a couple of others. Yes, no, I'm not even kidding. Like, if for some reason there was an update where now mandatory all PZ instances are multiplayer and anybody can join. I don't think that would ever happen, but let's just say it did. I'd just Alt F4. Because I wouldn't be playing this game if it was something that some random fucking asshole could join and start breaking my shit while I'm not here. What the fuck would I put up with that? I don't understand people who play Survivor Crafting multiplayer. I get the appeal, like if you're young and dumb and you don't understand what you're going to be getting yourself into. But in the long term, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the long term. The long term is you're just wasting your fucking time. Because no matter how dedicated you are to this game, there's always going to be some asshole in China who's more dedicated than you. And I'm not even saying that to be prejudiced or anything like that. It's true. Because remember, just remember what goes on in Ark. Ark Survival Evolved. Look no further than that for an explanation, because you want to see what happens in Ark when they open a new server, a public server. The first thing that happens is a wave of people who only speak Chinese show up and immediately kill everybody else and secure the place for themselves. And they have rotating security shifts 24/7 because they don't do anything else with their lives. I don't know what they're fucking doing over there, but they take that game very seriously. So yeah, no, I don't do survival crafting multiplayer anymore, ever. Maybe with friends. And when I mean with friends, I mean nobody else ever joins. Maybe, but even then, it has to be friends that are within driving distance. So if they start breaking my shit when I'm not around, I can reasonably take a drive down the road and go punch them in the fucking face for it. If the only people who could join me in a survival crafting game were people who were within driving distance, capable of receiving a good punch to the face, then I would be far less extremist on this point of view. No, there's no rules. You don't understand. There's no rules. Any rules you set in the game are just challenges to be overcome. It doesn't matter how many rules you set. The people will come in and find a way to break them. They'll find a way to fuck. I mean, the Project Zomboid devs already just, without even doing anything on my part, the devs have already nerfed fire for us. The fire does not spread, like, hardly at all now. Like, it'll spread a little bit, but it almost doesn't spread at all. And the reason for that is because people would go in multiplayer, even in the PvE servers, and they would go over there to your base, we can't damage each other, we can't shoot each other, but we can set fires next to each other's bases. And that's what people started doing. So now fire doesn't spread for both multiplayer and single player. It's just one small example of how the devs are rebalancing single player to make room for the sweaty ass fuckers who play multiplayer all day. I'm not interested. I'm just not. I'm really not. There are things that I would do if I was the game developer that might ease some of the nonsense. Maybe. I don't know. There's no solid answer to it. I mean, I feel like 7 Days to Die has got a pretty solid answer to it. 7 Days to Die has a system of claim blocks, and you can make it so that players can't even damage, each other's claim blocks and shit like that. But there's ways of dealing with that too. At the end of the day, whitelists are your best friend. Make it so that there's a nice big long password that's got to be entered if you want to join. That keeps out 99.9% of people. And the other 1%, an IP range ban is usually the best. Usually going to take care of it, usually. So now what our goal is we've gotten this. This is just a throwaway truck, is all this is. This throwaway truck gets us back to where we were in Brandenburg, where we've got other vehicles ready to go home. And that's what we're up to now. Not the most compelling content, unfortunately. We're just driving back and forth at this point. But I do predict that once we get everything home, we won't have too much agriculture-related stuff to worry about. I'll just want to do some harvesting and then planting, and then getting some stuff onto drying racks. I'm not 100% sure how long it's going to take, because I've got it down to a bit of a science, but, it's still a time expenditure, so we'll see how that goes. I've got a lot of notes on my desktop for what would make the perfect survival crafting game. And there are a number of notes in there about how to make multiplayer a lot less annoying to deal with, right? But at the end of the day, even a game that I designed myself to maximize my own enjoyment, I still wouldn't play it on a server that anybody could join. Because remember, even if you set all the game rules perfectly, that's when people just stop going through the game rules and start looking for exploits. They start looking to break rules. They start looking for the correct way to DDoS a server at the right moment to cause certain things to happen in-game. And that's just, it's an arms race that I'm not interested in fighting. Well, if it's just NPCs are not going to be that creative. NPCs follow the game rules because they can't do anything else. We don't have, there's no AGI in real life or in video games. I'm a bit of a black pillist. We're not going to see AGI in our lifetime. I don't think we are, especially not at the current rate when everybody's doing nothing but LLM based shit, transformer based shit. That's gonna. You need quantum leaps in technology from what we've got right now, and where all the money is going right now. I don't see it happening anytime soon. We'll see nuclear fusion before we see AGI. I mean, we already have nuclear fusion. I'm just talking about, like, commercially viable nuclear fusion. We'll see that in our lifetimes, long before we see AGI. But I am seeing, okay, so let me ever so slightly walk that back. I mean, I have seen some very interesting footage of that, the Skyrim mod. There's a Skyrim mod out there right now that allows you to plug an LLM into your followers, along with, like, a text-to-speech synthesizer. So you can actually fucking talk to your followers in Skyrim. That sounded really cool. And something like that I would want to try someday. But again, there's limits to that. It's still an LLM. You're still just talking to a fucking you're still just talking to a synthesis of everything that was recorded on the internet as of, like, 2014, 15, 16, just before the LLM output started polluting the entire open internet, and other people started closing down all the data sources like Reddit. Reddit made sure that only people who pay for their API can get access to their stuff now. The internet is not what it used to be, and it never will be again. If you ever try to break into the AI training game now, you showed up a little late to the party there. If you're not OpenAI or Anthropic or what's the other one? Microsoft. Is any other major ones? OpenAI, Anthropic, Microsoft. NVIDIA does have their own in-house shit. I don't think NVIDIA's in-house stuff is very impressive, personally. I've tried their, what the hell was it? They came out with some Stable Diffusion plugins, and they were cool for a while, and then the open market came out with some better stuff. There was a, Google themselves, that's who Google, of course, yeah, I can't, again, Google are the people who made AI possible. As we know it right now, what we call AI, there's nothing intelligent about it, but you can call it AI. Google made it all possible when they came out with Transformers. Nobody really paid attention to it at the time because nobody really knew what you could do with it. LLMs started getting better and better with more data. It used to be that, machine learning has been around for a very long time relative to what we've been seeing, but it used to be that there was a threshold where you wouldn't get better results just by shoving more training data into it. Transformers kind of broke the lid on that. It limit broke. It allowed things to go Super Saiyan, if that makes sense. Yeah, Transformers is like the Super Saiyan of machine learning. That's probably the best way to think about it. And Google is coming out with more stuff. Right? Google came out with Transformers. They made all the other AI stuff that we know today possible. They're still working on it. They're still innovating. I don't know of anybody else who's innovated in the space. NVIDIA has done a little bit. I mean, especially. NVIDIA, anything they contribute is just shit that's going to make them have a better monopoly. So NVIDIA has contributed a little bit, yes, but it's really just stuff to lock down the CUDA marketplace is all it really is. In my mind, at least. It's not like I understand the entirety of their contributions because I try not to look at it too hard. When I start looking too hard at what NVIDIA is doing, I genuinely get really fucking mad. Like, I'm talking, like, madder than you guys have ever seen me on stream. When I start looking at what NVIDIA is doing right now, because I just want to point this out. What you guys are seeing right now on screen is being rendered by an RTX 4090. And in the second slot of my computer there, I've got a second RTX 4090. Let me get rid of this guy real quick. Each of those RTX 4090s has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Those 24 gigabytes of VRAM are an entirely artificial limitation by NVIDIA. It is so artificial that some guy in his fucking garage in China can solder the chipset from this 4090 onto his own PCB and double the VRAM. Some guy in China Just some guy. It doesn't, not a corporation, not some corporation with a clean room with a $50,000 employee. No, it is one guy in China can solder the chip from my GPU onto his own PCB and get it running just as normally as I'm running it now with double the VRAM. I paid almost $2,000 for my second 4090. I don't care about paying a slight premium for the best shit. It was the best on the market at the time. The best on the retail market, or the, if you want to use the C word, the consumer market. It was the best at the time, and yet NVIDIA still saw fit to fucking limit it. I have heard people say, and I have no idea if this is true. I just Steve's from Gamers Nexus, Steve's documentary on the backroom shit that can be done with NVIDIA cards. Fucking wild. But I have heard some rumors that a 5090 can be retrofitted with as much as 128. I have no verification, and I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't fucking care. I don't. I can't afford to care. I will shed years of life off of myself if I care about that shit, because it just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad because it personally affected me. Again, this computer that I'm running right now is worth more than a car, for the most part. I mean, you know, at the time when I built it, it was worth more than a car, and yet they still saw fit to just nerf the shit that I put in it for completely arbitrary reasons. Again, at least when the 4090 came out, there was no VRAM crisis. There was no VRAM crisis. There was no problems supplying VRAM. That came a long time later. But yeah, no. It's like I said, I have never been more angry than I have been when I looked into that. So I don't even want to look into it. I don't. I can't afford to think too much about NVIDIA. I'll get stress-related illnesses. But yeah, we don't even have to think too hard about what we're doing next. Although, every single container in both of these vehicles is full. But I'm going to go ahead and pick up a bunch of saplings, because we need to make more drying racks, and saplings are getting increasingly annoying to source at my base location. So I'm just going to run around and grab saplings until my bags are full. And we're going to do that each time we take a trip home, which is this one and then the next one. It is something like 6, I think. Let me double check this. It is small plant drying rack is 4 long sticks. It's 6 for the leather one. So that means I've already got 3 drying racks worth in my backpack here. And let's bump that up. Got a second backpack here. I'll just bring the vehicles up and we'll pop out and grab it. The third and final trip will be a lot faster because we'll be able to very easily get up to 60 miles an hour with the race car there. That will not be a problem at all. Ambulance with USL is going to be a little slower. See, there's a couple of reasons that go a little bit deeper than just the NVIDIA fleeced me for money and then you know, gave their corporate partners some much better shit. It's not just that. Like, it's definitely that, and to a degree, that's definitely a part of it. Probably a huge part of it, but it's deeper than that insofar as it's a United States corporation that designed this shit, and yet for some reason there is not a single person in all of the United States, maybe outside of some dark lab in DARPA or some shit. Or maybe, you know, some highly locked down lab in Texas Instruments or fucking Micron. There's almost not a single person in the United States capable of doing what some guy in his fucking garage in China can do. That right there, that's the other half of it. And that makes me mad on a civilizational level. Because again, it was the United States designed this shit. And yet for some reason, our manufacturing base has been so cucked out to China that we don't have the capability of doing anything with it now. And if you guys wonder why shit keeps getting worse for the United States, I have bad news for you. It's going to keep getting worse beyond that. AMD goes into CPU, but GPU is still behind. Yeah, you know, that is true. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't think AMD doing well in CPUs is actually indicative of anything other than Intel just collapsing in on itself. I think Intel is just cooked. Like, I think AMD is really just, you know, they're doing better. I mean, they're doing some good stuff. It's not that much more than what they would be doing otherwise. It's just that Intel, man, they've just fallen as a company in its entirety. It's not, Intel hasn't just had a brain drain of their American manufacturing. They've had a brain drain of everything. And they're just falling apart at the seams. Yeah. Well, I mean, AMD is, I would own an AMD GPU if all I did was play video games. I would do that in a heartbeat, on principle. I regrettably own a NVIDIA GPU, because I do a lot more than game. I do 3D design, and I tinker around with AI stuff. So I am just as locked into the CUDA work cycle as the rest of the $1 or $1 trillion industry out there is right now. Yeah, you're probably right about that. You are probably right about that. I mean, Intel came up with a few very interesting technologies, like I'm pretty sure they were the one who came up with core parking. And of course now AMD has extended that to being a hell of a lot better. Core parking being what you can do to make single core stuff do better on multi-core processors. It's basically core parking is just shutting up some extra cores so that your regular cores do better. This is getting irritating. I cleared this area, but now it's not clear. Whatever. Well, yes, they do have some fabs under construction right now, and that's cool. Who are they going to con into staffing them? I don't know very many people who. I mean, I'm sure they'll come up with something. I'm sure they will. But are they going to be able to innovate, or are they just going to be able to churn out more of what they already got? Which what they've already got are CPUs that are so bad they're rusting. I have never in 20 years of building my own computers, I have never had a CPU fucking rust on me, and yet well, we've got oxidization problems. Everybody out there, oh, it's an oxidization problem. It's oxidization. Yeah, that also known to normal people as rusting. Your CPU, if you're using an Intel CPU, there's a non-zero chance that yours are one of the batch that is just gonna fucking rust on you. I mean, do we need more fabs producing those? Maybe. I mean, maybe they're gonna do better. Maybe they've learned their lesson. I hope. I'm not even being that cynical. I'm just saying that. Come on, Intel, prove me wrong. That's what I'm saying. Please prove me wrong, Intel. Please. We need some fucking competition. I'm gonna need a fucking drink after this conversation. Yeah, next time I cycle my water, I'm gonna go fix myself a drink or something. It literally is not worth the blood pressure. I mean, if Valve has their way, ARM is going to explode. I haven't looked too deeply into it, but I read some very interesting things about what Valve is doing to make a compatibility layer, so that they can, basically what Valve wants is they want their hardware, you know, Steam Deck and Steam Machine, which I'm guessing is still unreleased. They want their hardware to be able to run games that are only designed for AMD 64. And I think they have been making some breakthroughs on that. I don't know. Obviously I don't do ARM. I don't think I have any devices in my house other than my cell phones, which, I mean, I guess the thing that's doing the over-the-shoulder camera right there, I guess that's an ARM cell phone. It's a Pixel 7 Pro. But yeah, I don't know very much about ARM, so I don't know the all the fundamental differences in the instruction sets. I have looked at the differences between i386 and AMD 64, and it's I mean, I'm not even going to pretend for a second that I actually understand them. I've looked at them. I act like I understand them, but I've looked at them, and they don't seem as substantial as I would have thought. But I don't. Yeah, I know even less about AMD versus ARM. But I have read some very interesting stuff about how Valve is doing their absolute best to break down those differences with the Proton compatibility layer. Was it, if I'm not mistaken? I do not want to turn there. I keep wanting to turn there because that would take me back to Riverside, but we're not based in Riverside this time. Yeah, Valve is, I mean, as far as software companies doing things, God bless Gaben. I hope they don't get him in my lifetime. Well, he'll die of something in my lifetime. He's just that much older than me, but I hope he dies of old age surrounded by lovely family who are going to inherit the empire and do just as he did. That's what I hope. I hope that is hope and not cope, is what I'm saying. Because if Gaben goes, gaming in general, not just PC gaming on every platform, every device, is going to be in flux, and it's going to depend entirely on what happens to Steam. Because remember, if Steam as a competitor to the console market starts going down, all y'all console enjoyers are going to start seeing what it feels like to have a true duopoly. I don't know what's going on here, but it needs to not. I think we've accidentally pulled people out of the sanitarium. So it's a good thing I'm stocked up for a combat here. Hang on. Yeah, we're dropping my backpack. And my satchel. Okay. Yeah, I need to clean this shit up. I underestimated sorely exactly how much interference we would get from the sanitarium area. Surprise! Combat. There's a reason I didn't take off all of my heavy weapons, despite the fact that I was going back and forth on a road that I thought was well-traveled enough to not have this happen. Prepared for everything. Surprised by nothing. Afraid of everything. I hate so much. So much. I have so much hate for the 9mm's inability to finish off a downed ragdoll target. It feels like 9mm specifically is punished for that. Because I don't have a lot of trouble double tapping a... Yeah, look at that. Very rarely do I have to do more than double tap with the 357. The 9mm, if somebody's ragdolled, you might as well be wasting a bullet. Wasting a bullet on like a 1d6. And hoping you're rolling nat 6. One north. I don't expect too much from the north. There's no massive loot source, or there's no massive Zed sources to the north. So there'd have to be some sort of freak situation for the north to be busy. Still gonna check over your shoulder anyway. What was he thinking? He throws the puck away. I could have tried to power through this, but no. No, there's way too many here. Not a single one of these should have been here. We're way too far away from the sanitarium. But I'm guessing they must have migrated. Apparently, even areas you've not perceived can be subject to migrations now. Why would I use an M16? That has not only the high likelihood of jamming, but it has a magazine that has to be loaded 30 bullets at a time. Why would I subject myself to that if it's gonna be jamming every other bullet? If I'm gonna be jamming every like 10 bullets, then I'd rather just have something that is bullet by bullet. So I was not expecting that to happen. That means we've got some significant work to do to pick all that shit back up. Shit that I had to drop so that I'd be combat effective. We're not done yet. Now the ambulance, of course, is my expedition vehicle. I've got enough in it to... I could live here for a year just based on what's in the ambulance. I could stop what I'm doing and live in one spot for a year if I have the ambulance with me. That is its glory as an expedition vehicle. Not that I want to, but if I had to. I suppose I would get a little bit tired of the having to improvise weapons after a while. Rounds. Well, well, well. If it isn't my old friend, I'm not sleeping here tonight. Well, no, that's something I do late game. I do actually feel the have a little bit of fun with the M16 very late game after I'm aiming level 10. Especially now that I enjoyed the M16 a lot on my previous characters before they added jamming back. I don't know if I'll ever enjoy it again, because now I think, if I have been informed correctly, I haven't tried, but if I've been informed correctly, even at aiming level 10, as soon as the M16 degrades a little bit of condition, it will start jamming. If my understanding is correct. Yep, still got a few coming out of the forest here. I will stand here and kill as many as I have to. This road will be clear. I'm not dealing with this on another convoy. My 9 looking like 8. Maybe I should make a campfire and go to sleep inside. I mean, it's not like fire spreads anymore. That was a relic of the past. Fire doesn't spread anymore, so what do I have to worry about, right? No, we still catch on fire, so it doesn't necessarily need to spread anymore. It just needs to go places. I hate leaving a magazine half full, but well, if they don't want to keep showing up, then so be it. So this is what I have to do in order to pick all my stuff back up. I have to basically halfway empty all of the bags because they were full, and because they were full, they're too heavy to pick back up. Because that's the game we're playing right now. I don't like it. I have always hated this side of the game. It's like it's trying to punish you for picking too much stuff up at once. There's my satchel. Here's my backpack. Put stuff back in my backpack that otherwise would have made it too heavy to pick up. I'll go pick up my other backpack and put the stuff back in it that was otherwise going to make it too heavy to pick up. Fucking tiresome. Again, if I can carry all this stuff at once, why do I have to do this first? This is just a waste of my goddamn time is all this is. I've said it before, but if this stupid side of the game, where for some godforsaken reason you can't pick something up, if it would have briefly taken you over the inventory limit, which is, the hard cap is 50. If that had not been a thing in Project Zomboid, I would probably have about, like, several weeks of my life back. Because I have probably spent several weeks of my life just staring at little green bars progressing as she puts things back into bags that would not have been had to put there if she could just pick them up in the first place. It's stupid. I don't like it. I'm mad about it. OpenGL to Vulkan because macOS dropped support. I don't know anything about Mojang. I do know OpenGL and Vulkan are... I actually don't know a lot about OpenGL versus Vulkan either. I know they're two different rendering engines, shader engines specifically, I thought. But yeah, shader engines, I don't really... no, I don't know much about that. I have always used Iray shaders, NVIDIA Iray shaders. You would think I'm an NVIDIA fanboy based on how much of their shit that I use. The problem is I like to use the best shit that I can get, and unfortunately NVIDIA has just had a bit of a monopoly in that for a lot longer than they have the AI industry. When it comes to the AI industry, NVIDIA is just doing what they've always done. Iray doesn't even fucking exist anymore, I don't think. At least I don't think... No, Iray doesn't exist anymore. I think technically Daz still uses it. I think that's because Daz has not changed anything else. I haven't actually tried to look at Daz in a long time. I mean, it's right here in my taskbar, but that's a much older version that I don't automatically update, so... Yeah, I have no idea. I know for a fact that 3D Studio Max ditched Iray because NVIDIA stopped working on it. Well, they called it Mental Ray at the time. Now they use some fucking asshole called Arnold, who keeps yelling at me about the shader conversions for my old scenes. God damn it, Arnold. And Autodesk can't even keep an API for their documentation consistent. I have a hot link to the support material for Arnold, and yet the last 2 times I've tried, the URL has changed. Right, so I tried it once, the URL changed, I updated the URL, I tried it again, and the URL changed again. Microsoft figured that shit out 20 years ago, by the way. But companies keep fucking up in the same ways, I guess. Now this lady right there is okay. I don't care about her, because we did some pretty good work cleaning up this road already. This road is already dripping with blood. Anybody who shows up on this road is just going to be a lone straggler or two. That one's not even on the right. Hey, zombie, looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the fence. Chromium. Chromium and Electron. Oh, man. Let me start on that. Everybody's like, oh, Discord. Discord is so cool. Did you know that the app itself is just a fucking web browser? And that everything you're looking at is really just a web page? That's all Discord is. It's just a fucking web page. The app itself is just a bootloader for a little bit of a stripped-down Chromium thing. And yet it still needs to update all the time, and it still needs its own little spot in the... I stopped installing Discord as an app a long time ago. I just use it as a... I have been looking into Stoat. I got an Element server right now. Matrix with an Element front end. It's really good for end-to-end encryption stuff. It's actually not really good for just general use. I'm not so paranoid about what I post in my Discord server that I'm worried about needing it all to be end-to-end encrypted. 90% of his memes. The other 10% is, well, stuff that, I mean, you know, political discussion with friends and shit like that, that, if any of that becomes too spicy to be public, then, well, that just means that, we're all fucked anyway. And, you know, and King, you're not, you might be onto something. Back in high school, there is only one brand of shoes that I would wear, and it was called Vans. I say called in the past tense because I have not seen anything even remotely related to their old shoes in a long time. I think the company's still there, but I don't know what the fuck they make these days. I just know the last time I went to their store, it was like fucking Zoomer shit. That's all it was. It looks like a bunch of fucking Zoomer gobbledygook. Oh, I wish I was that guy. Yeah, I enjoyed them. Half cabs. Are they really? I have not looked into it for a very long time. I hang on a second. I will pull it up later when we get back to base. I have one of my favorite pictures of me is just not even of me, but it's me back in film school when I was working on a green screen, and all you could see were my favorite pair of jeans and my favorite pair of Vans. I used that as like my cover photo for like God knows how long. That was like my almost 8 years. That was my cover photo. Technicolor and hip hop. Hey, I'm gonna blame the zombies for that. I think we still might be home in time for bedtime rather. All in all, not bad. As far as commutes go, very rarely do I have to deal with a massive horde of zombies that showed up when they really shouldn't have. I cannot foresee a reason why that many of them would have migrated away from the sanitarium. We were just that far away from the sanitarium, but I guess that's just what the migration system does now. The zombies really love their roads. Well, they already have. They already have. I mean, we've seen iPad kids, but have you seen kids raised by iPad kids? Einstein was more right than we will ever know in our lifetime. See, you could say that there's going to be some survival of the fittest playing out. The problem is, there's still plenty of them are still breeding somehow. The numbers are low, but they're still there. I don't think Einstein could have ever predicted what would happen in the 60s, though. I'm not even gonna talk too much about that, because then YouTube might flag me for a conspiracy theory. Ow, this was a battery light. Oops. Fuck, I didn't realize that was a battery light. Well then. Hey, I forgot this was a double restricted sign. That doesn't really work there. I'm not even usually that kind of guy who's like, this generation, that generation. Not usually, but it's what we're talking about is the low-hanging fruit of that generation. Every generation's got them. I mean, you know, whatchamacallit, I don't think there was a solid name for them, but the boomers had them. Gen Z had the hippies. Millennials had the, well, millennials had the, we had a few things. I'm not even going to bother mentioning them. You know. And whatchamacallit, Zoomers are going to be the iPad kids. I can almost guarantee it. Just in terms of, like, you know, a generational embarrassment of people. Oh, what am I doing starting this? We haven't gone to bed yet. Going to bed for the first bedtime, and then we'll do that afterwards. Yes, please. Yes, 7108. I have considered that, and I'm actually working on tools to make it easier. So something that I talked about a little earlier was showing KTO about this. This right here, what we're looking at on screen, looks like a bunch of nonsense. What it is a caption file for a YouTube video. So this is part 40 of Nora the Explora. It's just what I had in front of me at the time. So here's like one of my opening lines for the stream is "Good morning, everybody." But what you're looking at here is XML tagging for every single time code of every single word spoken. What I do with this is, well, first I need to make it parsable. So I've got this PowerShell script that just extracts the words from each tag, and then, you know, compiles it into something that's actually readable. And then I can actually go through it and hit Control F, and I can search for things that were said. And going by what things were said here and there, I can go back and actually find clips, segments that are worth extracting and placing in compilations. This is a work in progress, right? Because if I were to find something, PowerShell is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. If I were to start, let's just say that I find let me say that I find KTO's favorite phrase. There's 5 of them in this particular stream. I would have to do a double sort of thing, right? Because the phrase right here, the phrase is not searchable right now in the actual transcript, right? If I try to do that, 0 matches, and I would have to. Yeah, see, here we go. It's separate words between tags that I'll never be able to wildcard the shit out of the search, maybe, but yeah, so it's just not happening easily. So what I might do is maybe at the opening of paragraph tags, at the opening of each paragraph, maybe I'll retain the timestamp. Maybe I'll even convert it into hours and seconds, right? Because right now it's in milliseconds. Everything does, YouTube's backend, everything thinks in milliseconds. These are all milliseconds right here. So yeah, I could do something with that. I've already done something with that. If we look at I have another script for parsing captions that I did a separate video on. That is caption file cleanup. This is extract words from video. So if I have a video file and I have a caption file for it, I actually have a script right here that we'll call ffmpeg and use that along with the caption file to pull like 5-second segments from each. Basically, 5 seconds is what I did at the time, but I could do more than that. I could add more lead time. I could add more padding time afterwards. I could take, like, every time I said "God damn it," and then I could. Well, no, I can't. I can't do that because this looks for a single word, and that I can do a single word because we can parse through the SV3, which is XML sort of format. We can parse through that, and oh yeah, if you're not familiar, I have whatchamacallit, right now I'm live streaming to YouTube, and I am also recording to my Seagate Exos drive here. The average size of those recordings are about 140 gigabytes. That was yesterday's stream right there. 140 gigs for 9 hours. The rest of my recordings right here we could actually see exactly how long I've played this character. I've played for 250 or 2.5 terabytes of footage, and then I right-click on the properties of everything here, and I can actually get a. It'll show me under the details tab. It'll show me 225 hours. Let's make that 226 hours, and then we add yesterday, which was 9. So that's mental math. 226. That's 235 plus. We've been at this for 7 hours, so that's 242 hours. Yeah, 242 hours on this character. It's MP4, and it's now I'm drawing a blank. Now I'm drawing a blank. You're gonna make me pull up my VLC settings or my OBS settings here. What the fuck is it? I haven't looked at these in a while. Actually, that's why I forgot. NVENC. So again, I told you I'm an NVIDIA fanboy. I use HEVC with NVIDIA encoding. I know it's a proprietary format. I don't ascribe to the everything's got to be FOSS mentality. I really don't. I do agree with it, but I don't. I mean, I don't hold myself to it because oops. If I don't like proprietary software, then I still use it. I just don't. I don't abide by the licensing agreements. That's how I operate. If a licensing agreement doesn't deserve to be abided by, then I don't abide by it. I wish. I kind of wish more people took that mentality. Like, if you don't like the licensing agreement of a certain type of software, just fucking ignore it, dude. What are they gonna do? They're gonna sue you, right? Can they sue all of us? Okay, I'm not. Don't answer that because they're gonna try. We got a little bit of carving to do. I'll take a break every time we start losing health from being over encumbered. Because that way I can at least check my knife to make sure that my knife is not killing itself over sharpness degradation. I need some more water and milk. She needs some milk. Is Frap still a thing? Is it really? I didn't know that was a thing. I probably still have a copy of Frap somewhere on my my whatchamacallit, my old hard drive backups. One of my newer hard drives, this one here, it should be F, because F is respect, but no, I think it's library, L, yeah. Every single one of these folders represents one of my old hard drives. If I were to control F for fraps.exe, I'd probably find it. I'd probably find a lot of other weird shit that I recorded with it, but yeah, I'd probably find it. I used it a long time ago. Like, we're talking, like, before the 2020s. Yeah, I know, I'm old. Whatever. Grandpa's off his meds. It's actually my second bedtime here. We're going to go ahead and sleep, and then we will finish that carving. Here's hoping we don't have bad weather tomorrow. I have no idea what we're going to be looking at. Potatoes are still transitioning to the next growth phase. I'm going to wait until the potatoes are done transitioning to go in there and look at the garden again. Bandit cam. Bandit cam. I was supposed to sharpen my my knife. Ops. Yeah, it is. Well, hey, I mean, I still think of the before the 2020s as the before times. That's what I think about it now, because I mean, honestly, there have been so many changes. One or two for the better, a lot for the worse. I'm a cynic, so I can only really think of the worst, the changes for the worse since the 2020s. Alright, our total count of long sticks over here is 33. If I combine that with what I've already got elsewhere, we probably got at least 36. Is that even... by 4? Yes, okay, so that's about 9 drying racks. That's not the worst thing in the world. We can deal with that. Back in time still. Oh, send us back in time. Ah, I've got a... there we go. I got another long stick there. Forgot to put that in my... Okay. And... I suppose I might as well get it... Yeah, let's go ahead and get it put together, because, if anybody's not exactly following why I need all those long sticks, I would say about 3/5 of my garden is stuff that has to be put on a drying rack as soon as I harvest it. I don't want to be fucking around with having to put it in a fridge or something, because when I harvest it, it's got a freshness stat that is a ticking clock. I don't want to deal with ticking clocks. I want to put it directly onto a drying rack. I don't want to pass go, collect $200, none of that shit. Let's see if our leather drying racks are done cooking. Look at that. They actually progressed when we didn't sit here and babysit the campfire. Fan-fucking-tastic game of the year, 10 out of 10. We're limit breaking our inventory, by the way. Picking up these drying racks and taking stuff out of them, we can just bypass inventory restrictions. We're at 87 right now. The hard cap is supposed to be 50. I wish that and you know what? I don't dislike it. I wish the rest of the game functioned like this. Oh, the small drying rack. I can't do that. Oh no. Oh no. Put the leather drying racks away for now. Put that in my backpack, I guess. We'll take it upstairs to the tailoring workshop. Now, the uninformed, or those who do not follow every single video of mine, may not understand why I have a very strange-looking array of low fences in here. Observe that there is actually a campfire, fire pit on this tile right here. Observe that I am capable of walking right through it. And then observe I am capable of walking right through this drying rack. I can walk through anything except for the low fences themselves. And that is because low fences, the devs, in their ham-fisted attempt to delete a player strategy of blocking zombie movement by putting stuff in front of low fences, the devs just turn on no clip for anything that's in front of the low fence. So when I need to dry a bunch of stuff and I need to keep those drying racks within proximity of a campfire, but then I need to actually access the campfire, yeah, we just do this so that we can walk right through everything. It works. It's stupid, but it works. Gold weapons. Ah, what is this? What is this? Sons of the Forest? Do you think we can make gold weapons? Well, Sons of the Forest didn't use gold. They called it, what do they call it? It wasn't gold, but it looked gold. Yeah, the old fence crate fence. I miss it. I would gladly trade the ability to no-clip through things for the ability to stop zombie movement. But the devs took it personally. So they started fucking with us. I don't think they've realized that they've given us a very useful tool. I'm sure they'll fuck with us in other ways later, because remember, we're not supposed to be having fun here. Okay, now I need to empty my inventory because I got a little bit too much after we picked up the leather. We now have leather of different textures and colors to work with here. We've got some Angus leather, Holstein leather, and Landrace pig leather. I don't expect the Landrace pig leather to be anything particularly impressive. It is just a slightly lighter shade of brown, like a sort of a beige instead of a brown. Meanwhile, everything else we have is crude, which is what I am putting down now. Yeah, it is. And I mean, another thing about it, though, is the fence crate fence. That would have only been necessary that is only necessary because there's no other way to shape zombie movement. Fence Crate Fence was a response to the fact that the devs just made it so that zombies can attack 100% of every structure in the game. Right? Let's just say a horde of zombies came at me right now, and they deleted my, let's say they deleted these walls that I built out here. They could delete my furnace. They could delete this grindstone. They could delete this crate. They could delete my forge. I've had it happen before. Don't ask me how. They could delete everything. Every single thing the player builds is something the zombies will walk up to and start slapping for no god-fucking-damn reason at all. I have always hated that about this game. Every single thing we build is at risk of a zombie wandering up and just slapping it for no fucking reason at all. They don't do that to other things. They do it to anything we build, though. And that is because a long, long time ago, probably before most of us started playing, players were using buildings to shape zombie movement. And it's just some stupid fucking arms race that has gone to the point of absurdity now. And yeah, it's exactly what Zinking articulated. They have a hostile relationship with player creativity. The response to players using structures to make zombies move is not to make zombies just attack everything. That was the wrong response from the outset. And yet that was their response. So now we're stuck with this. Yeah. And that too. Like, I mean, I hate it when I have to bring up 7 Days to Die, because that game does so many things wrong. And yet in this particular case, at least they've got, their zombie engineers who figure out how to travel through player bases. It actually kind of makes sense in that game, because, 7 Days to Die is basically just a tower defense game at the end of the day. Unless you turn off Horde Night. Alright, so we've got 16 long sticks. That's going to be like 8. Now we just need twine, nails, and a drill. 7 days to dry, indeed. Where's my drill at? I know I left a drill out here. There's no way I forgot to leave a drill out here. Of course I did. Ah, no, there it is, on the floor. Just left it a little further down here. Okay. This right here where I'm standing, this should be where I have the pile of long sticks. I just kind of brain farted a little bit. My brain did a little... now all we need are nails. I don't think we have any loose ones left. We are opening a new box. And now we can make small plant drying racks until we run out of twine. That's the first thing we'll run out of. So, I still like to put these around the campfires, but we're a little bit less married to the campfires now. They will make things dry faster, but these only take 1 day to dry. Okay, so that was, we actually ran out of sticks first. I guess this one is less obnoxious on the twine. The large leather drying racks, man, they just eat your twine. They eat your twine for breakfast. But, so what we're looking at here is the campfire is here where I'm standing. As you can see, one tile directly in each direction. So one tile in that direction, one tile in that direction, one tile that direction, one tile that direction. That is the best way to insulate your... And I can't believe this sentence is coming out of my mouth. This is the most efficient way to dry things right now, is to have at least one tile of the drying rack directly adjacent to a campfire. Of all the ways in the universe to produce heat, we're stuck on campfires right now. It is what it is. That's just... The devs saw fit to implement a temperature-based drying system in a game where we have exactly 1.0 ways to control the temperature. I'm not even... No, I'm done. I'm done talking about that already. I'm already done talking about that. I will not eat the jar. I am a free survivor. Okay, let's just put that into our backpack. Please, into my backpack. Thank you. So we've got, we're not very flush on twine right now. I'm going to go upstairs and we're going to use some of the dog bane we found. Found a little bit of dog bane. We're going to turn that into, we're going to turn that into, God damn it. There's my nails. There's my loose nails. Oops. That's alright, we don't actually have that much. No, I don't have that. I don't have much twine left. We're going upstairs and we're making more twine. I should have a wooden rod up here already. If I don't, I'm an idiot. I might be an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I do have a wooden rod up here. Craft twine. While we were out foraging, leveling our foraging skills, looking for literally anything other than hemp dogbane, we got 41 hemp dogbane. I think each unit of hemp dogbane is equal to 1 unit of twine. Yes. Okay, so this costs us a little bit of time, but we basically have more twine than I'll ever know what to do with. This used to be, I used to be of the mentality that I had to always collect every piece of twine that I found because I didn't realize how easy it is to craft. This is a level 0 recipe, by the way, and it doesn't even require a magazine, apparently. But don't tell the devs that. They'll add a magazine for it. For now, we can craft twine. All we got to do is go out foraging long enough to find some dog's bane, which you go out foraging long enough, you'll eventually find some. Spare the rod, spoil the tailoring. Sounds about right. Alright. Now we have billions of twine. Let's go get some more of them long sticks and do another one of them. They're quads of drying racks. We can do more than that. We can do a penta. Yeah, we can do 5 drying racks with all these materials. But then we'll hit a brick wall, I think. And that might be okay. Each drying rack can do 20 herbs. And I think we might get on average about 20 per crop plot. So we've got 20 crop plots of, sorry, that's 10 mint, 10 of that, 10 of that. Those are all ready to harvest. And I think these 10 are here too. So that's 40 crops. That's 40 times 20. Forgive me. We could have as much as 800 if we were to go harvest everything. Could. I don't know. I don't know what the totals are going to look like. For some reason, my brain meat is telling me that mint has a shit ROI, which is why I planted an entire row of mint instead of a half row like the rest of the herbs. And I don't know why. I don't know why my brain meat is telling me that. We're going to see if I am remembering something real or just confabulating. That was 3. So now here's 4 and 5 around this drying rack, or this campfire here. And now we are out of sticks again. So if I really wanted 100% campfire coverage... Hold the phone. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I did a dissertation on this. Hang on a second, I still have it. I have received 2 community awards. Was it that shit post I did yesterday, I wonder? Where is my desktop? PZ, probably. Drying racks, lol, them out. Yeah, okay. So, this is an explanation of what you guys are looking at. The F's are campfires, the drying racks are drying racks. Or dry says drying rack. I don't even think I've posted this yet. I was gonna post it on Reddit, and then I was like, who wants to read this dumb shit? I don't know. I mean, honestly, even the people who get to the point of using drying racks, are they really gonna want to get this in deep to it? Especially when we're playing an unstable build that might just eventually change one day. For what, a 10% decrate? Yeah, probably. Yep. I mean, at this point, I'm mostly just doing it because I want to be able to set it and forget it after harvesting everything. That's more than... Yeah, that's mostly what I'm doing. I do not want to have any crops at risk of spoiling while I wait for other things to dry off. So right now we got a total of 1 long stick left over here. And that's it. So before I go worrying about other long sticks, there's probably some left back at Brandenburg. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to Brandenburg and get all of the remaining stuff that's there. So for that, I'll just need a throwaway vehicle. And I'm also going to reload all of my ammo before I deploy. Who knows what kind of shit's going to be waiting for us on the road. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I wish I understood what bloomed and what didn't, but I don't. And I've lost the mental capacity to care. I really have. Shit's either going to bloom or it's not. And if I have enough seeds stockpiled, I don't care about it blooming. Let me unite my loose ammo boxes here. I forgot I had a bunch in the ambulance. I literally went right up to the ambulance because my brain meat told me it's the first trunk in this lineup. But the ambulance isn't supposed to be one that actually has all those boxes. It just was because that's how I did it. We're packing a box or carton of 556 now. And then a carton of 45 ACP. Because basically what we're doing is the ambulance has a bunch of loose boxes, and the black step van has a bunch of loose boxes. By your powers combined, I have more cartons. Okay, now we no longer can pack more cartons. Everything loose in the trunk of the ambulance goes directly into the trunk of the black step van here. And then this gun case full of loose ammo also goes directly into the trunk of the step van here. And then we'll be able to see if we have any... yeah, we can make a box of 556 out of the loose ammo we've picked up. So just because I've been meticulously racking and unloading every single rifle I find, there's another box of 556 right there. Yay. And I'm not going to worry about most of the rest of this. That falls under the purview of unloading loot, which I'm not too worried about right now. I just wanted to, while it was right in front of me, handle the ammo distribution. Alright, next we are... let me get USL staged. USL is currently... in a place where I need to dump some stuff out of it so that I'm not just, bringing more step vans back to run into each other here. Yeah. The words clear the loading dock come into mind. Seat occupied, so I didn't even do that. A lot of what's in the seat here is going to be, there's cotton fabric rolls to dye. A lot of this vehicle is going to be tailoring shit. But, look at this, we got some mufflers. Mufflers for sports vehicles. More than I'm ever going to need. It's good because muffler is a wear item. Mufflers are wear items that get damaged by off-roading. So these two performance sports vehicle mufflers, actually a non-zero chance that we'll need them. As basically every couple of minutes I spend off-roading, that's a little bit of integrity subtracted. Car wash bucket right there. Been a little while since I've had one. Ying's wood over here is literally nothing but engine parts. Got 71 engine parts chilling. And some of that is heavy duty vehicle stuff. That can all just, I'm just going to drop it straight on the floor here because most of my other vehicle part carriers are actually full right now. At some point I will repurpose one of my other vehicles to be a vehicle part carrier again. Just like the Smart Cut twins here. We just have that many parts. But that should be all of them. Alright, USL is now parked in the lineup for extracting and sorting loot later on. I might do that on Monday or something, you know, a day where I've got fewer viewers and maybe a little less energy depending on how my workday goes. But I don't want to do it today because I've got the energy. I'd like to be doing some more, slightly more interesting stuff, if possible. I'm going to need to, so a lot of the welding stuff we brought home is going to become useful for going through and sorting the all this tailoring stuff we brought home, because the tailoring stuff, we're going to need a new couple of crates for those. And now we can make them. One of the duffel bags in the expedition vehicle is actually where I put all my empty fountain cups. I'm going to put away most of them except for 5, and then we're going to, on our way out, milk some cow directly into that one. So that we at least have 2 days of food everywhere we go. Okay, that should have been on the passenger seat, but wait, passenger seat is full of loot? Passenger seat is full of 9mm magazines. That can get sorted later. That everything that's in the ambulances might as well just be part of the lineup for loot sortage. So we're gonna go take LBMW here. We're gonna go grab another throwaway vehicle. If anybody's not familiar with my race cars, LBMW here is just slightly better than Spiffo. 1 engine quality higher. So, substantially, there's no difference, but on paper, LBMW is superior. Looks like this Chevalier Cerise is going to be my throwaway vehicle this time around. It'll probably need some gas. I'm not going to fill it all the way up like I did the last one. That was a bit of a brain fart last time where I filled up the throwaway vehicle all the way up. I did not need to do that. Halfway full is more than enough. Because remember, I have finite gas in all the pumps. It does not make sense at all to be just, you know, taking gas away from my central nexus and just leaving it behind elsewhere. That does not make sense in the slightest. So we don't want to be doing that. A 10 liter is probably more than enough. Now, I want to do my due diligence, make sure I'm not leaving behind anything really good. No, not really. No, none of this is particularly special. It's all standard anyway. Standard, I have very little use for. I do heavy duty in sport. That's all I do. I like Frederick. Interesting. Well, I can't leave that behind. What if I need it? It's just not even... There isn't even a bathroom in here. Where the fuck would I put toilet paper? I'm sure that in the future, this game will not have a use for toilet paper like that. Yeah, I know. But, do these things use brakes? Yeah, they use tires and suspensions. The animal trailers use brakes for some reason. I've never seen them actually do any braking, but apparently they use brakes. Engine doesn't look too bad. So we're currently at a quarter of a tank. What I'm going to do is put... we're going to wait until it's like a third of the way full when we fuel it here. So we're just looking at this bar, and I hate the little key icon blocking me. I'm just going to guesstimate. Let's see what that looks like. Look at that. Really close to half full. I don't know anything under the hood about how the gas pumping, what's the liter per second, shit like that. I don't know any of that. But I got a gut feeling on it. I've been pumping enough gas. Hello, Athena. I did not pet you last time. I'm going to fix that now. You are a good cow. You give me life. So the least I could do is give you pets. See, even the sheep agree. If you really want your realism, those fountain cups of cow's milk should actually be slightly red, because they should be a little warm. It does come out at body temperature, so they actually should be a little warm. Warm milk straight from the teat. Never had that before. I'm not going to exceed 70, because I do not yet know the braking capabilities of this thing. I actually think it's not bad. When I looked at it, the first thing I saw was a couple 100% brakes. They are regulars, though. So I don't know what 3 regulars and 1 shit regular is going to feel like. Not on a car like this. For anybody who is only recently joining, we're in the midst of a final logistical extraction of loot from Brandenburg. We are pretty much done with Brandenburg, but we left a bunch of stuff behind there, and we're picking it all up. We prepared it for a pretty streamlined transport. But of course we're running into little pockets of resistance here and there, despite all the hundreds of cars I've towed back and forth at this point. Oh, look at that. Okay, we're in for a fight here. Not sure where they all came from, but I guess this is the first time I've discharged a firearm here. So, yeah, we need these people to not be slowly moseying in the direction of noise from towing. Five bullets for that asshole. Not even slightly worth it. Can you imagine what I could do with 5 bullets worth of gunpowder? Yeah, I'll see what I've done with 20 bullets worth of gunpowder. So one thing about these zombies that sometimes sticks out to me are clothing items that may be full of holes. I can't exactly take anything off of the zombie until she stops twitching. Because until she stops twitching, she might as well not exist. There we go. Went out of line of sight for a second. A hoodie that's got holes in the chest wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And if I'm going to be getting out and fighting them anyway. See, what is a hoodie that has holes in the chest? That is a platform for arms to be padded with leather strips without incurring the high insulation of the chest slot. Oh, here we go. This hoodie is full of holes in all the correct places, and it's the correct color. This hoodie would match a, actually, we can even see it. Hang on. Compare the color of my scrubs, which you can see through my jacket. It's close. It's actually probably closer to the other scrubs, the one that's under the current. So if I take the current set of scrubs off, the scrubs underneath that are, well, you can't see them. The Hawaiian shirt goes over it, but that's pretty close right there. Yeah, you can see it if it's on the floor there. That's pretty close. So this hoodie, you know, you think of a hoodie, that's pretty high insulation normally. But this hoodie has a couple of holes on the chest, lower and upper chest. And as a tailor, it is our privilege that we can repair it as we see fit. And I can just intentionally not repair the holes in the chest, like I've done with this leather jacket. And look at that, we've got a hoodie that's got arm protection without head protection, or without chest insulation. And one of the reasons that the hoodie layer is kind of interesting to me is that it's a sweater layer is what it is. Sweater layer is separate from the jacket layer. So this leather jacket I'm wearing is not mutually exclusive with the hoodie. The hoodie I can wear under a heavier jacket easily. Now, I have also not explored the limits of just insulating only my arms and leaving holes in the chest. I haven't explored the limits of that. I've prepared yet another dissertation, just like the one that I showed you guys before. Whereas it's not drying racks. This one is... Did I leave it on my desktop? I did. So this one is even more recent. Again, I haven't posted it yet because I still haven't verified the numbers 100%. But this is just something I assembled in debug mode earlier this week after work. These are the theoretical maximum protection levels that I could find for the theoretical minimal trade-off of insulation here. But this didn't include a hoodie. Oh, no, it did. It did. So this included a hide hoodie is what this included. The hide hoodie is actually better than anything, but I don't know of any way to actually get a hide hoodie with holes in it. I don't think that's going to be even possible. I think survivor zombies may spawn with handcrafted hide clothing. So there is a very, very light possibility that we'll run into a survivor zombie who happens to have a hide hoodie. And then they have to have a hide hoodie that also happens to have holes in the upper and lower torso. That now the holes, that's not a hard ask. If you look at enough zombies, they got holes in all their clothing. So that's not the hard part. The hard part is first finding one that's even wearing a hide hoodie to begin with. Those are very, very rare on zombies. I've never seen a non-survivor zombie wear anything that's handcrafted leather before. So that almost doesn't even belong. Like, again, these are theoretical maximums that we were looking at here. They're theoretical maximums. I don't think the hoodie is required for some of these. But in absence of the hoodie, we've got the military jacket officer, which is the exact same problem. Extremely rare to ever see it on a zombie. I can't think of any time I've ever seen it on a zombie. Yeah, you would have to have like a general zombie. Like I'm talking like a military, like an army general. Like maybe if we found General McGrew as a zombie, maybe he would be wearing one of those. So maybe if we go find General McGrew and kill his ass, Maybe, I don't know. I don't even need to use co-op. I could just do split screen. Split screen is something you can do, I think, without even changing it from a single-player game to a multiplayer. I shouldn't have to do that, though. There's a debug command. I actually still have the notepad for it. Here it is. These are Lua console commands that I'm pasting into chat right here. Lua console commands that will, what it'll do is it'll rip a hole in the first layer of whatever you're wearing. So what you do is you go into debug mode, you make it so that the only item that's covering your chest is the item you want a hole in, and then you run that command. And you're 100% correct, that's cheating. And the point that I'm making with that, of course, is that's the only way for a player to intentionally, specifically rip a hole in something, is to run a motherfucking Lua console command. Who wants to do that? Who wants to do that? It should be very easy to rip holes in things, but whatever. The whole, if you inspect an item of clothing and right-click on it... Is it still alive? Yeah, still alive. Alright, get up, bitch. Let's get off the road. Crawl your ass over here, please. No, not the driver's side door. There you go. Now compass point your ass in my direction. Okay, now let's go. Off-road, please. That's right. That's what I get for driving a little too fast on a vehicle that I'm not familiar with the braking on. Good thing it's just a throwaway. Don't even have to worry about washing it. Alrighty. In the back of my brain meat, I have been thinking about where to hit next. I haven't decided anything yet. I mean, Brandenburg does still have a couple of things there. Specifically, it's got a storage unit. But I no longer have a sledgehammer in Brandenburg now. Now that I've taken my fire truck and my ambulance home, I no longer have a sledgehammer on site. So that is the consequences of my current vehicular situation. So that's not a viable option right now. There are still some survivor homes. Actually, I do feel morally obligated to take those. When I hit survivor homes these days, I come out with almost nothing. The most recent survivor home that I hit, you know what? Let's just drive past it really quick. Let's just drive past it really quick so I can show you guys how much I ended up just leaving on the floor. Almost everything we took out of it was weaponry, and then that got left on the floor of our field base. So I don't think... I do want to visit that that survivor house that I'm talking about, not just to show you guys, but I also want to make sure that I mark it off on the map, because none of the survivor houses that I had marked on the map had gotten marked off. and the least I could do for myself. That's another hoodie right there. That's a potential match for the other color of scrubs. Upper whole torso, but nothing elsewhere. Long blade level 8, everybody. You should see my other sword. So there actually is a survivor house. Speaking thereof, there is a survivor house just right down here. I actually probably should go ahead and loot it now. Yes, let's just wipe out everybody here because they're in my way anyway. But then I'm going to go loot that survivor house now so that I can triage what's in it before we get back to Brandenburg. Because once we get back to Brandenburg, I have a little bit of room for hand carry. And that's going to be dedicated to the contents of any survivor houses that I haven't finished off yet. Let's get an idea of what zombie populations are down here. I'm going to go ahead and shoot a little bit and get everybody in this area out of the tree zone. And lead them this way through the sound of gunshots. Oh boy. You know what? Maybe I'm going to lead them this way with gunshots and then ditch them. I don't have a clean angle of approach. This is not a tenable combat situation. I literally can be surrounded from all sides at this point. So yeah, we're going to ding dong ditch them. That's funny. I'm sure it'll be very fun for everybody who participates for all of 5 minutes until they get sniped by somebody from a rooftop somewhere. And I'm sure the guy who snipes it is going to get a lot of mirth and enjoyment. And then everybody's going to be dumber for it. Well, I'm sure it'll make great content. I'm sure it'll make great content. Don't get me wrong on that. The I put 100 players into a underscore insert thing here in Project Zomboid, those get millions of views. I'm sure the videos are going to talk all about how fun it was for everybody who did it. There's the fatigue. That actually kind of was expected. We do still have a coffee bullet back at our destination, so I have no qualms doing this. Alright, now I'm going to give them the slip. How dedicated do I want to be to cleaning up this highway? That's the next question. Because if I answer yes to that, how dedicated do I want to be? Yes. If I want to be dedicated to cleaning up this highway, I've got a big fight on my hands, and I should not be trying to improvise my way through it. I should be coming here with a solid angle of approach and a lot more weaponry. Let's not try to actually clear all these zombies. Let's ding-dong ditch them, as I said, but we're going to kind of give them a run around here. We got some in this direction, that's great. So I can continue making noise by shooting their asses. Now, the fact that we're losing line of sight, that is going to work to our advantage tremendously. We're going to lose, as soon as we stop shooting, we're going to lose the attention of a lot of these guys as soon as we stop shooting. Anybody who continues to have attention on us will deal with swords so that we're quieter. So in a perfect world, I'll leave a bunch of them next to this trailer over here. Is that going to work out exactly the way I want it to? I don't know. I'm taking this by the seat of my pants right now. Should have known that a mall draw or a Kentucky trailer park would be full of people. We're making the. I'm trying to stay within an auditory of anybody who could be fucking tree asshole. Faithless woodland sprite. If he chooses to come between me and my kin, I'll split his pretty head open. I just hope that I'm still within auditory of the highway. That's the most important thing right now. I don't care about any of these uglies over here. We're just going to give them the slip. I don't know if I've ever fully cleared this area before on any of my characters. I know I've driven past it a literal billion of times. Sneaky sneak mode has been engaged. We are now in the give them the slip phase of the operation. I mean, why would I? So I have one response to multi-hit every time it comes up. Why would I want more than one zombie to be within melee range? Now, if we're talking about multi-hit with shotguns, that's already in Apocalypse. Shotguns and actually rifles. Shotguns and rifles can both multi-hit. And those don't require me to be in melee range to multi-hit. But otherwise, why, in the ever-loving name of all things holy, would I ever want there to be more than one zombie within melee range? I do not understand that mentality. It does not make sense to me. I may have underestimated this area slightly. Yep, I may have underestimated this area. Just take it nice and slow. We got enough blade work for this. Fuck out of those trees. See, again, I have control over their movement speed by making them lunge at me. Yeah, no, KTO is 100% correct. If you like it, go for it. But if you like it, be advised that in order to enjoy it, you're letting between 1 and 3 things into melee swinging distance that can potentially end your career. I don't again, it doesn't register. I mean, even if I knew how to fight, I know how to fight, and it, I don't know, maybe I'm just a coward. Maybe that's the only reason I'm still alive. Yeah, the groups here just keep going. It's a nice axe. Always down for one of those. In fact, that's going straight on my back. And I'm going to start using that, because why not? I am a fire officer. I have a +1 to axes. And that is one less weapon of my own that I have to worry about. That's just more weaponry for me right there. If one didn't understand combat better, they would probably think that axes were just as amazing as swords. And truth be told, they're pretty good. They are pretty good. The key difference to axes and swords is you cannot put a two-handed axe in your belt. If you could, I would see very, very little difference between a level 10 expert and a level 10 sword expert. Right now, it just comes down to the fact that I can carry more swords than you can ever carry axes. And my swords are lighter. Otherwise, we both have to worry about sharpening, and we both have to rely on crit rate. Axes and swords are both just, at the end of the day, it's blades by different measure. And axes are a slightly lower crit rate, but a higher crit multiplier. So you get your crit rate high enough, and especially you got expert. If you do the lumberjack thing, you got expert, you're going to be absolutely flooring everything. But if you're going up against just, zombie killing contest between you and a level 10 long blade user with all of his stats the same, you're going to have a very difficult time telling each other apart until you start running out of axes and swords. At that point, the guy with the swords can carry more and put them on more slots than you can ever do it with your axes. And if you start, you want to start coping, you want to start saying, oh, I can carry hatchets, do you want to deal with that reduced crit rate? Even a level 10 expert with your bonuses to hatchets, you're not going to go anywhere near a sword user at that kill rate. Oh, it's highly circumstantial, yeah. I mean, if I was so cowardly that I didn't know when to actually fight, then I wouldn't be able to survive. You got to pick and choose your fights, and even then, don't let the zombies scare you. Be scared, but don't let them scare you. That's the way I like to approach it. Always be scared, because if you're not scared, then you've lost humans' most powerful impulse. Fear is like a wave. You don't just turn and run away from it. You get out your surfboard and ride it. So this is our target right here, the survivor house. It doesn't have very many boarded up windows anymore. I am willing to bet that anybody who would be inside has long been removed from the inside. But, what else we got here? We got somebody right in front of the door. Sup, homie? Although definitely nothing is going to beat the, the dual utility of a firefighter axe. Firefighter axe as both a tool and a weapon. Peak. I mean, that's my at the end of the day, when it comes to swords versus axes, I'm feeling a very Porque no los dos right now. Why not both? Because that's what I'm doing right now. We got axes, we got swords. I'm criminally underusing my axes right now. Clear except bathroom. Clear. Okay, we are going to need to sleep soon. I'm going to go ahead and board up the bedroom. I just need a couple nails. And yes, I am going to sleep here. because we need to sleep. Just because we drank coffee doesn't mean we don't need to sleep. One more nail, please. Thank you. I'm doing a triple plank on each window. 2 outside, 1 inside right now. Just because there were a lot here, and I don't understand all their movements yet. So... my usual standard is 2. Oh, look at that. Got several over there. I'm going to kill all those guys. Okay, feels alright. So we've taken the area, but now we just need to maintain our sleep schedule. Forgot the door is busted. I'm gonna do the lazy thing here. Look at that. Nobody can get in or out now. I'm a little bit paranoid, but imagine how it would be if I was playing Extinction. Don't even want to think about it. I would probably have trouble sleeping too, all things considered. Good thing we have a paperback just chilling right here. That's, yeah, that is what maintenance is for. Maintenance is a lovely skill. I do think a lot of new players to the game don't appreciate it as much. I mean, hell, that's me. I did not appreciate maintenance for a little while. So we are going to need to sleep again if we want to maintain a good schedule, but we should have quite a bit of time functional without being at risk of getting fatigued. So I'm going to go ahead and finish what we started here, get this place looted up completely, cross it out on the map, and then I'll just sleep when we get back to our field base in Brandenburg. So far, the most valuable thing I've found is a stick of butter. Just to give you guys a reference of why survivor houses have kind of fallen off for me. Ah, there we go. We got some ammo. That's always good. I'm always down for ammo. Don't even care what type. Just ammo. Inject it directly into my inventory, fam. Hey, look, a copy of Reloading 5. I think I have several of those now. I think BF pistols might also be... I think I might also have enough of them by now. For a little while there, BF pistols, I did not have very many, so I just kept picking up every single one. I think we've got enough now. But I don't know yet. I'm going to have to wait till I get back to base and actually sort through all of my guns. That's a tall order, all things considered. That is a very tall order. So far, we're coming out with some memorabilia, a couple of possibly redundant melee weapon plan stuffs. Actually, 100% redundant, yeah. And there weren't even any, yeah, there's nothing in here. Okay, we're out of here. Socially responsible thing is to X out a survivor house after you have handled it. Now, I believe that, yeah, I'm 100% sure this is the survivor house that I cleared out in the town there. But that means we still got that one, and then these were annotated maps. So I do want to see what's going on there. I do not know why this build... I believe this is the school. I think this is the school. Yeah, because this is the community center. So I don't know why the school would be marked on an annotated map. I do kind of feel obligated to look at that. But we've basically cleared this place out, and we did not even fill up our backpack. So that's cool. And if my calculations are correct, it'll take a couple trips back and forth before anybody hears too many engines running out here and fills up the street again. Yep, I think we're going to be good. That was the results of last night's activities with just, running, doing the big old loop around and getting everybody's attention with a lot of shots. It was not random. It was intentional for the most part. I had to improvise a lot, but... Oi. Come on. Good to go on that road, and now onto the next road that's going to be full of zombies. When we actually exfiltrate, it's not going to be that painful. We're going to be using the race car to tow the... That was a meta event. We're going to be using the race car to tow the step van, so it's not going to be a difficult job at all. We'll be able to maneuver very easily. It's just that I need a little bit of space to maneuver. And that was a lot of zombies, so... If memory serves, I did already clear the stuff out of these vans here. At least the one on the left. I can't remember the one on the right. I had to have. There's no way I would have put those cones down. Right? Yeah, of course I checked this one. Okay. Well, I either checked it or never had anything good in it to begin with. We're good. What town am I in? Where am I headed? What's up? Cleared it. This is Brandenburg, as mentioned in the stream title. This is the south side of Brandenburg, this is where the tornado ripped through. Before the apocalypse happened, there was a tornado here. That is a real-life event, I believe. What we're currently doing is going to our field base here in Brandenburg. We are going to collect a set of vehicles that have already been loaded with loot and exfiltrate with those. Now, the before we do that exfiltration, we do have a couple of things that I was just looking at my map that we want to take a look at before we... Because once I'm done with that, we're done with this town. I'm not coming back here. I have seen what I want to see here, for the most part. Good enough for government work, shall we say. So, that's the chili house. Over here on the right, that's the... No. That's the fire department. That's the middle school. That's the middle school, and that is not what is marked. Is it the church that's marked? I wonder. I don't remember what's on Mead here. I genuinely don't remember. I'm sure it'll hit me right when I see it. But I was talking before, we do actually still need to sleep. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to sleep in the fire department. It's confirmed secure. So we're just going to go to the second floor of the fire department here and catch another sleep, so that we don't end up getting tired like really early in the day. At this rate, if I catch a good sleep here and actually sleep all the way through it, we will be fine for the rest of the day afterwards. Not tired. I'll fuck off. Okay, that's not good. That means we're probably going to get tired at like 1500 to 1600, something like that. Because if we're just sub 30 fatigue right now, that means we can't sleep. That means, but there's no way we're well enough rested right now. There is no way, not after last night. But I don't have a lot of options now. I can't just stand here and fast forward through a part of the day. That would just be wasting good weather. So we're just gonna have to fucking deal with it. I'll make some coffee or something when we get to our field site here. All right. Yeah, let's go see what that big blue building is that I know I've driven past it a couple times. Should be up here on the left. I don't know if the big building that I'm thinking of that's been marked on the map there, I don't know if that is going to have been from a within range of where we did the bombing. I really shouldn't have risked myself for that. I wanted her skirt. I'm just going to give these guys the slip. We're not going to try to fight them. This is not particularly a combat vehicle here. I'll come back for the skirt on our way back. If I do go over here, I'll do a toot. I'll give a hoot off the loot with a little toot toot. Oh, I know where we're at now. Yeah. Okay, I know exactly where we're at now. That's the police department right over there, Joey's Cup right there. So that's cleared territory to the right. And all we're doing is ding-dong ditching the guys that I was just trying to deal with in the forest here, where it'll be difficult for them to line of sight anywhere else. Is that a hockey stick weapon in that guy to the left? Yeah. Or a ice axe, one of the two. Okay. I may have taken a wrong turn. That lady was disagreeing with me. I did not take a right turn. I did not take a wrong turn. This is a correct turn. It was the community center. Okay. So yeah, the community center was marked with a question mark by an annotated map. And I don't know what that means. I genuinely don't know what that means. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of resistance if we try to take this place. It doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near as bad as the building could be if it was a Louisville building, for example. An after-combat vehicle. That could work, yeah. So I'm kind of surveying this building for ingress and egress. There's a lot. Bottom corner here at the bottom center of the screen. Everything on the right side of the screen there, and then there's some double doors over there. Basically, that means that any zombies outside could very easily become zombies inside. So I don't like this place. I really don't like this place. However, I do know that as we go farther in this direction, the zombies should thin out significantly because we have. That means we're entering area that I cleared with my pipe bomb. I'm not even above doing another pipe bomb. I'm curious what this annotated map is going to entail for us. I've never seen a large POI get marked by an annotated map before. Now, when I say marked, I don't know if that's anything significant. It just that I literally echoed onto my map what the annotated map had on it, and it was a question mark. It was a question mark, and then there was a mechanic sign on that house over there. So I guess let's just go down this road and see what that house over there, quote unquote, has in it. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 more houses down after this one. Shit, I lost count already. I think it's this one. Let's double check. Yeah. Okay. This house has a van in front of it, and the annotated map had a little mechanic sign on it. Okay, I'm starting to see something here. I'm thinking that van right there is actually supposed to be our target. I don't know that for sure, but that's what I'm thinking right now. This is a tricky place to ding-dong ditch anybody. We got fences on all sides. This is a very offensive place. I'm gonna bomb these guys. I don't have patience for this right now. I have neither the weapons nor the patience to deal with all these zombies. Fucking residential-ass place full of zombies. Yeah, well, what am I gonna bomb them with? I ain't got no fucking bombs. Damn it. This is what happens when I decide to exfiltrate from a location a little too in the wrong order. I should have honestly the heavy combat truck should have been the last one out. I have learned something important about my own logistics, and that's that the heavy combat truck should have been the last one. In any case, here's our field base for the area. Woohoo. I didn't hit the rock, but I almost hit something else. Alright, so what we have planned, and what we're supposed to be doing after getting here, is just hooking the race car up to the mail truck and going home. That's the plan, basically. That's the long-term plan. And the mid-term plan was supposed to be that we do whatever we want to do in Brandenburg before, closing up shop here. And it does look like I actually have a free driver's seat. Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world then. I do have a free driver's seat, so that means memes, I guess. We'll figure that out in a moment here. Let me establish a garbage bag for the glove here, since we've got a whole bunch of really lightweight small stuff. Close enough for now. We don't have enough loose ammo to be using the L92 anymore. L92 is going to get left on the driver's seat of the mail, or the... Fuck. I might just have to stay in my backpack. Yeah. It's going to have to stay in my backpack. I've loaded everything else for bear. Let me go ahead and establish, or actually, we got some stuff that needs to come out of my backpack and get left here. We don't have need for more canned stuff back at main base. Butter is coming with me because butter is very useful. Cereal. We should leave one box behind tops. Let's go ahead and remake our coffee. We'll need the power generator for that. Yes, homeboy will turn on his generator just to make a cup of coffee. That's what the game tells me to do, so I'm going to do it. I can make battery connectors for lights, but not coffee machines. You know what? Maybe I'm going to drink that coffee, and then maybe I'm just going to make one more cup because we still have a little bit left over. So I'm now capable of sleeping. What that means is I'm over 30 fatigue. Coffee reduces 24 fatigue. So if I drink the coffee, I'm not wasting any of it. It is just deleting 24 fatigue. And I always want to carry around a full coffee everywhere I go. So we're going to make another one and then put that in my satchel, and then we can shut the generator back down. And we do still have one coffee left that we could make. These tea bags need to not stay here. Everything else, I'm just going to take some of the rare stuff. Okay. That looks good. Generator should have been shut down already. The crowbar and the wooden mallet, I never really needed those to begin with. Those are just supposed to be left here with the other locally sourced tools. I don't even know exactly why I picked them up. It was right in front of me. Okay, it fits. I put it in. The step fan is now 100% full. But we still have a little bit of room for hand carry. So basically what that means is we can still run around Brandenburg and pick up a few things from anything that's annotated map. I just need to make sure that we are not overloading ourselves because we are the last trailer out of here. Look at me. I am the trailer now. What I'm going to try to do is just use a good old-fashioned horn honking to get people away from those places that I want to loot. Yeah, we're just going to use some good old-fashioned toot toot, since I don't have my heavy combat vehicle and I don't want to go through the effort of trying to locally source materials for bombs. No, that's a lot of effort. I'm not doing it. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could set a campfire and use toot to pick them up, but no, it's fine. There are ways of killing massive amounts of zombies using just a vehicle and 3 stones and something to light a fire with. I'm not interested in going that far because I shouldn't need to. I should just be able to lure them away from this house that I want to look at and then move on. We have enough hand weapons that we can kill stragglers very easily if anybody doesn't want to get the memo, which always happens. Okay, so there's the tornado shelter. As far as I know, the tornado shelter's never had anything useful in it. It's just there because it's a building that's realistic. Can't even get into it. I'm not interested in breaking it open right now. So we're on high, going up to the end of this road. I'm going to try the community center from the front, because it seemed like most of the Zeds who were there were in the back. I wish I could do the battery connector for anything. I would, in a heartbeat if I could. Alright, I'm going to get out and kill everybody here in the parking lot. I want the front of the building to be relatively safe. And we have the tools for this. It's like Q didn't pick up anybody. Not from this area, at least. The single most useful thing we picked up from that survivor house wasn't even from the house itself. It was from a zombie stuck in his back. I have not had to use any of my blades right now because I got an axe. It's great. I'm here for it. I do have an axe in my whatchamacallit. I have some very basic necessities in the race car here. I got an axe, I got a tire pump, I got spare battery, respirator filters, a little bit of food, but yeah, it is far from a, you know, long-term anything vehicle. It is just a vehicle that is supposed to be able to handle a lot of stuff. Come on, right this way. Saw 3 or 4 of them in the whatchamacallit up here, the hall where they be sleeping. I don't hear any breathing to my right, so I want to say immediately to my right we're clear, but let's find out. This looks like a break room. Give me some coffee. I'll take cereal. I'll take a sponge. That's another filter. Ah, coffee. Thank you. We are no longer in the market for anything else, largely speaking. Desks always give you a chance at glue. I'm totally here for glue. Now, there's going to be people out in this field to my right here. I don't want to make too much noise inside the building, lest they come from outside the building and start coming in here trying to bother me. So we're going to keep our noise discipline as much as we can here. Fitness center with no windows. This is a little sus right here. This looks like the back room for the extra supplies for the fitness center. All this stuff is way too close together for... yeah, I know, there would be a little bit of space between this stuff. I mean, just try to imagine somebody at each one of these, and then just imagine all the foot traffic going in and out. There's just not enough room in here. Nah, there ain't not enough room in here. Either that is the most condensed, quote-unquote, fitness center ever. Don't try to imagine the smell. Janitor closet. Oh, sure, I'll take some garbage bags. I'll take a bucket, why not? I'll refill my water, why not? It was in this room here. No broken windows yet, so I'm 100% sure there's still Zeds in there. At least 2 of them. Can make my own cornmeal. Corn actually might be something I need to think about planting. I'm going to check the wiki. Before I even worry about planting corn, I'll check the wiki and see what the corn's nutritional value is. There's the Zed that I was thinking of. There should be 2 in here, yeah. And some outside, that's fine. You would think that would have brought some more people our way. Alright, let's see if these footlockers have anything on them. Pillow. Briefcase, sheets. Okay, this is civilian loot. Footlockers sometimes have military loot, but I wasn't expecting to see any troops stationed up here. We would have seen something else if it was going to be troops chilling here. What's up, homie? You missed the right window. Public service announcement. A lot of people are complaining about zombies being able to attack through windows. You can do that too now. Make use of it. Maybe whoever it was that marked this place with a question mark, maybe they were right to mark it with a question mark. I'm being less and less enthused by these annotated maps the more I see. I'm doing the sneaky sneak because there are very likely some out here in this area. And just because there's not as many ways in or out does not mean I'm interested in bringing them over here. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently in Brandenburg. We're getting cleaned up with the place. We're pretty much done with it, but there's a couple of nooks and crannies that I would like to be able to mark off on the map. Specifically, we found an annotated map for this place. I think this might have been the annotated map of that the Lecher, the horrific person, the evil human being. Hang on. No. No, this just says community center. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, no, here's the bitch. Here's the cheating bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. Solidarity with my homies. You and Derek can go fly a kite. In hell. What's the kill count? We're looking at 9163. We're not... that doesn't count, of course, anything destroyed by a remote pipe bomb. Hiding behind that fucking step van, bitch. Absolutely not. Alright, we are... I think I was right about that, the other mark, is that I think we're looking just at that van. So, let me, I'm going to do a maneuver here. We're going to do a little maneuver. We're going to list lazily to the right after honking our horn a few times. There's some locker back there. What? You're not talking about foot lockers, are you? Now that I think about it, there was a second floor to this place. You know what? Let's just take a quick peek. I'm not going to room by room the first floor, but, you know, if you're going to give me a second floor. Top of the stairs clear. Oh, quote-unquote second floor. Okay. Now, sometimes an annotated map just means that there's a, like a duffel bag with a shotgun in it somewhere. But it might have also just said community center because there was a, because that's a point of reference for this place, right? Maybe that was just the little dots instead of the X for your. No second floor. There's the pool. This place has got a pool in it? Fuck. You had my attention, but now you have my interest. I'm gonna guess it's on the other side of the locker rooms here. Fuck you in these OSHA non-compliant hallways. Way too small here. Get away from that door. I got... Why did she get spooked looking in this direction? Was it that might have just have been a delayed reaction? I don't care about none of that. I'll take another sports bottle though. Yes, I will absolutely take another sports bottle because I lost my other one. I don't remember what I did with it. Sports bottles show up as sports bottle instead of plastic bottle when you're filling it at the sink. Actually kind of useful. Cool. I literally didn't know this was here. Imagine having a pool this big and not using a little bit of natural light. My local community center absolutely has a, whatchamacallits, a whole bunch of windows next to it for natural light, just like this basketball court would, or whatever the fuck this is. It's not a basketball court. There would be a basketball court here. Okay. We did our due diligence, right? Oh, no, there's a sauna over there. I'm curious about that now. I was wondering what those little wooden doorways were. Gotta be a sauna, right? Yeah, it's a sauna. But, nothing particularly interesting there. Could steal some rain barrels. Not sure why there's rain barrels in a sauna. I guess it's where you put the rocks in the, you're supposed to put hot rocks and then you're supposed to put water on it, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, fuck that, I don't care about that. Yeah, this was a bust. It was never the community center itself, it was just the thing next to it. But I've also never been in there before, so I can at least say now that I've been in the Brandenburg Community Center and witnessed its, thoroughly witnessed its uninterestingness. Alright, so yeah, like I was saying before, we're going to do a maneuver here. And the goal of this maneuver is going to be to get as many people out of the neighborhood where that van is as possible. So we start with a little toot down here first. The neighborhood that I'm interested in is over there. Asphalt road going out of the gravel there. Now, if I really wanted to cook them all, I could do a campfire over here or something like that, set it on fire, and then drive in circles around it. No, I don't care. I don't care about killing them. I just want them out of the way. So So what I'm going to do is just kind of circle around in this area because there's no obstructions other than the Zeds themselves. And then I'm going to see how well I can get the rest of the neighborhood emptied out if it's not already. Hey, make it look easy. Neat. Neat. See, this is why I gotta have the blue. I gotta use the blue race car more often because then it feels right to do meet as the road runner. Absolutely. All right, so now what I do, I'm somewhat like, let's just put it at like 70% confident that I have emptied the road directly in front of where I want to go, which is just a house right on that road up there that I mentioned before. The goal is to ditch these guys in a direction that's not going to leave them moving towards that house that I want to go to. And we do actually have a lot of real estate here, especially with something as narrow as the car here. And it's always very easy to lose line of sight of them once you, lose track of, or make them lose track of you once you've line of sighted them, which is what all those trees just did for us. So now we pull our grand maneuver. We lift lazily to the right and observe their movements from a distance as they continue to mosey in that general direction. I'm not going to just sit around and wait for all those guys. I'm actually going to go around behind some of them. Alright, so, as you can see, we do have some Zeds who have just given up, despite how much noise we were making, despite how much time we spent there. Some Zeds just gave up and never had the gumption to continue following us. But look at this. Look at how quiet it is up here now. It's a nice, quiet little suburban neighborhood. Let's kill everybody who's left, who didn't get the big memo. I might just steal the blue van and get out of here, depending on... I don't have an exact understanding of what the population here is right now, because there could be many more hiding behind trees that I'm not seeing. If I have to, I will get out of here lickety-split, because there's nothing to fight for here necessarily. I know about 4 out of 10 of those words, maybe 3 out of 10. As long as they're not a bot, I don't mind other languages, but don't be botting me. Still no sharpen. I have not been able to sharpen this axe a single time. Shit, the Zomboid makes you say. Unfortunately, we left the car running, which is why there is a bunch of Zeds standing around it now. See, this was always going to be a very difficult area to drain zombies from because of all the fences. As I described before, this is a very offensive area, and that's okay. Just gotta kill these guys, and then we're probably good. This axe is definitely having its wear and tear. I know I saw one or two of them disappear into the trees on the sidewalk here. She went all the way up there. What's going on with her? I didn't do no tooting in that direction. This guy doesn't know what he wants. I saw him going the other way, now he's going this way. You guys don't know what you want. Leben Südwest. That's, you love the Southwest? Oh. Again, I only speak about 3 out of 10, maybe only 2 out of 10. Okay, we got a little bit of action in the backyard there. Backyard of the immediate neighbor doesn't look that bad. Of course, it was never this. There's a fucking wrench in the back of it. That would be the greatest prank of all time. If this house ended up being the one with, whatchamacallit. I didn't misread that, did I? No, this is allegedly the... Fuck you. It was never this van. It was not even a preserved vehicle. Engine quality is 43. There's nothing about this van that would have ever made it worth coming here. So it's not the van. Maybe there's something in the house. Doing a perimeter check to find out. I'm going in there without a full perimeter sweep. There's a basement. This house has a attached basement. Oh no, it's not an attached. That's indoors. Oh, look at that. Big old group right there. That's no good. Backyard has its own gate. No idea what's back there. Just popping it real quick to peek. My axe is not killing him very fast, so I imagine it's at half durability. I will drop it if I'm not killing him fast enough. Because my sword is peak right now. I have a long history with incidents next to houses with volleyball nets. So we won't be staying here too long. It's not a long history, it's just a history. That's near where Barb died. That's right, I killed your homie. Why don't you bring your bitch and bitch ass out here, bitch? Go. Take your time. How many more where that came from, huh? You can see straight over to that guy from the bedroom. We also have some asshole over here. This one was probably... There's probably a couple over here who heard us on this side of the fence, then went around the fence. Sneaky little bastards. Look at that. She already came over here and now she's a vagrant. You move fast, lady. Already set up over here. Ah, look at that. Spit out of these fucking trees. Fuck you. Fuck you and your homie. So the house that was marked on our annotated map there is a house that was looted and trashed. I'm just going to assume that there's some in the basement. Go ahead and close the door preemptively. If they want to come out, they're going to have to hit it. What? What's this? This looks like I was here. Yeah, this looks like I was here. This looks like somebody just dumped a bunch of stuff on the floor. But I can guarantee you I have not been here before. Driven past it a few times. Never been in it. Not that anything that's on the floor here is actually useful. Nope. So we got a couple doors there, but they should be clear. Bedroom clear. Kill the garage guy. Noise making asshole. Yeah, welding torch. Won't be leaving here without a little bit of something. So we got somebody behind one of the doors over here. Got a closet. We got a... See if that wakes our asses up. I do not like how many noises I'm hearing right now. This house is unusually populated. Oh no, fuck this. Fuck this. They want to force me to go into this one tile space with no room to back up. Fuck you. Fuck you, am I doing that? Let me show you what I'm doing instead. I'm picking up the fucking cabinet and moving it out of the way. Fuck you, you're gonna box me into a doorway with only one tile to move around. Fucking asinine. Oh great, caffeine pills, that's it. So basically a big middle finger from the devs. That's what caffeine pills are. They're a big old middle finger. Haha, you thought you found something useful. Ha ha. Fuck you. I'm not really seeing much here. I mean, maybe the guy was rich or something. He's got stock whatchamacallit. Yeah, he's got a bunch of stock certificates. Maybe that's why it was marked. Now I'm still hearing mouth breathing, but we've cleared every other room. It's got to be this closet or the basement. It's got to be, yeah, it's this closet. Then we got a silent bitch on the other side of this door. Fuck you, silent motherfucker. Slap on that fucking door like a goddamn zombie next time. I have no idea if those are intentional, by the way. The dev, they only appeared as of 42.13, I think it was. Got a laceration on my girl, Nora, from that. She survived somehow. But that was one of the biggest mistakes I've made since Barb. I mean, I'm not gonna take responsibility for that entirety. Not in its entirety, because that was never in the game before that patch. 42.13 introduced the assholes who will stand behind doors and never make any noise and never respond to any other impetus until they see you. That's not just dev zombies. There's something else going on there. Okay, so I don't know what all this shit is, but this is almost Survivor House loot. There's a lot more tools than you would ever find in a normal kitchen. So, yeah, that's what this annotated map has given us. More tools. Whoop-de-doo. I already have a billion of all these. But it's the vagueness of these maps, right? They're all fucking vague as fuck. Okay, I do feel obligated to check the basement. Oh, LAN party. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is my shit right here, boys. We got a LAN party up in this bitch. Hell yeah. 10 out of 10 game of the year. I don't like this little side room, though. Okay, we're good. Clear. But yeah, somebody here knew how to have a good time. Sort of. So yeah, it is a basement with a bunch of this is Cartman's basement. Make love, not Warcraft. Perfume. What, hon? Perfume. Oh, he sure is a big boy. Whatever. I did my due diligence, and I am amused and disappointed and bemused and appointed. Yeah, that's what was there. Fuck all. All right. Last but not least, let's see what the cheating bitch has to say. Yeah, that's really funny. She had an affair with Derek at the corner of Hammer and Howard. So maybe it wasn't just Derek, huh? Get the fuck out of here. That is the last annotated map. I don't know if I'm going to keep looking at those. That was genuinely whelming. Not overwhelming, not underwhelming. That was just straight up whelming. Alright, Derek. Home wrecking. Well, you can't blame the guy. You can't blame the guy whenever a woman decides to cheat. Men will line up to do it. So you can't. This is one of those things that's not the same between genders. If a woman decides to cheat, you can't blame the guy, because if it wasn't him, there are about 500 million others that would line up to do it instead. So you really can't blame the guy. If a woman has decided to cheat, then it's on her. It is not the same. It is not the same the other way around. Invitation letter. Invitation letter, huh? Yeah, this is probably the letter. Invited her over to watch Netflix. Yeah, we're just gonna chill, that's all. No. Can you actually craft overhead? I don't think so. Hang on, if we go to the crafting menu, we go to furniture here. If we could, it would be here under furniture. We can do wooden counter. We can do wooden shelf. That does not count. These wooden shelves have fuck all for storage. You can store like 10 things in there. Or like 13 encumbrance if you're organized. No, you cannot, as far as I can see. We can make windows now, but we can't make floating cabinets. Nope. If you want floating cabinets, you got to go steal them. I have a feeling that it's the shed. The shed looked pretty stacked, but I'm gonna do my due diligence. Oh, here she is. There she is, you cheating bitch. Hey, that's right, I'm talking to you. We don't respect your kind here. In fact, we disrespect your kind here. What am I gonna kill her with? Give me a meme weapon here. I can't kill her with a needle. If I could kill her with a needle, I would. Yeah, I don't have very many meme weapons. I'm gonna kill her with my shovel. My shit shoveling shovel. And the invitation letter. She can have that back. Sorry. I don't know if I sound salty. I have personally have never been cheated on, but I have had it happen to people that I care about deeply. And it has resulted in their lives going very badly. So I do have a very, if not directly personal, very, very, very strong distaste for people who do that shit. And it's a damn shame we couldn't find Derek. Maybe he's upstairs. Maybe he's upstairs. Okay. Okay, Derek, I get it. You really like having a clean. You couldn't clean the fucking stains off the floor, but you could have entire shelves full of bleach. Okay. Good job. Good job. Come on. I know you're in that, Derek. Let's go. Bitch and bitch ass out here. No? Maybe you ran. Hey, maybe he ran. He'd be the smart one if he did. Good riddance, then. That, I believe, is clear. Now, we're going to check the basement, of course. Ah. I have not read very many of those. I think I started reading one back when Manga Dex was not garbage. They sold out, unfortunately. They completely cucked to a bunch of copyright demands and decided to go the Crunchyroll route instead of the correct route. There's a right and a wrong answer when you're a legally gray website and somebody serves you a DMCA. They chose the wrong answer. Because the thing is, okay, there's several right answers. One of them is to just shut the fuck down and never do anything again. As far as I'm concerned, that is more correct than going the Crunchyroll route. But no, they wanted to keep. I don't know what the fuck they were doing it for. If it wasn't for the love of the game, they just, I don't know. Did they just want a paycheck? Was that what it was for? You could have gotten that many other places, bud. I have opinions about what happened to Manga Dex, and I don't like it. I'd be reading a lot more manga right now if Manga Dex hadn't gone down. Thumb was on the space bar in case there was somebody waiting on the other side of that door. Well, he had a stockpiled basement, but I don't even know if basements are affected by annotated maps. I don't know enough about annotated maps in general. But there is some cool stuff here. We already got some respirator filters, and I'm here for that.
But this looks like a generic workshop loot table. Propane tank, a full one. Actually, let's go ahead and get out a handbag here. Because, like I said before, we are... Everything I pick up must be going into my backpack or... What is it? Must go into my backpack or into my, No, backpack. Like, literally backpack or my inventory somehow. Backpack, handbag, whatever the hell. Yeah, I can say that I am, I expected nothing, and I'm still somewhat appointed by this experience. Respirator filters are used for half-mask respirators. The one that I have moused over right now. I have a little bit. It's kind of hard to see, obviously. I'm in 4K and no display scaling. But there is, if you look at that, the two little red bars at the bottom. One of them is the discomfortometer. The other one is respirator filters, the status. There's like 1/20th of it left. Which means I get like, I don't know, like less than a minute of wearing it to stay away from corpse sickness before the filters expire. And I need to either replace the filters or get a different mask, or better yet, get the fuck out of there so that I don't get sick. There is nothing else here that I want right now, I don't think. Don't care about an iron bar. No, we're out of here. Cheating Pidge dead. R.I.P. No R.I.P. There is no peace for them. Alright, gas mask. Good luck wearing a gas mask if you want to, whatchamacallits, if you want to be able to wear glasses. Yeah, you're not wearing a gas mask. You can have glasses or a gas mask. You can have both. Dust mask, I might as well just have a bandana. If I'm going to do something that is not a respirator, I might as well take something that is not something that incurs discomfort. Dust mask does not seem to be substantially different from anything else. Okay, so we are going to get a sleep. Ideally 2 of them, because that's what I'm supposed to do. And then we are... on our way home, and we're going to be 100% done with Brandenburg. Yeah, 100%. 100 prosciutto. I don't even want them to rest. That's the thing. That's why I didn't bury her. If I had seen you know, a more interesting story on the Survivor map, or the annotated map, I would have given them a burial. But no. Not that one. The flies can eat good. Also, they've just made it worse of an issue. So zombie corpse stench has, for a very long time, been kind of a non-threat. I mean, at least in my eyes, it hasn't really been that big of a deal. But I have had some folks in chat recently tell me that you can apparently die of corpse sickness. You can apparently die of corpse sickness now. So basically, you stay in close proximity to huge piles of zombies for too long, and you will get sick. You'll start losing health, and apparently you can get so sick that even, you know, removing yourself from the zombies is not good enough after a certain point. I did not know any of that. I was always under the assumption that if you just got out of the area that's full of, you know, fucking reeking ass corpses,
that you'll eventually recover. But apparently that's not true. So be advised, stay away from corpses unless you got a mask. Or you know that you're going to be able to tank it. I don't have to overthink any of this right now. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. I have nothing further to do here. In fact, what I'm going to do is park her for a moment. I'll fire up the generator. There's no reason not to. Just to give her a couple of hours of reading books so that she can not waste time. Yeah, there is a trapping book here. Seriously, doubt I'll ever use that knowledge, but why not? I have to step away briefly, IRL. I need a drink or something. I'm feeling a yeah. I'm gonna make Belgian chocolate, something like that. Oops, that was the wrong button. Fuck did you just say to me, State Farm? Oh, shut the fuck up. I paid yesterday, and the fucking assholes are telling me that I'm past due. Suck my cock. I can't stand it when if I complain about this, they'll talk about my whatchamacallit. They'll talk about oh, our systems didn't realize you paid yet. No, I have the payment confirmation right here. Whatever. Be right back. Like I said, it's been a weird day today. 1 part Fireball, 1 part Bailey's Irish Cream Chocolate Edition, made with real Belgian chocolates. "5 a.m., that's our 7 bedtime. Not tired enough to sleep. No, fuck you, I'm tired enough to sleep. I will fast forward until I'm tired enough to... I'm not doing this shit again. There we go. There it is. See, we were like 28, 29 fatigue, now we're at 30. So fucking arbitrary. Ah. Generator shut down. Brandenburg, farewell. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now completed with Ekron, Irvington, Brandenburg, and Rosewood. Good. It's good. Alright, back to Fallis Lake. We got some crops to harvest. I'm going to pick up whatever saplings left that I can find. If there are any, I don't think we're going to see too many. Anything that I can find is going to be one less that I have to cut when we get back to base, though. If anybody was not familiar, I need saplings because I need to dry a bunch of crops. And the more drying racks I have, the less effort I have to put into it later. But we probably picked up all of the ones that we had in the area. And that's okay. Not too mad about it. I'm just glad that I got all of the resources that, No, we're good, we're good. I'm good. I don't need any more than what I have taken. I've already taken too much. Brendan Annaberg. How's it going, Ranzar? Don't worry, you're not heralding the end of the stream just yet. We've already been going at it for 9 hours, but I've still got a little bit of life left in me. Mostly because I know what's up ahead, and a lot of it is farming related, and then prep work, and then unloading, reloading. A lot of base work ahead, but we've had good times today. Ah, excellent. Alright, now this is where the interesting part is going to be. As Anakin might say, this is where the fun begins. Yeah, so these storage centers here. It's probably something interesting in there. I don't have a sledgehammer anymore, and I cannot afford to care about it right now. We're done with Brandenburg for now. I do not need any more books, and books are my primary attraction to storage units. Even if I needed anything from a storage unit, we would be looking first at, like, Riverside or something like that. There is still some storage units in Riverside I have not opened up. So that's actually closer than anything here. Anything unique to Brandenburg is definitely done. Hey, Brad, there you go. Hey, fantastic. It's good that you got a full night's sleep. No restless sleep or IRL. I deal with that every once in a while. I did alright last night. Pretty good. Speaking of dealing with things, now the true test of my luring them out of the road capabilities. We have but 2 right there. We have a couple who have moseyed back. But otherwise, yeah, look at that. We got a relatively clean road. There could be probably a little over 100 of them in the road if I had not been diligent about it. You know, there was a zombie with a skirt that matches Yeah, there's a zombie with a skirt that matches our shirt, our chosen color of shirt. I'm not going to worry about it because now I can make my own. I forgot, and I shouldn't have forgot, but there are now bolts of cloth in a color that's pretty close to the scrubs, medical scrubs. So if I want to make a mini skirt out of something that is very close in color, I think I can do it. Whoa. I did not want to do that. Welcome to towing in Project... Haha. Well now, we call this the act of mating. But there are several other very important differences between human beings and automobiles that you should know about. Like I said, victim of my own success, the race car is literally capable of towing things too fast. 4:29 a.m. So you're, what are you? You're a plus 11? Yeah, if you're in the morning, then you're ahead of me, so that means you're plus 11, I think. It is currently 5 p.m. here. We are on the east coast of the United States, so that is, we're behind the rest of the world here, for the most part. At least you're not as bad as the left coast. The left coast of the United States, they're basically the last... Hawaii is the last, pretty much, to go to sleep because of the placement of the international date line. But that also means they get to enjoy the holiday until, while everybody else has to have the next day. I just realized style points. That would have been like one of those if I did a little stunt in GTA. I just get a bunch of cash randomly deposited for just styling, sheer styling. There you go. Definitely the easiest back and forth that I'll ever have to do is towing a step van with a race car. As long as I don't go too fast. Oh, hey there. Glad to provide entertaining content. The, whatchamacallit, it is at least a weekend night for everybody tonight. And those of you who are in the next day already, it is still a weekend for you. That is the joy of weekends. Unless you have to work on weekends. In that case, you have my sincerest condolences. One of my buddies joined the same job as me and a few of my other friends, and we had been trying to get him in for a while, but then of course our manager, who isn't even with the team anymore, decided to like create a new shift so that we had more weekend coverage, and well, that was the time that he wanted to hire my buddy, so I was like, okay, yeah, that's fantastic. Now he's stuck on the weekend shift probably forever now. Thanks. I'm sure he's very happy about that. Well, actually, I don't know. He might actually enjoy it. He hasn't elucidated very strong opinions about it as far as I've heard. But I know it's going to cause some scheduling conflict with other things that he wants to do. It always does. People who work weekend shifts sometimes get forgotten by the friend group every once in a while. And that's no good. I say that as somebody who used to be, oh yeah, sure, I'll work weekend. Why not? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Unless you're actively angling for a promotion or something and you know it's right around the corner. Even then, be advised. Yeah. Shut up. That was distracting. The irony is, of course, what is that? I've had half of that. That is like, that's basically a shot's worth. That's already more than I would ever drive with in real life, so I shouldn't, I really should not be driving fast in-game at all. It is just like in real life. I mean, I probably would not have done that silly little rollover if, He says it like it is. It's true. Yep. Doom, 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 doom. See, now I got that jingle stuck in my head because I'm one of the reasons that every time I think about that moment from Honey We Shrunk Ourselves, or was it Honey We Shrunk the Kids? I can't remember. One of those Rick Moranis movies. Every time I think about it is because of an ad for that particular movie that kept playing on the preview reel of almost like 3 or 4 VHS tapes that I would want to play back in the day. And I could fast forward through it, but sometimes I would just, put it on, let the commercial go through while I was doing something else before watching the movie. I was the kind of kid who would watch movies over and over again because I had a very recurrent sense of humor. Still do. I've tried to tone it down a little bit, but no, I have a repetition is very funny to me sometimes, if you do it right. Other people will be like, I don't get it. Why is that so funny? Humor through repetition is definitely not a universal phenomenon. Double time though, not okay. Now that's that, and that's the thing, right? When I first started doing weekends, what they would do is any hours that we worked, it was an on-call thing, right? If my phone rings, I pick up the phone, I handle the user's problem, and then I am activated for the next hour. So we could bill in incremental hours, basically doing that, and we got to go over the standard work week limit at that point. Like they would literally pay overtime for that, and that was amazing. The new contract doesn't allow that. Now, if I do after-hours coverage, which I still do every once in a while because I used to do it, I'm that guy who does it now. Now I just have to subtract hours from my regular shifts. So basically, as a reward for covering overtime outside of regular hours, I get to have a fucked up work week schedule. That's my reward. I don't recommend it, but if it works, maybe outside of the contracting space. If you have a lot more of a stable situation where you're not at the whims of a client that could decide to pick up a new company every once in a while. See, I'm at the luxury of where my job will always exist, but the company that provides the job may change. And if it does, then, well, the new company that comes in will just hire all of us. Because if they don't, they're going to get fucked. That is the glory of federal contracting. The job tasks are always so specific that if you don't immediately move in and scoop up all the previous talent, you're going to be like a chicken with your head cut off. You're going to lose the fucking contract. I believe that has happened before. I could not cite specific cases, but it's definitely not a pretty sight. Okay, so look at all that. I got a lot of propane. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Christmas screener for 5 months, bro. And I thought working retail with 3 months of Christmas music was bad. Oh no. Okay, I'm moving the... We're just going to shift all 3 of the vans forward a little bit. The vans that are to be unloaded. We're just going to shift them all forward a little bit so that we can fit all 3 of them in the spots here. I can parallel park, I promise. I'm going to make my girl something really nice to eat here after we get all of our base here situated. I'm going to make her something really nice to eat because we've been just subsisting on whatever we have available. And nobody should ever be forced to do that forever, not even in the apocalypse. At some point, I will do something with those chickens. they don't deserve to be stressed forever, and it is my fault for leaving them indoors. Right. The only reason they're still, some of them are still making the stress noise, and that's bothering me. But it's technically my fault. I got to put them outdoors somewhere so that they can relax and see the sky, because they will forget what they are until they see the sky again. Honestly, this one doesn't need to be unloaded. Well, for the most part, some of it does, but I mean, honestly, this is basically the mail van is basically an ammo van now. Just because I don't need to worry about that right now. Give me a garbage bag. Give me a cabbage bag here. Cabbage. Okay. Woody Harrelson in Zombieland is just want a Twinkie to eat. Yeah, yeah. We do have a few. In this universe, they're called Plonkies. And, and the peas. Yeah, we got a whole bunch right here. You know what? She's hungry right now. I will feed her some Plonkies. That is a good call. Thank you, sir. Let it never be said that I do not feed my girl well. Just not all the time, every time. I was thinking about pancakes, actually. We do have a lot of pancake mix. I was putting vinegar all in one spot, but I don't... Yeah, I don't know exactly where I'm putting it all right now. Actually, did I put it into the canned food? No. I was about over here. Maybe I did a... Did I do a bag of vinegar? Yes! This hiking backpack right here is my my jarred food supply. So, carrots probably. We do have some carrots that I planted right out there. That's the little white heads in the top right there. Those might be the first thing I jar up. I think I can jar carrots. Yes, you can. It's probably not the most efficient thing to jar. I think the most efficient thing to jar is, well, I guess we have to debate what the word efficient means. Are we talking about efficiency in terms of shelf life? Because if so, stay far away from the cabbages, because cabbages have such a shit shelf life that multiplying them by something is, it's like multiplying anything by 0. It's still 0. The cabbages have such a shit shelf life that there's literally no point in trying to extend it with the jarring system as is. I get the feeling that a charcoal burning barrel right next to 9 cans of propane is probably not the best idea. Probably. But at least right now, I wouldn't know, because we don't even have to light it on fire. Give me some free water. Yeah, I mean, it's still, yeah, Ranzera says it as it is. Frickin', and I've got 3 rows of potatoes out right there. 3 rows of tates. And they're all in the next phase, finally. We had a few lagging behind before we left for last trip. So that's good looking. I want to take the lowest of these propane tanks, separate it from the rest, use it to refill my torches. Maybe if I get lucky enough, I'll actually be able to delete some of these. I think the music, speaking of delete, I think the music deleted itself. I will fix that. If the game doesn't want to play music, then I'll have to do it for it. We got a solution for that problem. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. How about... I don't have a lot in my music folder here. There we go. This umbrella that I just picked up needs to go into my expeditionary vehicle. One of the three. I mean, I might as well start thinking of it as the expeditionary trio. The race car, the ambulance, and the fire truck are my expeditionary trio right now. Ambulance is the multi-tool with all of my backup supplies. The race car is my towing vehicle with a little bit of field kit, and the fire truck is a heavy combat vehicle for armoring up and killing a bunch of zombies at once. Umbrella could go on passenger of ambulance. Yes. There's even room for it now. Look at that. Beautiful. I hear them going bakak over there. I'll give them something to go bakak about. Stupid chickens. Mm. Let's put that away, and then this. I'm gonna make her a cake. Hold on a second. I wanna. Yeah. But yeah, I have no idea if that actually will give me a copyright strike or not. I'm pretty sure it won't, but you never know. And that's the whole point of this channel, actually. This is supposed to be my secondary channel where I figure out how to be a YouTuber. My primary channel is the one where I don't take risks anymore. And by risks, I mean uploading at all, ever. I haven't been uploaded for 12 years on my main channel. I'm just terrified to touch it. Now I can make a pretty cake. If the way is hazy, you gotta do the cooking by the book. You know you can't be lazy. Oops. Let's not drop it on the floor, please. haven't had that much. Come on now. Now I just need a bacon pan. I made sure to pick up a few of those. Alright, now the real question is, what do we put on it? That's the most fun question, actually. I'm thinking of chocolate everything. I'm thinking of chocolate everything. We're giving her some real chocolate here. We're gonna give her some chocolate chips. We're gonna give her some chocolate-covered coffee beans. We're gonna give her some milk chocolate bar. And we're gonna give her some... we have several options there. Crackle. Yeah, crackle bar. Yep. And we're gonna glaze that up with some honey and cinnamon. Now, you're cooking with gas. It should taste better since we just got the milk fresh. That should be a bonus in my mind. I'll even give her a bath while we're waiting for it to cook. So that is a 105 cake. So what that means is each slice is gonna 21. So what I do is I call this a 21 Super Choco Cake. And then we split it, because when you split it, it goes into 5 slices. So that's 105 divided by 5. And each reduces 21 hunger. Never let it be said I don't treat her right every once in a while. Now then, what am I going to do with all this nonsense? I'm probably going to harvest it. Yeah, we're going to harvest a few crops here. Doing a quick survey of my totals of drying racks here. It's 4, 8, 10. We have 10 drying racks. That's 200 herbs we can dry. Not bad. It's not bad at all. Ah, you know what? All right, are we gonna praise the Omnissiah right now? I am down to praise the Omnissiah. Where are we at? Oh man, what's it called? It's my jam right here. This goes very well with this game. This goes very well with this game. It's from the Mechanicus OST. My volume at, come on now. Don't be stingy. This one I know for sure is not copyright strikeable. Generally speaking, video game soundtracks are very safe from copyright strikes because you don't... publishers want their video game footage to be available on YouTube without any roadblocks, and copyright strikes from music tend to be massive roadblocks. So if you ever see your favorite YouTuber who does, videos completely unrelated to one game using the soundtrack from another game, that's why. The copyright landscape makes it favorable. All of these are ready to harvest except the rosemary. Yeah, rosemary. Oregano. Allegedly, it's only days from the next phase. Oh, right. I was gonna make a couple of points on Steam. Get in some arguments with nerds about farming, so I had to take a screenshot there. There was somebody who was talking to me about HP levels for plants. Did you know that these plants have hit points? Who's hitting them? Is somebody hitting these plants? Apparently they have hit points. They have hit points, and apparently there's this plant has 30 HP, this plant has 60 HP, and if you plant it during a full moon, it has this much HP, and if you plant it not during a full moon, it has... What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you... Where do I see the HP? Do you guys see any HP on the screen right now? I don't see any fucking HP on the screen. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm not saying he's wrong. And again, I have this really big problem when I talk to people on the internet, especially through text, is that they can't tell I'm not being 100% serious. And I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm just saying the whole thing we're talking about is bullshit. Everything about it. Why are you talking to me about HP amounts of plants? Where do I go to see the hit points of these plants? Who's hitting them? Who's hitting them? If I swing my machete right now, how many hit points does that remove from the plant? You know what? Let me do it better. I'll do you one better. How many hit points am I removing from the plant right now? I'm just dead. I'm dead. I'm kill. I'm RIP. Anyway, I was actually supposed to harvest that. Yeah, we're ready to harvest the mint. The mint is actually some of the most important stuff to me. I put it in my coffee, I drink it, and I get stress relief. It's great. I love it. Bad months are hitting them. No, that makes sense. Lack of water hits them too. That makes sense. Yep. Where's the health bar? I want the health bar. I get a health bar. There's my health bar. It's right there. I have it. You can even see when I have muscle strain. When do plants get muscle strain? I'm sure plants are going to have muscle strain any day now. The mint was growing a little too hard, and now its stem has got strain. Yeah, there you go. Nintendo can't copy strike you if you don't touch Nintendo. The last time I played a Nintendo was when it followed by 64. Oh wow, that's 150 mint. Yeah, we got a lot of that. Oops. Dry mint, please. There you go. It wanted me to do basil. I don't see no basil. I didn't hear no basil. Wheat gets muscle strain if you thresh it. That was the wrong one. There we go. Struggling to click on the right tile there. Now, one of the things that I have been thinking about in the back of my brain meat is you can actually double dip on these, but you have to leave some of them not dried. So instead of drying the last 12, I'll go ahead and toss them in the freezer. Why not? Maybe we can make a few Super Saiyan coffees where we have 2 charges of mint in them, one fresh, one dried. Until the devs nerf that, I'm sure they'll nerf it. What's my agriculture at? We're at level 8 and level 8.6 something. I would very much like to get this basil out of the way. It is the most sensitive to water. Don't let the fact that it's not going away fool you. I'm almost 100% sure this is not going to grow a second time. I mean, if it does, maybe. Cool. Maybe I'll harvest it again, but I mean, I don't expect it to stick around. That's not gonna work. You can't fit anymore. Guess I'm using cilantro in the next thing I cook. I'm gonna run out of drying racks. Made some tea in your forged copper curtain. Nice. That's pretty dank. Oh yeah, lemongrass, absolutely. Lemongrass is one of those things. It doesn't even have a good month. It just has. You just grow it. You just grow it. You plant it, and it's as long as it ain't winter, you're good. Why can't the rest of the crops be like lemongrass? Okay, we are gonna run out of drying racks after this cilantro here, and then one of the basils. So my brain is telling me to deploy another fridge. Perhaps I will deploy two more drying racks. Yeah, I'll deploy 2 more drying racks to get these out of my hair. And then we got a book to read. That was why I stopped. We had more to harvest, but it wasn't just because I had a feeling we were coming up on the last of our drying racks. But nah, I'm gonna go get some more drying racks. Then we got a book to read, Agriculture 5. This is where... Wake up. There you go. This is where I don't hate the little trees too much, because the little trees are the ones that correction, the tree will give you a sapling when you cut it if it blocks your line of sight. So the tiny trees won't, but everything larger than tiny, these one-shottable trees won't. These little bastards here though, they're in saplings. Give me every single one of your saplings. Oh, wow. Jeez Louise. I didn't expect that to be a high exertion moment. Let's have a seat. It's a shame I didn't get the book first. That was a whoopsie. I should have got the book first. Just give her a quick break. Pick up the saps, and then we'll go have another piece of cake while we carve these. That's our we wasted Brandenburg cake. That's what that is. Congrats on the city destruction cake. I survived with filters before it was easy. Unpacking a set of farming books. Agriculture 5 stays in my inventory. We have a bites of cake. Delicious. Always stay hydrated. So you're telling me there is an endurance reduction. Nice. That means I have incentive to continue leveling axe. We're 7.4 or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna call that 7.4. That works for me. Put that away, and let's get some carving done. Now we just need some a couple more other tools. We can make 2 more drying racks. We can get this basil loaded up on it, and then we got a book to read. put it right here. Booski. Basil is the B that's already selected. By the will of the Omnissiah, we have 3 out of 4 fire pit areas loaded up. Praise the Omnissiah. What is that in your hands, Violet? Do I need to? No. Do I want to? Kinda. I'm going to. And none of you are going to be able to stop me. The beacons are lit. The beacons of drying rack Tirith are lit. So, I think I showed it earlier, but if anybody's not familiar with what I'm doing here, I'm going to put that in there, and I got a little image that just explains it more or less, why we do it this way. I had it, drying racks _ lol _ lamau.jpg. What we've allocated space for here is large drying racks for leather. But right now, just imagine if these were half of their size, the drying racks labeled dry, and then we got fire pits next to them. So it's sort of like a windmill pattern. This is what the non-isometric top-down view would look like. So just imagine if these were just half of their width, rather. And that's why we have room for 4 more, but we ain't got the saplings for them, and that's fine. I'm not that worried about that. I'm just gonna drop the firewood over here. We got a book to read. And I'm not going to worry about keeping these fires lit. Honestly, 8 hours of burning next to something that only takes 24 hours to dry, that's fine. It's fine. That'll just keep it close to a day. Don't do it. Don't do it, KTO. We're not here for we're not doing any windmills of peace here. Nope. This is a windmill of peace. Send it to your friends to let them know that you want them to be at peace. No. Hey, have you seen Kyle? Have you seen Kyle? He's about this tall. I shouldn't have done that. Somebody's gonna clip that. Alright, we read this for the next hour, and then there we go. 2300 right on time for bed. As much as I enjoy this track, it doesn't loop correctly. I don't know what happened to the one that did. Somebody made a seamless loop. It's not this guy. I don't care that he has 12 million views. It's not the correct version. I don't know what happened to the correct version. I'm somebody who... if anybody's not familiar, I am somebody who enjoys the seamless loops. If you do a search for my handle on YouTube here, I'm somebody who enjoys the seamless loops. I enjoy them a lot. Unfortunately, I can't play this track, despite the fact that it's what brought all my subscribers to my main channel. But no, I enjoy them so much that I made, like, I don't know, 20 of them. And it netted me over 100 million views over the past 12 years. I don't know why. But I guess a lot of people like to put them on repeat because it is a repeatable thing. That's fine. We've got other soundtracks here. Other soundtracks that don't cause copyright problems. I really need a bigger playlist. I was going to pull some soundtracks from RimWorld at one point. RimWorld's got a lovely, lovely soundtrack. It's really, really good for the just the the day-to-day stuff of surviving. I think RimWorld's possibly got one of the best soundtracks in that field. Right up there with Zomboid. Yeah, no, there's that. That's absolutely true. There was a guy who did the original soundtrack for a game called Skies of Arcadia. One of my favoriteest games ever growing up. It's basically Final Fantasy, but imagine if it was Final Fantasy, but the setting was steampunk airship travel over a gas giant planet with floating islands everywhere, floating continents everywhere. It was really, really, really cool. I enjoyed it. Heavily inspired with Jules Verne and stuff like that. I really, really loved it. And there was a guy on YouTube who had the entire soundtrack of the series. He created seamless loops for all of them. But then later on, he created some seamless loops for other game soundtracks. And I think he went beyond games. And the next thing you know, his channel was gone. I don't know the full story behind it. I just know that he's gone now. And I remember seeing something other than games on his channel. And that, yeah, flew right on up there next to Icarus. R.I.P. Very interesting fellow. In all the descriptions of his videos, he would thank the good Lord before talking about anything related to the video. Based, I guess. I don't know. Not a particularly religious individual myself, but if I was, I'd probably be doing that. Finish off that cake. The one thing about this game when it comes to cake that I'll never forgive it for is the fact that if you try to eat a frozen slice of cake, it apparently makes you unhappy. I don't know about you guys, but try cake out of the freezer sometime. It's fucking amazing. Cake right out the freezer because the frosting still is great. Obviously, depending on the type of cake. I guess if it's a really moist cake, then the ice crystals might fuck up the texture a little bit. But I mean, most cakes these days, I can't think of a cake I've ever tried where I haven't been able to put it in the freezer and then just take a slice right out and nom it. It's fantastic. Always fantastic. I love it. Cake out the freezer is good. But in this game, it would apparently make you depressed to do it. I think the Project Zomboid devs need to live a little and try cake out the freezer sometime. That's just my opinion, bro. So, we have completed all 5 books of agriculture. And I have packed that set away, probably permanently now. What is next? Next is putting away our glasses. And it is 1800 on the following day. We fast-forwarded a lot there. That's the glory of just being able to have a cake to eat. The last spell. Interesting. Let it never be said that woke people don't know how to make video games. They do every once in a while. It just depends on whether they're trying to make a video game or trying to make more of what they already like. And what they already like isn't always video games. Sometimes they just want to make more of what got them hooked on their ideology. That's a lot of people do that. I don't think carrots bloom. And I already looked. Even if carrots bloom, I don't really care because, whatchamacallit, we have a bunch of seeds. If I want to plant more carrots, we've got plenty of seeds. So I'm not actually worried about carrot seeds. Question is, what to do with them after harvesting. We've got enough vinegar and jars here to make quite a few. Now, one thing I sometimes think about in this context is what if I did a double fridge instead of a regular fridge? I can do that. I have the technology. Actually, I don't even know if there is a double fridge here in... Oh, there is. Yes.
There was a double fridge in this very gas station. What would I have done with it? I would have put it somewhere out of sight, out of mind. Such as over here, in the corner. Perhaps behind the garbage bag. Ah, there it is. Okay, yeah, large store fridge right here. Yeah, okay, so we have a large store fridge. So if I wanted to replace my current fridge with a large store fridge, that is a viable option. I would have to empty the fridge itself and then rotate the contents of the freezer. Easily enough. The reason I think about that is if you're going to do more than one fridge, you get more total storage space if you do a large gas station store fridge, because you still get billed the same power cost for both of them, but you get more total storage space than you would if you had just two fridges. Huh, interesting. Imagine that. Accountability. Accountability, is that thing that that those banks have, where you can go create a new account? Is that what that is? Sorry, that was terrible. We are currently... So one slight problem, I need to move the couch. I also need to take a few things off if I want to be able to pick up something as heavy as a fridge. Mission success. I can now pick up a fridge. Here, I'm just going to shift everything over by one here. I have not been using the milk dispenser in a long time, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to put that away. I'm just going to like drop it in the corner here, where I won't see it. Okay, that didn't work. Come on now. Let's drop it in the corner, where I won't see it. Damn it! Come on now. I'll put it upstairs. It's fine. Maybe I'll use it later. If not, it's there for now. So now I move the couch over by one. I have no idea if a pillow does anything if it's on a couch, but I have been informed that a comfy sitting place makes you read better, so we're going to make our sitting place very comfy. One garbage bag for the fridge, one garbage bag for the freezer. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to first just put a good chunk of the carrots straight into the freezer. I may end up bridging some of the carrots, but I don't know. I'm going to do with the fridge the exact same thing I did with the dispenser. Dispenser here. And now for the large store fridge. I put one half of it on the floor. Hello, on the floor. Right? Yes, there it is. And other half. Damn, I can't see any of the painting. That's rather unfortunate. Well, I know it's there. That's what counts, right? My speaker decorations for the surround sound system aren't actually that bad. I would like to lift up the noisemakers just a little bit here. Actually, no, the noisemakers stay where they are. The amps go on top of them. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's just say that our girl Dani really likes her music. Yes. And she has rigged herself one hell of a fantastic speaker system to enjoy it. It looks a little silly, but I don't care. Not for now, at least. Maybe later I'll do something different, but for now, this looks fine to me.
10% faded. Oh, yeah, no. Especially, I mean, if this was real life, I would have done something other than just put bars on these former windows. If this was real life, those windows would have been... I would have done something with them, other than that. But, yeah, it would definitely have faded, too, because environmental control. Paintings are quite sensitive to moist environments. You don't want things to be too moist. Stop saying moist. Stop eating my food. Now this deletes the crop entirely. And I'm okay with that because I need some more room. We're going to plant some more stuff. Total of 172 carrots. I'm going to put carrots in the fridge, or the freezer, till I ain't got no freezer. And then I'm going to put the leftover carrots in the fridge. We'll do something with those, maybe. We do not currently have drying racks available to receive the cilantro. What's going on over here? How is it that some of this is already back to almost ready for harvest? Now that's interesting. I did not expect that, but okay, cool. Nice. Let's take a peek. I heard a noise. It was probably a chicken. I don't know what it was about the noise that I heard that made me think it was something that was not a chicken. What am I up to? 10 hours? Definitely playing lots of Zomboid today. I think these are Dunzo. Yeah, Dunzo, Washington. We're going to need a new crate just for dried herb, because we are going to have lots of dried herb, and I am totally 210% here for it. There we go. So 60 dried basil, 40 dried cilantro, 140 dried mint. Now don't be confused. Mint is, in this context, one-time use, while the dried basil and the dried cilantro is 5 times use per each. So the mint, the fact that we have more mint than the others is very much intentional. I don't know why it's like that, but that is what it's like. Send some dried herb. I wish. I may live to see that being legalized at the federal level in my country. My country's got a lot of problems right now, but politicians care less than ever about the productivity of the working class. Therefore, our ability to enjoy something that makes us less productive on average. That's why it's illegal, by the way. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's probably a more realistic expectation than ever now. See, I've always had the opinion of something like herb, that it's not the worst thing in the world if you understand, yourself, you know your limits. Make sure to only take it in moderation and never on days where you're going to work, because to try to work, well, you're not really going to be worried about anything, because that's exactly the opposite of what it does. And those without self-control probably can't handle it, but probably the most likely to partake, as it were, is what it is. Not much we can do about that other than hope that people are not that dumb. It's something, I don't know. Make it illegal for everybody, and then that just sucks. We ended up with 37 cilantro. Does that mean I have like 3 others over here? I don't know. I mean, it could be. That is not something I know for sure. My understanding is that the productivity aspect is one of the things that... oh, we do have 3. Look at that. Look at that. That's a sheer coincidence right there. That is 100% coincidence, and I'm here for it. So, comfrey, what do we use that for? That's a medicinal herb. I'm reminded of that scene from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. The dope fiend refers to the reefer bud as a roach because it resembles a cockroach. Oh god, that movie is such a classic. Oh my god, that movie is great. I'm gonna watch that tonight probably after I fade out here. I'm probably gonna watch that. That is a fantastic movie, and it's one of those yearly watches for me. And I have not watched it yet this year, so absolutely 100%. If anybody is not familiar, that was from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It is a Johnny Depp movie from like before he was Jack Sparrow. But you can see why he was cast as Jack Sparrow after you watch this movie. Comfrey, there you are. We'll make some poultice. I don't ever intend on breaking bones, but intent doesn't matter, now does it? Yes, Ranzera, yes. I remember reading about that somewhere. And I do believe that. That does make sense. I know for sure that is why employers hate it. But that's probably not the reason that it was originally made illegal. Because, you know, employers don't always test for every drug when you get a drug test. They test for the ones that make you not as good of an employee. Well, they test for everything, but then they care more about those. It'll depend on the employer for sure. There you are, comfrey. And then we have... it is midnight. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. There are some others that are ready for harvest already. I am not going to light up the fires yet. It feels like lighting up the fires feels like something I should only bother doing if I'm going to do all 3 of them at once. Wait a minute. No, I'm going to leave that mint as is. I don't even have a home for the dried stuff yet, and that is okay. What mods I have? Mod policies linked in the description. The short answer is only a texture replacement mod for a couple of things. Long answer is, yeah, in the description. Right, so one of the things that I always do here for foodstuffs is cow milk. But that's also if I need to not be putting on weight, but I need to be putting on weight. So let's come up with a weight gain scheme real quick. We'll worry about the fountain cups later. Yeah, that's true. That's probably true. I hate to say it, but I mean, honestly, if you can hire somebody who is a teetotaler versus somebody who has a 200 milliliter beverage every couple of days,
ask yourself what the most cynically corporate, or the cynically economically motivation answer is, and then pick that one. And that's exactly what the answer is, sadly. Because we're not supposed to treat workers as people. We're supposed to treat them as cogs in the machine, right? One of the easiest ways to gain weight without just, straight up eating a stick of butter. I don't want to go that far. I don't want to just straight up eat a stick of butter. That's if you just eating a stick of butter is kind of like the protest against the entire nutrition system. That's if you just, and I've done it. I've done it on this character, and I will do it again in the future. But now, currently, as fate would have it, I do actually have, wow. This is why we need entire crates just for our herbs. This shit needs to be fixed yesterday. Duplicate entries of the same item for seasoning in the right click menu. That is a very small quality of life thing that I would love to. Anyway, that means I'm building a crate. For a crate, I need 2 steel sheets. And 2 small steel sheets. And 1 scrap metal. And some dub rods and some propane. I think that's it. Double checking this. Yes. Yep, okay. And we're just gonna stack crates. Actually, this is not a bad spot right here. Yeah, just continue the just continue that on going there. So all the herbs we dry go straight in there, and then if we need to add herbs to something, we walk over here. Otherwise, we don't go near that crate because that crate will pollute our right-click menu. Something nasty. Nah, look at how clean that right-click menu is without the herbs polluting it. I'm gonna do some egg and carrot stir fries, perhaps. Yeah, no. If it was intentional, I don't know how much of it is intentional. One of the content creators I watch likes to use a phrase called what was it? Well, actually, the woke people love this term, systemic, where it's not a plan that everybody's like all in on it. It's just a system of or it's a bunch of incentives that point in one direction, and you would have to be a fool not to go in that direction. That's your business majors right there, graduating, making decisions on that. There may be some people making plans, but after a certain point, it's not exactly people following a plan. They're just doing things because the plan has already succeeded. There we are. This propane tank needs to get emptied. Yeah. Actually, we wipe out half of a propane torch by building one of those crates. Good to know. That's a good ratio to keep in mind. Yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that. That'll get me taken down in a couple countries. That'll get Ofcom to take me down. I'm gonna get an angry letter from Ofcom if I talk about that. And I'm gonna have to start posting pictures of giant hamsters. Still can't believe that the entire internet laughed at that. That was pretty funny. That was a funny moment right there. This is one of those moments where I figured at first it was just going to be a thing on Twitter, but then everybody started crawling out the woodwork and laughing at it. Even the not Twitter people, such as myself, because I don't usually go on Twitter. Butter and butter and butter and butter. And we're going to oil this up too. Eventually, we're going to have our own vegetable oil. I will be planting plenty of sunflower seeds, even though the ratios for those are probably broken.
Yeah, it is. That is one situation where I feel like people aren't going to care if it's AI generated because it's a meme. Memes, AI generated stuff, imagery is perfect for memes. Because memes are going to be low effort anyway. Unless it's one of those things where, like, you know, every once in a while people respect the high effort memes. But, the low effort memes have a place, absolutely. Now, we're trying to gain weight, so what we did is we put eggs and carrots, because that's what we have available to us in massive amounts right now. But then we buttered it up, and we oiled it up, and we margarined it up. So I'm just gonna, like, overeat from whatever these end up being. That should get us plenty of fats. And I think that'll make us, stop losing weight at the very least, if not put us straight into weight gain. And all of them came out to be about 30, so if I eat half each time, it works. I'm here for it. I'll tell you what. You know what? Just to see if I can make a dent in our... we've probably got a pretty big calorie deficit right now. Just gonna straight up eat one of those completely. There we go. Now we're in gain. It's always good to be in weight gain when you go to sleep, if you can manage it. Oily carrots with eggs. Big fog today. Good thing I ain't got nothing particularly interesting on the agenda. We just got some farming to do. And yet I have even more viewers now than I did when I was doing the interesting stuff. Or at least if you're here for the combat. Appreciate everybody sticking around through the weird shit here. We're just doing some agriculture, as it were. We got some parsley. But do we have enough room in the racks? I'm pretty sure we do. Let me just double check the racks real quick. Yes, we have 6 racks available. That's 6 times 20. That's 300. Hang on. Wait, no, that's 6. No, that's, yeah, that, mental math. Yeah, I think we've got enough room. Hey, agriculture level 9. We'll be level 10 any moment now. We got 85 parsley from that. So I'm gonna put, I'm gonna put 5 in the fridge here. And then 80 onto the racks. What the fuck did you... Oops, woman, you're okay. You just lost your hat and your glasses. My glasses. Can somebody find my... parsley and the peas. There you are. Oops, that was a wrong... Clicked on that drying rack all the way over there. So we got 2 racks left here. Thankfully none of them have eyes on them, because then there would be an eye rack. Oh, sorry. That was terrible. Common mallow and oregano. Okay. Common mallow, I think, is going to be just like the comfrey there. It's going to actually die when we... Yeah, it's going to die when we kill it. We ended up with... Wow, 98. Okay. Okay, then. Well, then. That's going to be... we only have room for 40 over there, so some of that's going in the fridge. We also have some common mallow in the freezer. It's already stale. I don't think it being stale is going to affect its ability to... go on a drying rack, is it? Let's just take like half of that. And then 9 back out. There we go, 40. Oops, C's. There you are, common mallow. Common mallow. In you go. Abuski. So, every single one of these racks are now full. I am gonna go make some more racks. Am I? Hang on a second. I might not actually have that much left for the small racks. Let me check that. We've got the oregano here. Sage that's weeks away still. Thyme is ready. So we do have about 10 crops left. Yeah, so if we assume 10 or 20 or so each, that's... I don't know. I don't know. This is where if I was typing, I would say I-O-N. I don't know. Like I'm firing an ion cannon. I'm just going to go and make some more drying racks because I have the materials. It is my privilege to be able to do so. I'm going to exercise that privilege. Perhaps you could even call it my privilege. And then everyone stood up and clapped. If I wanted to do this, we would be doing 16 saplings. Yeah, that's our target. I probably should have done this while we were reading the agriculture book. That would have been the most efficient thing to do, because then I could sit down and read a book in between sledgehammerings of trees here. It's a shame we couldn't get a few more axe kills. Because if we just got, you know, a couple more axe kills, we'd probably get the amount of deaths. Yeah, I mean, about that, I mean, like, that's the, whatchamacallit, yeah. Possibly. I feel like my kids would either love me or hate me, or a little bit of both. There's probably definitely going to be a little bit of both. I mean, like, for example, my own parents, I love them and I dislike their generation. I'm not even going to say hate, because I don't like using the word hate anymore. I reserve the word hate for very, very, very specific things nowadays. But no, my parents' generation, I don't like them. I don't like the generation very much, but I love them. They're good. I cannot exactly blame them for the silliness that the boomers decided to engage in collectively. Because trying to blame individuals for generational things is a silly thing. Let us have a bite of stir fry. Yeah, so yeah, and that's another thing too, right? When I worked at the grocery store, this was before I started my white collar job, very blue collar job, very blue collar. At the time, I think I was still at Starbucks at the time. So I worked at a grocery store, but like there was a licensed Starbucks in there, so the grocery store staff was staffing the Starbucks. So I only ever worked in the grocery store, but I went from Starbucks to the deli, to the bakery, to all over the place. But there was a young lady there who was an interesting fellow, to say the least. At one point, she actually let it slip that she was trying to have children, and she was trying to date me at the time. And I was like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. And that didn't go anywhere. That never even beyond the dating phase. We had a few conversations at a bar, and I realized, no, absolutely not. But that was a very interesting encounter for me, because I realized that there are people who don't care how the kids happen; they just want kids. And no, thank you. I'm not going to engage in that. I consider my own children to be a matter of time. They're going to happen. It's going to be a question of when. And I don't mean that to sound in a weird way. I know that can really sound weird, but it's, you know, it is just something that I'm determined to make sure happens. But I'm not going to allow that to affect the... Yeah, I'm not going to be like, okay, yeah, we'll just pick whatever mother works. No, we're going to be scrutinizing. We're going to be scrutinizing. Because if we're just going to throw standards to the wind completely, I had opportunities going as far back as high school. There were situations in high school where probably could have resulted in parenthood with a partner who would never have been a good match for anything. No, absolutely not. My kids don't exist, but they still deserve better. That's how I look at that. 2 more stop? Yeah, we've got a few more up here. All these bastards block line of sight. Oh, so we got 13 and then like 3 over there. This should be more than enough. Yeah. This is one situation where I'm just very thankful for the silly trees that grow everywhere, because now we've just got infinite saplings and we can make as many drying racks as we want. Approach tree from east or west, going to aiming mode, press E. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a shot next time. Don't sow your seed in the... Nice. I'm gonna have to add that one to the lexicon. Absolutely. I do need the twine. Come hither, twine. What do we have? We have a little bit extra here. I need 16 total. So we only need 11 in here, so I'm leaving 2 on the floor. This will also be a lovely opportunity to level my carving. Do I really need it? No, but I'll take it. I'm here for it. This is for anybody who's watching. If you're not familiar with my skill building strategy, it's just skills are a means to an end, not a end in and of themselves. I'm not sitting here just trying to level my skills. There's no point in that. Level what you need when you need. So I don't have max level carving yet because I have no need for it. But now that I actually have need for carving in and of itself, that's worth doing some leveling. So there's 16 long sticks. We should now be able to make another 4 of our lovely drying racks here. Small plant drying rack. We may run out of something like twine, I'm not sure. Let's click the buttons and see what happens. I think we are great. Yep, we're great. I'm putting away the superfluous materials. And then we can go harvest some more stuff. SMH. Shaking my head. That sounds like a pop song. Repetition makes a song great, doesn't it? Alright. We probably cooked a lot of calories with that. I want to see Nimble 10 too. If I had to play Extinction, and again, I'm not ruling it out entirely, but like I said, I do want more movement mechanics, but if I was forced to play it right now, I would absolutely be a gymnast police officer, most likely, because I do feel like your combat stance movement speed is going to be one of the very, very... could be a make or break, depending on the scenario. I know I have spent so little time with sprinters that I do not even... I do not know their targeting well enough to speculate whether it's going to be... There's any breakpoints, rather. That's the best way I should phrase it. Is there any breakpoints where is Nimble of a certain level going to actually help you dodge and counterattack a sprinter. That's probably something I should definitely think about before I come in here demanding more movement mechanics for countering sprinters. Probably, yeah. Nimble doesn't help much against sprinters. I believe you. I believe you. And what what have you got for Nimble? You've got like doesn't so it would be like security guard, gymnast, something like that. But that would have to be, we'd have to sacrifice a few of my positives. I don't think there's enough negatives to make that work with my current build. 98 oregano. You know what? That's fine. That just means, well, I couldn't do an extra if I wanted to, because we're full. Yeah, we're full over here. We made room for 80 by building the last 4 racks, but we got 100 instead of 80. Booski. Yes. All right. Yeah. All right. I'll fire up the campfires. Why not? That'll give me something to do. Hang on. Are these dark? They look dark. Nah, they're halfway. So they look a little dark. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, on the right here versus the left, the color of green looks a little darker. That's probably because it just went past the halfway point. So that's nice. That means those will open up relatively soon. I'll go ahead and put the rest of this oregano in the fridge. So what else do we have growing? We have largely, it's a lot of chamomile over here. Chamomile is another one of those things you add it to your beverages and it reduces stress when you drink it. At least I believe chamomile is stress. If I'm wrong about that, oops. Marigold may have been a misplant. I may have made a mistake planting this. I think marigold might not actually be addable to coffee. Or if it is, it might be a substance instead of topping. I'm not sure, actually. And it's whatever. I planted it. It's in front of me. I'll let it grow. If I want to plant more stuff, which I do, we've got room now. That's probably what I'm going to end up focusing on once we get some more action through the drying racks here. Next update, devs are going to say fence 2OP sprinters now cannonball. Oh, man. Yeah, no, that is another thing I've been thinking about, Renzera, is the fact that I have survived the strength grind from 9 to 10. I've done it before. That being said, that was when I had a stat bar mod. I did not even try on Nora. Or let's say I tried very briefly and I gave up. On Nora, I started a little ways into an exercise regime, and then I was like, nope, not doing it. And that was mostly because I couldn't tell if my proteins were anywhere near the correct amount. They probably weren't. But how would I know? Proteins, it's just like proteins was one of those things where I'm like, if I could engage with the mechanic in any sort of way and actually know how close I am somehow. Like, I feel like nutritionists should allow you to do exams on people. At least then there'd be some multiplayer / NPC appeal. Where you could, like, do an exam on somebody and be like, okay, we did a blood test, your proteins are here. Why not, right? I don't know. I just work here. The forests of old shall burn in the fires of industry. I swear to God, I'm gonna have Treebeard coming down the road from coming down the road from what is it, Dark Wallow Forest any day now.
Yeah, okay, so growing your own coffee, you can't just go outside and plant coffee in this climate. Believe me, if we could, we probably would have back in the colonial days. But the I feel like if you can greenhouse properly, you might be able to grow some coffee. That would be a big challenge, though. I don't know if that's even possible. I'm curious now. I'm actually very curious. I want to find out. How about coffee beans? Coffee bean production. Oh, look at that. There are some yields in the United States. But how? That's the question. How do you have yields of coffee beans in the States here? Where and how? I don't care about the composition. Give me the Brazil. KTO. Brazil mentioned. 45%, bro. You guys are killing it over there. Give me some coffee plants. Yeah, that cafea. This is what Trump was trying to type. Cafea. The cafefe plant. Where are we at? Give me cultivation. Where's cultivation? That cultivation in use. Well, of course, there's an article for coffee production. Give me Wait, no. This is after the harvest. This is after the harvest, isn't it? Cafe Arabica. So we're looking at subgenus now, or genus and species. It's been a little while since I've looked at the kingdom hierarchies, distribution and habitats. I feel like this is hardly a complicated question. It's just a question of how carefully can you manage environmental temperatures. Well, I don't know if you guys have noticed. Right now we have one option to manage environmental temperatures, and it's not very efficient. It works, but it's not very efficient. Greenhouses in Project Zomboid. I should have canceled that thought right there. Greenhouses in Project Zomboid. No. In fact, I don't want greenhouses in Project Zomboid. I want the devs to work on something else first. Please. Please, work on something else first. Oy. Weasel coffee. Now that's an interesting one. They still want us to pay premium. Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's mean. They're giving the domestic clients a surcharge. Oof. Imagine taxing yourself. Oh, the absolute state of the economy. I mean, I guess that's technically what we're doing every time we put away savings, right? The people who budget correctly. Unlike me, I don't budget correctly. Anybody who puts money out of every paycheck into savings, I guess you could say you're taxing yourself. Stop taxing yourself. Stop taxing yourself. All right, wait a minute, one of those out there was not ready yet. Give me, was it days left? No, that's oregano. We harvested already. This is the sage. Sage does take for a while to grow. This is still weeks away, actually. I'm going to go and compost that. Three bags of compost. We'll use 2.5. Well, actually, no. What am I saying? This is literally half a row. We're doing... Let's do 3/4 of a row, because rosemary is one of those ones that takes forever to grow as well. So that should be, what is that? That's 4 bags? That's 16 uses, so that's going to be like all but one. Yeah, great. So the sage here and then the rosemary is all getting hit because these have long growth times. Meanwhile, everything else is already ready to harvest.
There we go. Now we just have one bag of compost with one charge in it. I know how to fix that. Isn't that the real talk right there? Love the place, hate the gov. That's just that's the name of the game in the modern era. What is our congressional approval rating? 30%? Is it? It's got to be below 30 at this point. Hang on. RCP, show me the way. What are we at now? Favorability rating. Show me. Fuck you. I'm not enabling JavaScript. President Trump is 40 favorable, Republicans at 37. Where's Congress? Congress is like, doesn't even make the chart, does it? Alright, fine, I'll give you a... I have JavaScript enabled. What, you want me to whitelist you? You want me to whitelist you? You dirty bastards. I whitelisted you. Ha! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, now where's Congress? Don't show me the individual polls. RCP is usually pretty good. I like RCP. They show you everything. But where's generic congressional vote? No. I'm looking for congressional approval. Do they not even poll it anymore? Have they given up completely? I would believe that, to be honest. I would believe that in a heartbeat. Oh, what is it? You know what? I don't care. It's low. I know it's damn low. And that's the point. People care less about Congress than ever because they suck. Oh, yeah. I can understand why they don't bother polling it anymore if it's just that low. Yeah. And yet somehow people keep making re-election. There's something wacky going on there. Speaking of wacky, there we are. That was the double arrows. That's what I wanted to see. We got the double arrows weight gain. We may have to overeat a little bit to keep it going, but that is where we're at now. How close to... Oh, look at that. That's pretty close. While we're waiting for that to finish, I'm going to go ahead and delete our old crop plots here. Get some new ones put in. Oh shit, I'm up to 11 hours. That's okay. 11 hours is not bad. But that does mean the clock is ticking, so I'll have to... if anybody's not familiar, YouTube will stop recording the replay of your live streams after like 11 hours and 56 minutes, something close to 12 hours basically. So you want to keep it just like 5 or 6 minutes short of 12 hours if you're doing super long form content that has a little bit of replay value for folks. Shout out to all of my viewers who catch my streams after the fact. I appreciate you guys too. The whatchamacallit, especially those who are in different time zones. There we go. 10 over here. So that means we do have a total of 20 crop plots we could do. I want to do a little bit of corn. I was going to look at corn on the wiki. I want to look at corn on the wiki and see what the... what is the nutritional values of it if you dry it and then add it to recipes. I don't think it's very significant. Nutrition is 1. Here we go. Hunger -4, calories, carbs. Okay, so... I wish you could add more to it than this. I mean, like... what's the... Why can we only add -4? Why is it with those beans we can add, like, -10 hunger's worth? See, like, this would not be the worst way in the world to get a bunch of carbs when it comes to things you can grow. Well, actually, why don't we look at the nutritional tables? I think there is a full table. Yes, I want to look at the table now. It's been a little while since I've actually looked at everything that provides everything here. Old recipes. Here we go. Okay. Ingredient values. Okay. This is where Wiki starts to lose us. To maximize it here. This is pointless. I don't care about what it does for individual recipes. Give me the values. The nutritional values, the macros. Give me the macros. Come on now. Oh, this is an old page. Grains. Hey, we harvest corn in May. That's about it. Oh, man. The growing... I feel like growing seasons are just a massive work in progress, but I haven't seen a lot of work or progress in it, so it's just like... I feel like they did growing season in like a 2-month bender before B42 dropped, and they have not wanted to touch it since. That's kind of how I feel about it right now. Like, I'm not even saying they didn't put work in. It feels like they tunnel visioned on it for like a very short period of time before B42 dropped, and then they have not wanted to touch it since because they've done so little since B42 dropped. But they clearly put some work into it before B42 dropped. I'm looking at grains because obviously grains are eventually going to have a lot of carbs. We can make bread. Bread is actually not bad at all. Yeah, you know, if we want carbs out of stuff that we can grow ourselves, bread. I should have thought of this before. I mean, obviously bread is, you know, of course. So if we get 100 carbs for every loaf of bread, that means we would have to eat a lot of bread. Yeah, we would have to eat a lot of bread to the point of it being kind of silly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not okay with that. The problem is if we try to use bread as our primary carb source to try to get all the way to rapid triple weight gain, because whenever I think of carbs, I always think of triple weight gain, right? And I was showing this before for anybody watching. If you are not familiar, there is a secret. Secret is a little bit silly of a way to phrase it, but the nutrition system in this game has 3 levels of weight gain. You would be forgiven for assuming there's only 2 because, as you can see, there's only 2 up arrows right now, and there's 1 up arrow, which means we're regular weight gain, and now we're in rapid weight gain. But there is a super rapid weight gain. It doesn't have a special name or anything, but if we look at nutrition.java here, we can see those are the traits. We're looking for the 700F. 700.0F. There it is. Okay, so double weight. This is where weight as a stat is actually defined. We're doing some... this is probably supposed to be a switch statement, actually. It looks like an if and, but that actually might be... I've learned a little bit about compiled and decompiled code. Sometimes code that was originally written as a switch will actually get rewritten, or like at compile, it'll get switched to an if statement or the equivalent thereof. Like the optimizations during the compile time will shove it back into an if statement. So this is actually in defense of some of those indie games where you'll see the coding masters go through their source code and audit it, and then make fun of them for not using switches when they should be. Sometimes they actually are, and the decompiler is turning it into an if and statement. So this doesn't apply all the time. You know, I'm pretty sure Yandere Dev, I'm pretty sure he actually showed his source code as opposed to having it decompiled. But some people, if they decompile code, they're going to see if and statements when there was originally a switch, when switches are more efficient. I just felt the need to say that. I don't know why. But what I'm talking about before, about nutrition, is this particular if-else statement right here. So what this, in essence, is saying is if your carbs are above 400, or your fats, in this context it's called lipids, are over 400. So carbs or fats are over 400. Your weight gain is set to 2.0 times whatever your weight gain would be. And then this rate here, set inc weight lot equals true. What this means is it's showing you the double chevrons. Yeah, and Ranzer is technically correct right there. I'm only thinking about rapid weight gain because I'm obsessed with optimization, but if we're talking about what you really need, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's true about that too, Kraken. But what I always think about, I've been thinking about this a lot right here, is this else statement right here. As you can see right here, real weight gain is weight gain times 3, as opposed to this one here. The outcome to the UI is set inc weight gain lot true. They both have the same outcome. They show you the 2 up arrows. But how do you get to this 3? You have to match this first statement here. If your carbs and your lipids are over 700 each, then you hit this threshold and you're gaining weight 3 times faster than you normally would be. So the UI has no way to show this, but it's there, deep under the hood. And this is another thing, where I was complaining, bitching and pissing about the not being able to see HP values for our crops. This is just as bad. I mean, this is just as silly. At least nutritionists can tell how much carbs are in a recipe. But yeah, so that's why I'm thinking about carbs, right? Because if we want fats, butter, we lots and lots of butter, we have no problem getting over 700 fats. But if we want to get over 700 carbs, we have unsustainable ways of doing it. We got all these beans, be it black beans, chickpeas, macaroni pasta, rice, split peas, whatever. These are looted items. We'll run out of them eventually, and we can't grow these. None of these we can grow. And that's why I started, yes, and Ranzar is 100% correct about that. Carbs above 700 is nonsense, especially if you're looking for sustainable options, right? That's what I'm looking for right now, is sustainable options for carbs to get over 700. 7 loaves of bread, if you're not running a deficit. If you're running a deficit, we're talking about, and let's just assume that you're going to cook one off, right? Let's just assume you're going to cook off 100 carbs at some point. with 900 being the optimal, that's probably like 14 or 15 loaves of bread. And I don't even know why I'm thinking about bread. We need yeast, and we can't culture our own yeast. We would run out of yeast very quickly at that rate. What's our yeast rate now? Our total fortune of yeast from all the looting we've done. five yeast right now. I've not been very diligent. We could probably find more if I was more diligent about it, but that's not sustainable. We can't do it for bread. Bread is a meme. That staple crop, that staple food item that most civilizations before the modern era would have sustained themselves on. Are baguettes any different? I'm curious. While we're looking at it, I can make baguettes. Nope, carbs exactly the same. Okay. Alas and alone. Oops. And now oats, yet another good option. I mean, we have oats. Oats have a lot of carbs in them. Oats got a lot of carbs in them. But how many oats do we have? If we wanted to gain carbs through oats, we've got 9 cans that are stale and 3 that are fresh. I don't know if stale kills any macros. Does staleness kill macros? I feel like staleness only kills your enjoyment of it. I don't think it kills any of the macros. But I don't know. Oh, well, yes, Ranzara, I hardly do any residential anymore. I've been, like, pathologically avoiding residential loot these days. I could probably have, like, 3 or 4 times this if I was doing a little bit more residential. But I've been almost intentionally avoiding residential at this point.
KTO points it out a lot. It's not the most efficient way of doing things. I probably have a fair amount of yeast in one of these 3 massive step vans full of loot, but well, imagine wanting to sort through all that. I'm gonna need a bit of a stronger head on my shoulders. The only reason I've even continued this stream is because we can accomplish a few agriculture related tasks without having a lot of brain power. I don't know if you guys can tell, my brain power has been exhausted for the most part. Oh, you know what? Let's do something cool. I've been wanting to do something cool here. When we were out in the fields, we got a few light bulbs from open signs. Don't think too hard about that. I know open signs are supposed to be neon lights. Don't think too hard about that. Just enjoy the pretty black lights here. Isn't it pretty? I like it. It makes me feel like I'm using UV lights. And now I have one more of those bulbs. I'm gonna do that. One more of them, and we'll have UV lights for our entire garden, and it's gonna feel cool. I like it. You gotta enjoy the little things, otherwise this game can really kill you. Staleness kills hunger. Yes, yeah. It is. It's definitely a, especially when I go outside here. I mean, like that. We at least have, you know, the walls were because I didn't know if there were going to be any Zeds rolling up. These ones, I just gave up on the walled concept. These are just more. What is that? Black sage and broadleaf plantains. Okay. I forgot about. I actually thought this was more chamomile. Oh, black sage and then lemongrass. Neat. Good to know. Nutritionist magazine. Wait a minute. Are you talking about like nutritionist from a, like you get the trade from the magazine? No way. That would be cool. That would be really cool. I wish we could do that, but I don't think that's a thing. I do check magazine shelves every chance I get, generally speaking. Oh, where I got those light bulbs. Yeah. There's not actually that many, open signs out there. You don't see them quite as often as I would think you would. And of course, once they burn out, they're gone forever, so I don't usually keep those lights running if I don't need them. I mean, like, look at that, we just had, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Speak of the devil and he'll burn your lights out. I don't think we get first aid experience for, 2 minutes left. Hey, there we go. I don't think we get first aid experience for making, poultice. If we did, that'd be pretty cool. That's about 1 hour left on that. By the time I finish putting this stuff away... Oh, that's a mod thing. Should be a base... I wish it was a base game thing. I wish if you got, like, a certain level of some skill, that you could get the nutritionist trait. That would be cool. But I have a lot of wishes for this game. And there are other wishes I would probably ask for first if I had the... If I could talk to the Indy Stone Fairy, I would probably wish for other things first. I actually don't... I couldn't even tell you guys right now off the top of my head if the Indy Stone Fairy came to visit me. What and gave me 3 wishes. I don't even know exactly what I would wish for first. I couldn't even tell you because I have too many. To prioritize them would be truly painful for me. What about the taters? Almost ready for harvest, weeks. Okay, those need to be composted then. We'll come back and shove the thyme into a drying rack momentarily. I'm gonna get the... I swear these are like black lights. It's like the Spiffo's light there, or the Spiffo's logo seems more vivid. I'm going to need 5 for 2 rows and then 3. So we got 2, there's 3, and then 5 in my backpack? Yes. Well, if I could fit 5 in my backpack. There we go. Potatoes are compost. That and uno dos tres, and yeah. So this one has just a little bit left in it. Just leave that there. We'll come back in just in a sec. And of course, these lights I will remember to turn off because, of course, if I leave them running, we will never have these light bulbs again. We're gonna find like 5 per town, maybe. Give fitness a rework. Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. I always laugh when I think about fitness instructor because I saw this Reddit post saying people have been sleeping on fitness instructor. People have been sleeping on fitness instructor, and then it's a whatchamacallit, somebody, one of the top comments was instructions unclear, slept with my gym, slept with my fitness instructor. Where's the, there you are, time. They all look the same after they're dried. They just look like little piles of green. They look like little piles of things that the cops would be very suspicious to see you pull out of your bag. To maintain our sleep schedule, I'm going to go ahead and sleep after we pull the last here. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I would love that. Yeah. I mean, what's my running right now? I'm at 6, and I feel so much freer just moving all around right now than I do normally early game. It's almost done. Everything up here is donezo. Oops. Oh, only one. Okay. Woman. Not me, that was her. Up to 11 hours, 27 minutes. Okay, so we are coming down the home stretch here. I would like to try to get some stuff planted. If I can try to get a few May crops planted, I will feel like we have put a lovely bow on today's activities. Perhaps tomorrow I can use a little bit of loot sorting as a warm-up. I'm not going to try to do all of it because we have just so much loot. Brandenburg was a very loot-heavy place. So just to give you guys a frame of reference of how much we've dried already, this crate is about halfway full. is the biggest type of crate in the game. 51.7 encumbrance of dried herb. I believe the phrase is eating good. We're going to be eating good for a long time here. Still in rapid weight gain. Excellent. Lumberjack, fire officer, utterly busted power, but yeah, power budgets. That's an interesting way of phrasing it, yeah. That is definitely a way to phrase it. We should still have a few bit of butter here. Hang on. Butter is, oh yeah, we still have plenty of butter. But I'm not going to do anything other than... Oops. Oh, that's all fresh. Oh, I forgot about this. Let me, before I start cooking... I'm just going to give her some chips real quick so that she's not too hungry. I don't want my girl to get too hungry, but I also don't want to go nuts with cooking until I can get that. I'd like to get that common mallow onto a drying rack here. Right. I should, if I was going to do calories, which I am, let's get some of these poor cuts of rabbit meat out of the way. That feels like a useful thing to do. Honestly, I don't really need to worry that hard about carbs. If I'm just going to chill for a little while, then rapid weight gain is really not that hard. Thinking about carbs is all min-maxing mental exercise. I seriously doubt I'm going to actually push that hard for it. I mean, basically, recently, this knowledge that I was talking about before, where'd it go? This forbidden knowledge of getting yourself over 700 carbs and lipids, that actually came really in handy when before we went nuts with Brandenburg, I let my weight fall way too low. Like we were our weight was down to like below 67, something like that. And that was pretty bad. I did not want my weight to be low, and I wanted to get a lot of weight gain really fast. So what we ended up doing was just like having tons of beans, and then like 4 sticks of butter. Like it was like 4 sticks of butter, 2 boxes of cereal, and then a whole bunch of pots of bean soup. And we managed to get to triple weight gain, and within less than half a week, like 4 days tops, we were from 67 kilo to like mid 80s. It was great. AIM had minus 66% after level 6? What? Really? Really? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the numbers, so I couldn't tell you. It doesn't feel like it has, because so we just, we got to aiming level 7. We got to aiming level 6 last stream, or was it the previous? Within the last 2 streams, we got to 6. And we're now a third of that's about a third of the way into 7 right there. I feel like it doesn't feel like it's been reduced by 66%. Maybe it's been reduced by something, but it definitely doesn't feel like 66%. But again, I'm not going to like make any hard statements on that because I have not been paying very close attention at all. I get to that point where I'm just like, okay, I've read the book, I've done everything I can. I'm going to try to stop thinking about it now, because if I do, I'll get depressed. Hey, look at that. We can put it on the drying rack even though it's stale. That's good to know. That is very good to know. This is common mallow. And then we've got 3 more of those, actually. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and do leftovers now, because we do have plenty of free racks now. What are we at? That's oregano? Yes. And then a little bit of parsley. Parsnip, parlay. Parlay, that's the one. Damn
Damn to the depths what Mutiny thought of parlay. So we got some rabbit meat coming out of the freezer, and now we've gotten all that stuff out of the fridge. Let's resume where we were cooking. Yes. About that cooking stuff. Definitely got to use some of them eggs. We got lots of them chickens there laying eggs for us. Would feel like a waste to let them go to waste. I'm just going to go ahead and cook this rabbit meat. Not just thaw it, but cook it. Because why not? Get a little bit more out of it so I don't have to go kill more rabbits anytime soon. I have actually wiped out a lot of the local rabbit population, so I'm actually okay with that for now. I'm not going to be running over any rabbits out in the road nearby anytime soon. I've just been that meticulous, that ruthless, shall we say. Now, that being said, what if we want to get more rabbits? Well, now we've got leftover carrots. We've got leftover carrots now. I think it might be time to level up some trapping. Because apparently carrots get you rabbits if you put them in a trap, maybe. Books are half... Yeah, I've never liked that, the, whatchamacallit, the fact that, they seem to be, like, half as effective as like, half as effective as, like, regular skill books. It's not nice. Why you gotta do that, any stone? It's not nice. You don't got to do that. Looks like basil is actually the rarest, or the one we ended up with the least amount of. It's probably because we harvested it first. I think basil... Oh, no, we didn't harvest it first. Speaking of harvesting things, we are still 2,000 experience away. So agriculture does feel like it's leveling a little slower. Just going off of feels there. Let me just take, like, 3 of each, something like that. Because I want to have some available, but I don't want it polluting my menus. So 3 of each feels like a pretty good start. Yes, let's do that. I already had dried some common mallow. Let's put it over there with the rest. There we go. Now I can start using my own herb, as it were. I don't think this actually adds any nutritional value. I'm just using it because I want to. Went through the effort of growing it, might as well. Butter and 2 happy boosters. If I had traps, what would I have done with them? I know I've found some traps because I have gone through some of those cars. What are they called? The cars, the Ranger cars. Box traps probably aren't hard to make, to be honest. Yeah, box traps are probably actually pretty easy to make, all things considered. I have no idea where I would have put them. I'm sure I'll find them someday. But in the meantime, trap. Huh. How about a crate trap then? That's easy. We got plenty
I'll have to saw some planks. Planks and nails, easy. But yeah, I'm gonna go like put those. Maybe we'll put them across the street somewhere. I remember hearing that we had to be like 40 tiles away. Really? You make a reluctant learner work. Now that's. I feel like I could make. I could live with myself if I picked reluctant learner. I feel like I could live with myself if I was a little bit less certain that my save would be wiped out by an update within a couple of months. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, eventually we'll learn all the skills we need. So I don't mind taking my time if there's not a ticking clock over my head. In that case, it feels like there's a ticking clock, and I feel like I shouldn't challenge the clock by making things take longer. Even if it is a light impact, it just something about it feels. Okay, we don't need to overeat anymore after that. I think we're going to be fine on fats. And that's all I need to be in. If I have enough fats, I'm happy for now. Fat and happy, as it were. But yeah, now we can do something a little bit fun. I'm going to go set some traps and see what happens. We might have to wait until next time to see what happens. It's currently 11 hours, 40 minutes. So I've only got about 10 minutes left. So we'll just do something fun, and we'll try to remember that we've done it. Is that 3 traps right there? Yeah, it's about 3 traps. Take those. Okay. Okay, 3 crate traps, bit heavy. So I'll go set them like a distance from each other, maybe. I was gonna put some over here in, like, on Broadway here. Maybe one over. I'll put one up here at my whatchamacallit here. Yeah. Let's do one at Broadway and Casey. Let's do one at the end of Victoria. And then let's do one at the end of this driveway up here. Yeah, let's do that. That should be far enough away from my base, I feel like. And I won't be driving past it anytime soon. Let's see what happens. Ooh, very nice. I wish I could do that. I mean, I've only got a +1, but I also don't. I have been criminally underutilizing my my own axe skill. Having a +1 to axe, I really should be. I should have maxed it a while ago. I mean, now I have. I feel like I have more incentive to do it now. Now that I have been advised, and I appreciate this, I have been advised that we are gonna get a stamina stamina usage boost. A little boost to stamina usage at, what was it, level 8? Yeah, doing that definitely, 100%. Oh, went the wrong way. You know what? I got an eraser. As the Beanie Man says, pencils have erasers. It used to be on his bingo card. He stopped saying that. I am old enough to remember when he said that a lot. He doesn't say it no more. Not as often, lately. Then again, I watch like, what, 1 out of 10 of his videos now. He ever since he started doing the sponsored segments, there's only so many ads for what the fuck was it? His financing, American financing. Hey, really, man, they get a lot of those. Wait, how do I put the? Ah, okay. I have to have the bait in my inventory, not my backpack. So we got some carrots in there. Let's see what happens. We'll come back in a day or two, maybe.
Sweet. Don't put on the road. Should I move it, like, just a little bit beyond the road? Forced. Okay, okay, gotcha. Good call. Thank you, sir. Let's do that. Well, actually, should have this open more often. So this is a primary forest urban area / road. Perhaps if I put it just off the end of the road. Primary forest / road. How far off? There we go. Okay, so now we're in primary forest. Perfect. It's not very far, but I guess the asphalt by itself. You would think, based on how this game works elsewhere, that placing it on a road would increase the likelihood of a rabbit showing up. You would think, based on what we've seen elsewhere. But I guess precedent is not an easy beast to set in this game. Sometimes. Well, yeah, I mean, I got 3 traps, but I was going to do, like, I was going to place them in different spots. Is there any reason that's, like, is it a, whatchamacallit, should I be, is there any incentive not to just place them near each other? Yeah, let me, I'm just going to delete this marking here, because now if we want to put them in forest, then multiple traps is best. The trap is not going at 90 miles an hour, which means we're not going to... That means it's not going to grab anything, right? Alright, so primary forest... There we go. So, right when it stops saying primary forest / road. We can add grass cuttings as a bait. I didn't realize. Neat. Tracks don't get... Oh, interesting. Well, then. Okay, well, alright. Hey, look at that. I found a zombie in Phallus Lake. I didn't think these things still existed here. I'm proud of you, sir. You hid for a very long time. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking about you. Where did you come from, I wonder? He's got a chef outfit on. I wonder if that means he came from all the way over there at the restaurant. Well, in any case. Good on you, mate. I'm proud of you. He would have been more threat to me than most other zombies in the world because I was under the impression that Phallus Lake was quite wiped out. How far off of this road, perhaps? Oh, look at that. Ah, okay. This far out, huh? Urban area? You're gonna do that to me? Okay. This is far enough, I guess. I guess we'll just say that I'm doing it for RP reasons. If they don't give a hoot about proximity. The Look at me. I am the rabbit now. That's not a bad idea. I might do that at some point. I actually was going to do that on my main road. And then I stopped. I don't know why. But I think I'll still be able to, okay, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to actually read Trapping, the book. Yeah, let's read the book. We've started reading it. I'll go ahead and continue reading it for the rest of tonight, and then we will close the stream on tomorrow morning. That feels pretty good. We've accomplished a lot here. We do have some loot to empty, and we do have some prep work for the next expeditions. I think we're done with Muldraw. We should be done with Muldraw, so if that's the case, then we are... Wow, we are done with quite a lot. Yes. Indeed. Okay.
A little bit of real estate in Riverside. We have explored the whole town. We have not. There's some stuff I haven't hit. But, yeah, Riverside is not exactly a priority target at this point. We've got what I wanted out of it a long time ago. For the sake of exploration, there's places I could explore. But for the sake of progression, I should certainly like to set up operations in West Point. Those are things I'll think about between this stream and next stream for sure. Alright, let's go ahead and get back to base. I'm taking this home as a something I'll use as a throwaway at some point. This truck had a sledgehammer on the floor next to it. Never knock them just because they're messed up. Birds are so OP. Oh, we have to make a pier for best results now. That's interesting. I don't hate it, but I don't... I don't know how I feel about that. I'm going to leave this bad boy in the lot behind, where we've got all these parts. Because I probably won't want to put something on it that won't fall off. The tires are... everything in it is below 20% because it's a wreck. So, yes. Many things to think about. I'm going to be brain dead after this stream, but I'll be thinking about a few things. Of trapping books. I don't expect trapping to be overly important to our skill repertoire, but if I'm going to engage in the system, I might as well read a book for it. But we've already gotten to 154 to 220, so this is a easy little finish up speed read. There actually might be a VHS tape that we have available to us that I can take a gander at after we finish reading this. Farmland bonus for birds. I think, technically speaking, I think we have farmland right over here. Like across the road from me. Those little... There's like, there's stand up to see it. Yeah, there's little hay bales up there. I think that counts as farmland. I'm not 100% on that. But that means I can go right over there and get some bird. Parse through my videotapes here. So I can just watch the videotapes, get a little higher level trapping skill before we even open our first trap. There it is, yeah, exposure survival level 6. Only one problem, I ain't got no TV. At least, I'm sorry, I don't have no TV that can take tapes. We have ourselves a antique television, and we have ourselves a cinema projector. Neither of them can take tapes, unfortunately. Oops, no, don't! You're okay. Woo, hoo, hoo. You can tell it's near the end of the stream. I'm gonna have to go quickly. Quick! Steal a neighbor's television! Tactical television theft, let's go. I think so. Hopefully, now there's a slight problem with that, of course, Ranzera. I may have wiped out a lot of the local TVs. Because I was on a electrical disassembly spree at one point, and I started just going house by house, wiping out everybody's TVs, among other things. I think I even made it as far as this one. Yes, wiped this guy out. So, let's go around to the, I think the loop up here. I did not actually make it all the way up to the loop up top here. Oops, don't run into that. 53, so I've literally got 3 minutes. I actually can do this. Like, I can do this. I can end my stream on a morning note like I like to do. I've just got to execute this properly. I suppose if anybody is watching the replay and you see me get cut off, the plan is just to grab a TV, watch the tape that we have, and then, Now, okay, so an interesting thing about that is, yes, it does, if you look at it cuts at 11:54 if you look at the timestamp on the icon. It will cut at 11:54. Hello. Okay, then. Yeah, I should have known that was a possibility. The interior of this place might not have actually spawned. But anyway, we got what we wanted. But yeah, the videos can actually sometimes go as long as 11:56. But for some reason, the timestamp on the thumbnail is it lowballs it. I've seen that happen with some of my replays. But yeah, adrenaline is now officially pumping. Quick, watch the tape. Fast forward. Read the second book. Go. We got this. We got this. But like I said, if anybody watching the replay ends up getting cut off, that's all we're doing, and then we're calling it. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. It is, absolutely. That zombie did almost get